Hi guys, this is Shadow. Many novels cannot be published on YouTube due to copyrights, so I made a Telegram group for each novel. Here are the lists of novels that we provide. As you can see, all novels are written in an alphabetical order. In front of each novel you will find the price to join the Telegram channel. Also you will find the status of each novel, either it's completed or it's updated, meaning I uploaded it to the latest chapters, or it's ongoing, meaning that I am uploading chapters daily. You can read the doc sheet slowly from the link in the description. Once you made up your mind, contact me via WhatsApp or Telegram. After I confirm your transaction through PayPal or Ko-fi, I will give you a link to access the Telegram channel for good. Join more than 150 members. Also always check the novels lists because it's updated daily. Thank you and enjoy. Shadow.
Chapter 151, Dark Castle 1. Translator. Rainbow Turtle. In fact, I was most worried about Yu Jonghyuk. He was more trustworthy than anyone else here, but at the same time, I couldn't be sure of his position. If Yu Jonghyuk shook off my hand, then my actions would be useless. Fortunately, Yu Jonghyuk was calm. He might have a violent temper, but this guy was amazingly good at controlling his anger and sent me a secret message. What are you doing? The character Yu Jonghyuk has activated Midday Tryst. The item that I had previously bought belatedly came to my mind. I didn't know that the Midday Tryst I registered at that time would still be valid. I deliberately spoke in a brazen manner. I will do this more than once or twice. You should get used to it. What? The conditions aren't bad enough for you. I know that you can't inherit the stories of other constellations. Yu Jonghyuk flinched at my words. I don't know how you know such things. In fact, declaring a nebula with me wasn't bad for Yu Jonghyuk. In the progression of the original novel, Yu Jonghyuk didn't inherit any stories here. It was due to the constraints on Yu Jonghyuk. The regression constraints. He could turn back the clock after dying, but he couldn't inherit the stories of other constellations. Incarnation Yu Jonghyuk. Is Incarnation Kim Daksha correct? Are the two of you making a nebula? The Dakibi host watching the situation stepped in. Everyone looked at Yu Jonghyuk while I nervously waited for his answer. Yes. I inwardly sighed with relief. The first hurdle was overcome. However, the real hurdles were from now on. In the complete silence, someone on the second floor laughed. The soft laugh was somewhat pleasant. I could feel Persephone's mood through this laughter. Kim Daksha, you did it after all. This is why I like you. Of course she liked me. Persephone's style fit this type of story. Thanks to her laughter, the other constellations also started to laugh. Most of them were constellations on the second floor. Unfortunately, their laughter didn't contain the same meaning as Persephone. The Nebula Vedas is disappointed in you. The Nebula Gaiac despises you. Uriel held a handkerchief to her mouth and frowned at the reactions of the constellations around her. What? Why are you like this? This is good. The constellations on the first floor watched silently. Their eyes contained a mixture of longing and worry. Maritime War God and Bald General of Justice also looked nervous. The one who was most interested was Gorios First Sword, who was looking this way. The laughter died down and more direct contempt flew from the second floor. A person who hasn't climbed to the throne of a constellation wants to create a nebula. Dakibi, does this make sense? Can any cat or dog open a nebula? The Dakibi seemed confused at all the questions that poured towards him. That Incarnation Kim Daksha has clearly received recognition from the star stream. Along with these words, the stories I've made were projected onto the ceiling screen. King of a kingless world. The first scene that appeared was when I destroyed the absolute throne by borrowing the power of the 4-in demonic beheading sword. Strictly speaking, my narrative started from there. Fragments of the throne appeared on the screen. Some constellations nodded like they were convinced, and some constellations looked at each other with astonishment. He broke the throne of divinity. Did he really open with that story? There were probably some attendees who didn't know my information. I thought I was quite famous, but I was still lacking. I suddenly looked around and saw the Russian child staring at me with blank eyes. He who opposes the miracle. The second story was when I took down the returnee Myung Ilsang, who was a disaster. Some constellations are favorable towards you. Since the returnees were disliked by constellations, then this was a suitable story to acquire the liking of the constellations. At this time, curious expressions appeared on the faces of the constellations. What is this? It was due to the third story that appeared, where I beat up the intermediate Dakibi Paul. I was a bit surprised when I saw the screen. I only wanted revenge for Shin Yu-sung. Was it included in my stories? The Dakibi Paul screamed and the embarrassed Dakibi host quickly fast-forwarded. Then the complaints of the constellations were heard. Hey, what is that? See that? Haha, it seems to be the wrong data. However, unlike the Dakibi's words, a story name appeared on the screen. One who showed contempt for a streamer. Laughter was heard from the landing of the stairs. It was Gorios' first sword who was laughing. This is crazy. Ha 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 ha. Then the fourth story appeared. One who hunted the king of disasters. It was when I hunted the shadow of the constellation Yamada no Orochi in Peaceland. The constellation's mouths dropped open when they saw Orochi killed with my electrification. The shadow of a narrative-grade constellation. He has already accumulated 4 legendary stories? Confusion spread among the constellations. The screen turned off and the Dakibi continued speaking. In any case, Incarnation Kim Daksha is now at the facing the throne of a constellation. If he gains his 5th story through this occasion, those who knew I was aiming to be a constellation weren't confused, but the other constellations were startled. Becoming a constellation before the 10th scenario is over. He is a new constellation. I suddenly received a lot of heated gazes. Certainly, this was a formidable event even in ways of survival. There were only a few constellations or returnees who had gained the recognition of the star stream before the 10th scenario. In the midst of the increasingly confused atmosphere, it was Manu of Vedas who opened his mouth. I will acknowledge Incarnation Kim Daksha. However, I can't acknowledge the nebula. There are 2 problems. The constellations focused on Maina's voice. 1, we don't know if Incarnation Kim Daksha has sufficient payment ability. Isn't it necessary to have the minimum of funds before establishing a nebula? The coins are sufficient. Turmoil occurred again at my words. Manu stared at me with suspicious eyes. We will know once it is checked. The second problem is who will support your nebula. I gulped. It was finally the real challenge. The establishment of a nebula needs to be supported by at least 5 constellations. Do you have the support of any constellation? That, I couldn't easily answer, and Manu laughed. No, is there even a name for the nebula in the first place? I opened my mouth as I glanced at Yu Jonghyuk. The name of our nebula is Kim Daksha's company. There isn't a name yet. In addition, we will gain the supporters now. Yu Jonghyuk casually interrupted me. Are there any constellations who want to support our nebula? No one responded to Yu Jonghyuk's words. Manu laughed. I knew it. It is a waste of time. Dakibi. Continue with the story succession. At this time, someone raised their hand. The Olympus underworld will support your nebula. Queen. The angry Manu growled at Persephone. Persephone's aura rose sharply. It is my decision. Are there any complaints? Ugh. No matter the strength of Vedas, the constellation Manu couldn't stand alone against Persephone, queen of the underworld. In the end, he turned towards the other constellations. Surely there won't be anyone else. I will support it. The voice came from the 2nd floor, and the constellations were once again amazed. It was the great sage, the equal of heaven. Prisoner of the golden headband. Really? Are you serious? I towards him in gratitude. The great sage, the equal of heaven, was picking at his ears while looking down here like it was troublesome. I don't know, sorry. I also support it. Uriel of Eden declared her support. I will also give you the name for your nebula. The nebula name is Forbidden. Oof oof. The 9th rank angels around her were flabbergasted and covered her mouth. No matter her intentions, I was thankful. Now the rest of the constellations glanced at each other. The 3 constellations who declared their support were powerful enough not to worry about others. The rest were different. It was unusual for upper-grade and narrative-grade constellations to challenge Manu just to help establish a new nebula. I looked to the side and saw that Yu Jonghyuk had half given up. He messaged me, "It is up to here. I would be blocked here, but I didn't mind. It's okay. My objective was achieved." What? I wasn't expecting anything. The important thing was to buy some time. From the beginning, I didn't intend to inherit the story of any constellation here. I thought of the original novel, and the banquet's ending was fixed. At this time, something unusual happened. I, Gorios' first sword, will support your nebula. Gorios' first sword declared support for us. Then the upper-grade constellations stood up at once. Then I, Maritime War God. The bald general of justice won't stay still. Once the constellations on the 1st floor started to support us, the constellations on the 2nd floor and the Dakibi became greatly confused. Wait a minute. Such a random declaration of support. The next moment. The constellation Secretive Plotter will support your nebula. Huh? Secretive Plotter? Where the hell was he? You have won a provisional nebula creation ticket. Don't tell me? At this moment, the banquet hall started to shake and the space distorted. I looked up at the sky. The banquet had finally ended. They had come. This aura is. Everyone retreat. Even the constellations became nervous. The sky was greatly distorted and powerful sparks appeared. It was like the sky was splitting apart. The Great Hall, the unknown hall, which only appeared when a scenario was activated, suddenly appeared above the banquet hall. The startled Manu shouted, The gods of the other world. How did you dare come here? The constellations roared and raised their own aura. Then a terrible voice came from the hall in the sky. Why, weren't we invited? Persephone and Uriel instantly blocked my ears and Yu Jonghyuk's ears. It was to prevent the foreign true voice from intruding. They stood in front of us, lowering the pressure from the hall. I'm sorry, but the party is over. It's time to go back. Then I'll see you next time. The moment Persephone and Uriel spoke, Yu Jonghyuk and I were surrounded by a transparent circle. It was the space transformation using the power of the constellations. They wanted to save us from the terrible battle that would soon take place at the banquet hall. By the way, the god of another world was a bit faster than expected. Wait, the gods of another world are looking at you. The gods of another world are looking at you. At the last moment, I heard Uriel scream, Kim Dokja. Then darkness covered my eyes. Who are you? Not recorded in the vehicle. Don't tell me. The last story is finally about to start. Hey, is it here? It is okay. What if those guys come? It is said that the Maritime Admiral and Pure Steel often come here. Isn't this the hero's grave? A dark night. Several robbers were gathered around the tombstone erected in Gwangwaman. The leader of the robbers, Lee Dongpa, frowned at the terrified people. Pathetic fools. What hero is he? Can a hero die so easily? It wasn't long ago that Lee Dongpa learnt about the existence of the hero. The strongest man who saved Seoul by sacrificing his life. Of course, Lee Dongpa didn't believe the rumors. Now do it quickly. There is no time. Before those dark scum come out. Many people were already participating in the 9th scenario, Dark Castle. However, not all people participated in the scenario, including Lee Dongpa. The main scenarios were just festivals for the smart guys like him. It is a hero's grave. Wouldn't there be one or two good things buried? Search the body as well. He might have hidden things on his body. Shit, he is buried deep. Hey, pick it up. The robbers quickly dug at the ground. Approximately 2 hours passed. WWE reached it. Finally, their shovels hit a lid. Their hearts were pounding as they opened the lid. A man dressed in a white coat was sleeping in the coffin. Lee Dongpa laughed. A hero? Bah. He is a sleeping princess. He is ugly. The coat is excellent. Strip it off him. Tak. Weawa. What, quackak. The shocked Lee Dongpa fell down and started shaking. The hero, who had just been dead, was holding onto the shoulder of a robber. Then every being in Seoul heard the following message. Someone has acquired 5 stories. A new constellation is born in Seoul's night sky. Chapter 152, Dark Castle. 2. Translator. Rainbow Turtle. It had been 5 days since they entered the first floor of the Dark Castle. Lee Jaihai ran down a corridor of the Dark Castle with the injured Lee Gil-young on her back and Shin Yu-sung. The 5th grade demon species, Dark Tracker, is chasing you. Jump. Lee Jaihai avoided the scythe that appeared from the Dark Tracker and used demon slaying. Magic power scattered through the air as Lee Jaihai took the children and ran with all her strength. Damn, taming doesn't work on them? I can only tame monster species. Damn. Lee Jaihai kept cursing as she ran. There were roughly 10 demon species following her. The 5th grade demon species were stronger than other monster species. Her skills weren't enough and she couldn't use her stigma in this environment. I shouldn't have come in. After Kim Dokja's death, the morale of Kim Dokja's party was completely disturbed. They lost focus and started acting individually. To make matters worse, Yu Jonghyuk mysteriously went missing while the 9th scenario, Dark Castle, appeared. The Dakibi had told them when the scenario first started. This scenario, haha, maybe you'll fail. Lee Jaihai's reaction had been disbelief. They were going to fail? The scenarios always seemed impossible, but they always won. Thus, they could do well this time. At least that's what Lee Jaihai had thought. Go right now. Smash all these scum. She didn't know why she had been so hasty. Maybe it was because of guilt rather than confidence. She felt guilt for someone's death and pushed herself to the limit to wipe out the monsters. Maybe it wasn't just Lee Jaihai. Jung Hee-won, Lee Hyun-sung, and the other members felt a similar sense of urgency. Thus, they prematurely rushed to the scenario area to get rid of their insecurities. After all, they were the strongest rankers in Seoul and the strongest incarnations. However, Lee Jaihai soon realized that it was a mistake. Shit, this is ridiculous. Lee Jaihai's power didn't work in Dark Castle. The trajectory of Kendo, which reached level 7, rarely hit, and the power of demon slaying only provoked the demons. Her sword had broken a long time ago. Jaihai Uni. Lee Jaihai moved at Shin Yu-sung's cry, and she avoided a Dark Tracker's blade. She picked up a weapon dropped by an incarnation and used sword training and ghost walk. Uni. Behind you. Dark liquid from the Dark Trackers scattered through the air. Li Gilyung's small insects came from somewhere and were hit by the liquid instead of Li Jihai. The insects hit by the black liquid experienced bizarre cell deformation and exploded. Thanks to the time bought by the insects, Li Jihai was able to deal a bit more damage to the dark trackers. The armor around the neck of a dark tracker broke and it fled. However, there were still 9 remaining. Besides, the dark trackers were just a joke. The really scary thing was the guy on the other side of the dark trackers. Demon Viscount Noslok. He had a human body with a rhinoceros head. Li Jihai's body shook every time he approached. She had never seen such a monster before. In terms of individual strength, he wasn't as strong as the flood of disasters. If the disaster of floods had her power suppressed, the demons had no such thing. Moreover, Li Jihai's higher strength had become a poison to her. She knew the opponent's strength and this only raised her fear. Li Jihai raised the blade and bit her lips. Thus here, on the first floor of the dark castle, the ancient magic power barrier has been formed. Uni over there. A blue room was created at the end of the hallway. It was the only resting place in this dark castle. Li Jihai and the children rushed to the room with all their might and barely escaped from the pursuit of the dark trackers. It was a small space that was less than 2 square meters, but the 3 of them barely managed to fit in. You have entered the ancient magic power barrier. The special barrier will be activated for 30 minutes. If it wasn't for this safe zone being activated 3 times a day, Li Jihai and the children might have been killed already. The dark trackers groaned as they touched the barrier and retreated. They tried to enter several times before giving up. However, that guy was different. Why isn't he leaving? The demon resembling a rhinoceros. The demon Viscount Noslok sat on the ground a few meters away, as if it knew the principles of this barrier. It is waiting. The demon's long tongue swept over his lips. Like a gourmet waiting for delicious food, he watched Li Jihai and Shin Yusung. Shin Yusung shivered at those terrible eyes. Now what? There are no more monsters to summon. There are still 30 minutes. Let me think. At the edge of the barrier, Li Jihai was able to see the outside world through the windows of the castle. They couldn't leave through the window because of a special enchantment, but they could see the outside anyway. Demon species poured from the entrance of Dark Castle that Li Jihai and her companions had opened. More of them were lesser demons, but they were too much for ordinary incarnations. The demons of Dark Castle devoured and infected the incarnations of Soul. Thanks to this, many of the demon species outside the fortress were people she originally knew. Min Jaiwan and the Warang. The members of Nirvana's Salvation Church. The people she knew were walking down the streets and tearing people apart. All of this was the result of her impatience. If she had been a bit more careful, didn't I tell you? The difficulty of this scenario is on a completely different dimension. Li Jihai heard the voice of the Dakibi in the air and realized. It wasn't because she was strong that she could survive until now. It was because she was lucky. Damn. Foolish girl, she blamed her own impatience too late. The people who entered without preparation scattered in the maze of darkness, and she met these children. What happened to the other party members? She didn't know. Maybe they were all dead. If only Master was here. No, not Master. I wish Dr. Hyung. Li Gilyung's voice was heard from behind her, and Li Jihai frowned. Don't speak useless things, fool. You are hurt, so go to sleep. Li Gilyung, who was hit in the back of the head, fell silent again, but unfortunately, there was one other person. A Juicy isn't dead. I don't know why, but I feel that way. She didn't know why these children kept on bringing up a dead person. That person is in hell. Quickly forget that ugly face. Shin Yusung showed an unexpected response to her harsh words. I really don't understand. Everyone says he is ugly, but how is he ugly? The question was a bit embarrassing. In the meantime, she had pushed Kim Dokja is ugly like a slogan. The constellation sometimes gave her coins, and she never really questioned why Kim Dokja was ugly. I mean, the shape of his eyes and nose, the whole harmony. The more she talked, the most confused Li Jihai became. She couldn't understand where Kim Dokja was ugly. No, Kim Dokja's face didn't come out clearly. It was as if it was obscured by something hazy, or like a face that hadn't been created yet. Why couldn't his face appear clearly? Li Jihai told Shin Yusung, "It just isn't to my taste. You cried so much at the funeral. I was acting, you idiot. The constellations gave me a lot of coins at the time." Some constellations asked Li Jihai if it was really acting. Li Jihai bit her lips. Uni is still a long way off. People aren't all about faces. You really? Li Jihai watched Shin Yusung for a moment and sighed. I know that much. She spoke in a small voice. Just because she knew it didn't mean she could admit it. At least for Li Jihai, who was still immature. She owed a lot to Kim Dokja. She survived because of him. She knew. She knew it well, but she didn't want to admit it. She wanted to repay her debt while still looking good. In fact, he was a pretty helpful person. Now that opportunity had vanished forever. There is 1 minute left for the duration of the ancient magic power barrier. Li Jai came to her senses as the darkness in front of the barrier shook. The demon's smile widened. Li Jai realized it was time. Yusung, can you pull Gil Young up? Take him away at my signal. Huh? Listen to me. It wasn't appropriate to sacrifice her life for a friend to live. Even so, she wanted to live like this. It was because of the teachings of the dead. Quickly, run away and ask someone for help. Do it before I go to hell. Understood. Hang in there, Uni. Perhaps there wouldn't be anyone else. Still, she had to say this. Otherwise, the child wouldn't leave. Li Jai rushed forward the moment the barrier disappeared. The surprised demon jumped, but that was it. The demon species surrounding her aimed for her body. Blood flowed from her white thighs and arms. If only there was a lake nearby. No, if only she could get in touch with her sponsor whose link had been disconnected a few days ago. I don't want to die. The trajectory of Kendo was gradually disturbed and she weakened. The demon's smile became bigger. There was a big hit to the back of her head and her vision shook for a moment. Li Jai muttered to herself. I want to live. It seemed that something similar happened before. What had happened at the time? At this moment, light appeared in front of her. The bodies of the dark trackers were split into two. It was as if the Messiah had descended and waves were splitting in two. Li Jai watched in a spellbound manner. The confused demon Viscount Noslock turned his head and a powerful electric current appeared around it. There was a man in the path of light created by the electric current. Ah! Li Jai stuttered, but she couldn't make a sound. He was the one whose face she couldn't remember. He was saying something, but she couldn't hear it. The next moment, the fog covering his face disappeared. The demon Viscount roared angrily. For what? She didn't know. However, one thing was certain. This time, the man's face was visible. Ajusi, is this your face? The constellation who doesn't yet have a name is looking at you. Li Jai listened to the message and smiled as she fell forward. Chapter 153 Dark Castle 3. TL Note. I have said it once and I'll say it again. Schedule is 12 chapters a week. I generally do 2 chapters a day, not always. There will be a day without chapters. Stop freaking out when there is no chapter. Rainbow Turtle. Were the words earlier referring to Ajusi? What? A new constellation in Seoul blah blah blah. Ah well. That's right. I smiled bitterly while staring at the demons around. I was surprised to see Li Jai's crisis, but it seemed she had been acting too aggressively. Demon Viscount Noslock. This insidious guy who resembled a rhino was a demon who ripped apart and killed countless incarnations. I knocked down a noble-grade demon at once and realized how strong I had become. Li Jai saw his collapsed body and muttered. This guy was incredibly strong. How strong are you after becoming a constellation? I didn't defeat him using my own strength. I borrowed the power of another story. Another story? Who are you? I looked over at Noslock who was still breathing. Wait a minute. I simply stepped down and destroyed Noslock's head. You have defeated a noble of the demon world. 10,000 coins have been acquired. The item Advanced Demon's Proof has been acquired. The subspecies of the demon world will be afraid of you. Originally, killing a demon servant would gain the attention of their demon king, but this scenario was different. All demons in the Dark Castle scenario were ones waiting for their new master. A few constellations are amazed by your overwhelming presence. A considerable number of constellations are questioning your probability. Certainly, the probability was questionable. My strength was currently at a level that violated the balance of the scenario. However, it wasn't because I was a constellation that I could easily get rid of Noslock. The story Messiah's Path is partially in effect. It was the absolute divinity effect of Messiah's Path. I borrowed the story which had a special effect on demons from Eden. The Nebula Eden is asking you to pay the story quotation. I drew a cross shape in the air and heard a message. The Nebula Eden is delighted with your narrative quotation. It was annoying to do this quotation every time, but it was better than plagiarism. Furthermore, I didn't have to pay any other price for using it at this time. It was a special service that the Eden Nebula provided. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is pleased. This was all thanks to the cute Uriel. Fortunately, the banquet was well resolved. Ajusi, have you become religious? Li Jai laughed. Her right shoulder and abdomen had stab wounds. I'm sorry. Doesn't the 10th strongest person in Seoul look poor? Now is your hardest time. Don't worry. You will be better in the future. Stay still. I'm gonna fix your dislocated bone now. Huh? Fact. I thought I should use the Elaine Forest essence. However, I had no items remaining in my coat subspace. I had left it to Han Suyong before dying. Just before dying in the 8th scenario, I made a small contract with Han Suyong and left my items with her. Then, there was only one way left. Dakibi bag. As soon as I opened my mouth, I saw the screen window of the Dakibi bag in front of me. Some constellations are questioning the use of your natural privileges. Until now, most constellations didn't know I enjoyed the benefits of the Dakibi bag because Baihyung would turn on the advertising. Now there was no need to hide it because I was a constellation. I immediately purchased the Elaine Forest Essence and fed it to Lee Jai-hai. Oof. Eat and sleep. Thank you, Juicy. Well, thank you for crying for me at the funeral. I will faint now, so don't talk to me. Lee Jai-hai fell asleep. I lifted up Lee Jai-hai and heard a familiar voice from behind me. Juicy? I was filled with a warm sensation. I could tell the owner of the voice without looking back. Your incarnation is looking at you. I wouldn't have been able to run straight here if it wasn't for this feeling. I saw Shin Yu-sung crying and thought that parents probably felt like this. Juicy. I grabbed Shin Yu-sung and lightly embraced her. Was I late? You are 1 week late. 1 week. Damn. I was resurrected later than planned. Let's go. I have to find the items I entrusted to someone else. A week has passed. Why haven't you come yet? Han Soo-young lay on the floor of Dark Castle and murmured to herself. It was crazy to act like this in the Dark Castle seething with demon servants. Fortunately, no demon servants came after hearing her voice. It was because someone had already swept away the nearby demon servants while moving upstairs. Of course, it was all done by Yu Jong-hyuk. Damn protagonist jerk. Han Soo-young gritted her teeth. 30 minutes ago, Han Soo-young had confronted Yu Jong-hyuk here. Then she was disastrously defeated. Her body ached and her head was dizzy. The demon species? They weren't the problem. The real demon was Yu Jong-hyuk. You scammer. How could you use such a person? Kim Dokja. She couldn't understand it no matter how much she thought. In the Seoul rankings, Yu Jong-hyuk was ranked 3rd and Han Soo-young was 4th. Then why was the difference so large? The reason she didn't lose her life was because of her last-ditch words. Hey, these are Kim Dokja's items. Are you going to steal them? Why did Kim Dokja leave his things to you? Isn't it because I am the most trustworthy person? Then I will kill you and take them. Why you want to kill me? What will Kim Dokja think? Yu Jong-hyuk thought about it for a while before finally letting her go. If you mention him in front of me again, I really will kill you. Then he headed up to the 2nd floor. Han Soo-young was furious when she thought about it and screamed. That jerk. Abyssal Black Flame Dragon. Didn't you say you are the strongest constellation? Why can't I beat him? The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is in deep thought. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon says that it isn't his fault. Han Soo-young sighed. It was a scene where she would be misunderstood as having multiple personalities. This is a big deal. That jerk brought his little sister up. It is a development that Kim Dokja will clearly hate. The situation is like this, but where is Kim Dokja? The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is asking about what you mean. You're a bastard. By the way, that jerk took all my proofs and I will have to start from scratch. Han Soo-young opened the scenario window. Plus, main scenario number 9 Demons Proof. Category, Main. Difficulty level, A++. Clear conditions. Hunt the demon species. Collect 9 Demons Proof and place them on the altar on the 2nd floor. Time limit, 23 days. Compensation, 50,000 coins. Failure. Plus, the demon servants were so powerful that the scenario was a bit tricky, but it was possible to clear if the incarnations cooperated. The major forces had already moved to the 2nd floor. She might be a ranker, but she might be overtaken by the other rankers. The Dark Castle compensation was excellent, meaning the ranking would change if she delayed even a little bit. What should I do? At this time, a group of people on the other side of the corridor caught her attention. Han Soo-young thought this was better. She could take the proofs from these guys. Han Soo-young-si. Han Soo-young saw their faces and sighed. What the hell is this? Someone cried out. Han Soo-young replied, I was just fighting the demon servants and was hurt. Lee Hyun-sung-si also entered the maze? That's correct. Are you alright? He was the genuine Steel Lee Hyun-sung. Why did this guy appear here? Kim Dokja's companion, Lee Hyun-sung, also came here. No matter how urgent the situation, she couldn't take away the proofs of the main characters. Lee Hyun-sung-si. Don't go over. The shrill shout came from a beautiful face. The 4 people who appeared with Lee Hyun-sung weren't anyone Han Soo-young knew. The woman once again shouted, Lee Hyun-sung-si. Can't you hear my words? It might be a trap. That's right. Back off. Come over here. But Lee Hyun-sung was confused as he looked between Han Soo-young and the women. Han Soo-young spoke to Lee Hyun-sung. Has your party changed? Why are you building a harem all of a sudden? I split up from the party in the labyrinth. Lee Hyun-sung looked troubled and the other women rushed at him and pulled at his arms. Why are you listening to that person? Those wounds don't come from fighting with demon servants. That woman is suspicious. That's right. Hyun Sung-si is too naive. You shouldn't trust anyone in this world. Lee Hyun-sung was pulled back by the women with much difficulty. Han Soo-young triggered detect attributes. The next moment, a cruel smile appeared on Han Soo-young's face as she saw the names in front of her eyes. What am I seeing? It is them? The way that people adapted to a destroyed world were different. There were women who believed in themselves like Jung Hee-won and Lee Jae-hai, while other women took advantage of others. The even more interesting way. Lee Hyun-sung, I didn't realize that you have an unusual taste? Huh? Don't you know they're all men? A constellations who likes to change sex is surprised. The constellation in love with a woman is aghast. The women shouted in astonishment at Han Soo-young's words. What are you talking about right now? Don't frame us. It was impossible to think these people were men. However, Han Soo-young knew them. They were a group of 4 who used disguise and forbidden charm to kill strong rankers or the weak. Han Soo-young remembered the name of this group. Pink Kids. They had the name of a girl group, but they were all men in their 40s. She spoke to them. Hey Ajussies, do you like disguising as young girls? Lee Hyun Sung-si, if you stay with them, you will be tricked and killed. What is this crazy bitch saying? Hyun Sung-si, let's go. She is a strange person. Sometimes it was common in ways of survival to dress up as the other gender. There were more villains in this world than Pink Kids. Thus, these men could be rehabilitated. Kim Dokja might have said this. Han Soo-young was different from Kim Dokja. I have to get rid of these disgusting things. At this rate, Lee Hyun-sung would 100% be hit in the back of the head by Pink Kids. His death would have a severe impact on the scenarios. A large number of clones started to surround Han Soo-young's body. Lee Hyun-sung hastily came forward. What are you doing? She demanded. Get lost. I'm going to kill them. They aren't bad people. Lee Hyun-sung didn't move out of the way. He didn't seem bewitched, but he stood firmly in place. If she thought about it, this was Lee Hyun-sung. The Pink Kids watched Lee Hyun-sung with touched eyes. Han Soo-young cried out in an irritated manner. I will kill you if you don't get out of the way. Han Soo-young-si. I'm aware that you are strong, but please calm yourself. I'm also confident in my strength. Then try it. The clones ran towards Lee Hyun-sung, while Han Soo-young rushed towards the Pink Kids. Die perverts. You can't do this. Kayak. Help us, Hyun Sung-si. Lee Hyun-sung triggered steel transformation and started to kill Han Soo-young's clones with tremendous strength. Han Soo-young couldn't help sweating at the enormous damage. He truly is the steel sword. She noticed that the Pink Kids were planning to run away. At this rate, she would miss this. There was nothing good about leaving them alive when she had already made a hostile impression. I will do it. She was forced to use a secret weapon. Han Soo-young smiled bitterly at Lee Hyun-sung. Do you want to see a good show? The next moment, Han Soo-young's clones surrounding Lee Hyun-sung took off their clothes. Her white skin was revealed. Lee Hyun-sung blushed as he covered his eyes and collapsed. Weiwa. What is this? Han Soo-young stepped on Lee Hyun-sung's body and flew forward. It is a naked woman. Han Soo-young flew through the air and aimed her dagger at the back of the Pink Kids running away. What are you? Quack. Yoon Woo-chul, 41 years old. Operated a coin farm. The other member of Pink Kids screamed as he saw his dying companion. Shit. We haven't done anything wrong. Hwang Mingyu, 43 years old. Trafficking and what was it? Her dagger sliced over his neck. The Pink Kid's transformation was released, revealing hairy legs. Spare me. Bear me. Bang Taco, 39 years old. The children in the 3rd episode anyway. In any instant, only one of the Pink Kids was left. Han Soo-young frowned as she saw the middle-aged person trembling with fear. What did this person do? Han Soo-young wondered for a moment and was about to kill the last Pink Kids when magic power flew from somewhere and blocked her dagger. Then a clear voice was heard. You made a mistake. What? You shouldn't kill this person. He is needed for my strategy. She turned her head and sighed with relief. Han Soo-young laughed. You are late, Kim Dokja. Chapter 154, Dark Castle. 4. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Han Soo-young heard my story and muttered in a dumbfounded manner. Did you really become a constellation? A person who was an incarnation a few days ago suddenly appeared as a constellation. Certainly, it was strange. Han Soo-young hadn't read anything about an incarnation being reborn as a constellation. Yes, I am a constellation. Really, seriously? That's right. Han Soo-young's eyes were filled with disbelief. Is it that easy? I wanted to say it wasn't easy, but Han Soo-young didn't listen. Shit, will you now be watching us outside the scenario and sponsoring us? Nothing like that. I became a constellation in the course of the scenario, so I have to keep participating in the scenario. What's the difference? Can't tell at all. In fact, I didn't feel it was real either. Borrowing stories, trading with other constellations and nebulae, changing the attitude of the constellations towards me. Some constellations are jealous of your growth. Some constellations oppose you having a modifier. Some constellations show hostility towards you. In any case, the constellations also felt the ugliness of jealousy. Why were they so harsh towards a growing bud? Still, there was something I could do now. You stare at the other constellations. Some constellations are staring at you with amazement. Some constellations have spat out the coke they are drinking with surprise. 200 coins have been consumed to send an indirect message. As expected, indirect messages cost coins. It was fun, but I had to use it in moderation. Han Suyang was staring at me with an open mouth. Was it you who just sent the message? The constellation who doesn't yet have a name? That was what it looked like to Han Suyang. Yes. Is it because you haven't signed a sponsor contract until now? Yes. Then is it already too late for me? You could say that. Han Suyang frowned and looked up at the air. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon hesitantly reads her face. Han Suyang sighed and glanced at me. Shit. I'm envious. By the way, why don't you have a modifier? Why didn't I have a modifier? The correct answer was that I didn't know. The star stream is looking for a modifier for your constellation. Perhaps it was because I haven't accumulated enough stories. A constellation without a modifier was similar to gaining a citizenship without having a home. Han Suyang muttered, "You are a vagabond. The 5th story isn't over yet. Maybe I will have a modifier by the time the story is finalized." The 5th story Lone Messiah is currently in progress. The 5th story was a story that greatly affected the status of the constellation. The position of my constellation would depend on how this story was finalized. Maybe. Then Han Suyang booed. Boo. Kim Dokja. Why you suddenly look cool? Then can you beat Yu Jonghyuk? Yu Jonghyuk. I clenched my fist and opened it. Then there was a message I had never seen before. Beware of the probability storm effect. The star stream is currently evaluating your level. There was a prickly feeling at the tips of my fingers. This was a problem for constellations. Still, I would be fine as long as the evaluation was in progress. The star stream didn't know the right level of constraints for me yet. I might be able to win against him now. Really? The point was the word now. The protagonist was the protagonist for a reason. I could only match his growth by becoming a constellation. The perks that Yu Jonghyuk received were huge. I ordered her, quickly return what I gave you. Che, I understand. The incarnation Han Suyang has fulfilled the contract. I received all the coins and items I had left with Han Suyang. Han Suyang sighed. It's too bad. I felt rich for a while. I gave you 20,000 coins for the trouble. I handed over 600,000 coins but only got 20,000 in return. Then you can give back the 20,000 coins. Han Suyang scoffed and turned her back to me. I received my items and coins from Han Suyang. Possessed coins. 684,353 C. In the meantime, I had collected a lot of money. It wasn't strange since I made a steady income and saved money. Now that I was a constellation, I no longer hesitated in using coins. The coins would exert their real strength from now on. Then little by little, wait. I forgot an important thing. Han Suyang, when will you release that? It is sexual harassment. I forgot. Han Suyang smiled and I approached Lee Hyun-sung, who was sitting on the floor holding his head in his hands. Han Suyang's clones were still dancing naked around Lee Hyun-sung. The character Lee Hyun-sung is shaking with fear. The steel sword is weak to women. There was such a sentence in Ways of Survival, but I hadn't thought it was so severe. Besides that, it isn't real. Han Suyang's clones looked naked, but they didn't have the important parts. In other words, Lee Hyun-sung had become like this because he saw mannequins. Han Suyang noticed the meaning of my words and laughed mischievously. What does that mean? You were sorry because you didn't get to see them? I told you. I don't like a poor body like yours. You haven't even seen it. Do I need to see it? I approached Lee Hyun-sung and patted him on the back. Hein Sung-si, are you okay? Dok Jassy. He looked stupid, but he wasn't crazy. Lee Hyun-sung looked at me like he had seen a ghost. Why is Dok Jassy, you are dead? I think he got a real trauma. I looked at Han Suyang with annoyance. It was a comic-like situation, but it would have been a serious blow for the steel sword. If I didn't something wrong in this round, Lee Hyun-sung might step on an unknown route. For the moment, I had to rely on time for him to recover. Then another voice was heard from the side. Excuse me. Can I go? The last member of Pink Kids entered my eyes. She had a pretty face and slender body. She had fine eyebrows and tender cheeks. Who would believe this person was an uncle in his 40s? What is your name? I asked, and a pretty voice answered. Seo Inna. That's not his real name. Seo Inna hesitated before speaking his true name. I am Kim Yongpal. Pink Kids, Kim Yongpal. I found the right person. Han Suyang clicked her tongue. Why are you keeping him alive? Aren't the pink kids scum? Not yet. They will become bad guys. If you read it correctly, you should know that the pink kids was originally a trio. But there are four. I explained, this uncle died before they became really active. Is that why I couldn't remember him? Kim Yongpal is basically a pure person. Thus, he was the first to die in Pink Kids. Kim Yongpal interrupted. Excuse me, what are you talking about? Shut up. Han Soo-young frowned at him. This is a pure person. Yes. I also couldn't believe it, but it was a setting in Ways of Survival. A constellations who likes to change sex is nodding. A constellation who likes to change sex claims there are no bad people among those who like to change sex. In fact, Kim Yongpal survived to this day without killing anyone, even in the first scenario. I could come up with the insect killing method in the first scenario because there was a precedent where Kim Yongpal stepped on an ant by mistake and survived. Of course, Kim Yongpal didn't know why he had survived. He was a person who fortunately survived. This was Kim Yongpal of Pink Kids. No, I should call it Pink Kid now that his companions were dead. Han Soo-young muttered like she didn't want to admit it. Damn, so what? In any case, you saved him because there is a use for him? Yes. Then now what? We have to break the scenario again. Do you know that this scenario is? Of course I knew. I knew it very well. It is the last scenario before the liberation of Seoul Dome. The 9th scenario, Dark Castle. In this scenario, beings that had never appeared before emerged. I watched Lee Hyun-sung, who was still trembling with fear. The unconscious Lee Jae-hai and Shin Yu-sung, who was caring for the injured Lee Gil-young. Maybe my other companions were alive somewhere. There was Jung Hee-won, so they wouldn't be defeated so easily on the first floor. The first floor is just a joke. The real hell is the second floor. A special window in the castle showed the outside landscape. Crowds were moving around Seoul. Unfortunately, in the absence of the greatest sacrifice and the ensuing struggle, half of Seoul had become demon servants. The incarnations of Seoul were shouting sorrowfully. Despair already covered Seoul, but the story was still lacking. The story was always lacking. The Dakibis were seeking larger frustration. The constellations were yearning for more provocative story. Han Soo-young stared out the window and spoke. It is a cliché imagination. Regressors, returnees, reincarnators. Now there are demons. A person who plagiarized is saying this. Hey, I told you a couple of times. I was joking as usual when I suddenly became curious. Han Soo-young. What is it? If you are the writer of Ways of Survival, I didn't write that garbage. Let's just assume. The grumpy Han Soo-young bit her lips. If I am the writer? If you are the writer of Ways of Survival, why did you make this world? How should I know? You are also writer. How can a first-rate writer like me know the thoughts of a third-rate writer? I was an idiot for asking her. Han Soo-young continued speaking. I should be the one asking you that. What? I met Han Soo-young's deep eyes. I couldn't read Han Soo-young even if I used Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. Still, I seemed to understand a bit. A person who read the story might have similar thoughts. You know the end of this world. Isn't that right? Han Soo-young was obviously asking this. As always, I didn't answer. Han Soo-young stared out the window like she knew she wouldn't receive an answer. Then she asked another question. Why do the scenarios exist? I stared out the window. The dark sky above the destroyed soul could be seen. Was it because I had become a constellation? The sky wasn't the same as before. Countless constellations were embroidering the sky. The star stream was embracing the constellations. They were stars that could never be reached despite being so close. Even with so many stars shining, there was the distant abyss that couldn't be erased. I felt like I had discovered something. What were the constellations always enduring? Why were they so obsessed with the story? I shook off this distant emotion and opened my mouth. Perhaps the scenario. Chapter 155, Dark Castle. 5. Translator. Rainbow Turtle. This was a question that had been countless beings in the star stream received over many years. Why the hell does the scenario exist? The answers to this question were different. For example, the returnee Kyrios Rodgrame said, without it, the universe would be too lonely. The constellation queen of the darkest spring replied to the same question. Are you asking me why food exists? The demon king Asmodeus' reply to the same question was as followed. It is a small destruction to prevent greater destruction. The answers might be romantic or philosophical to people who heard it. However, romantic and philosophical were only luxuries for those who were full in the first place. Therefore, to the demon Earl Tentatio on the second floor of Dark Castle, the scenario meant the following. It is fucked up. This was his way of speaking, although technically, they weren't his own words. Anyone who entered this space would say this after 50 years. Of course, if they managed to survive 50 years. I'm tired. The river running through the Abyss Plains was a tributary of the demon world's river, Phoenix. One might ask how there was such a huge plains on the second floor of Dark Castle, but naturally Tentatio was different. There were only two things he knew. First, he had to reach the top of the vast plains, and second, he hadn't managed to do it in 194 years. Damn it, if it wasn't for that Dakibi's offer at the time. The memories from 194 years ago were still vivid. Do you want to become the 73rd Demon King? Demon King. It was the long-cherished dream of all demons. Can I become the Demon King? He had asked. He was a third-grade demon and still far from rising to that status. It was hard to climb up, no matter how many low-grade demons he ate. During that period, Tentatio was tempted by a being more demonic than a great demon. You are lacking a story, not strength. What does that mean? You will find out if you participate in the scenario. Thus, Tentatio was put into the Dark Castle scenario. He tore down many demons and slaughtered the races that came up from the first floor of Dark Castle. After 194 years, Tentatio had become one of the 10 strongest demons on the Dark Castle second floor. However, it was up to here. I can't go up to the third floor. The Dark Castle's third floor. This was where the essence of a demon king was sleeping. In order to get there, he had to beat the strongest beings on the second floor. However, raising strength and coins wasn't enough. The best beings on the second floor weren't the strongest simply because of strength. The thing Tentatio was lacking. The Constellation Lady of the Brocade Sleep wants to talk to you alone. The Constellation Lady of the Brocade Sleep is curious about your setting. Setting? Fucking bastards. I know what I'm made of. He didn't like constellations, but it was pleasant to see a constellation wondering about him. The constellation wondering about him meant new people were coming from the first floor of Dark Castle. It meant the enjoyable game would start from now on. A group of men and women appeared. Tentatio smiled at the sight. Welcome, you bugs. This is the second floor of Dark Castle. Tentatio enjoyed speaking the lines of an ambassador like it was a habit. As expected, some of the bugs came forward and asked him, "What is this place? Who are you? A guide? Are you perhaps a Dakibi?" Dakibi. They were existences that Tentatio hated the most. Still, he endured it and opened his mouth. There would be a time of sweet rewards after the patience. The second floor of Dark Castle is a world of survival of the fittest. Only those who have their strength acknowledged can move to the next floor. Isn't it a simple rule? Raise your hands if you need further explanations. What does it mean to have your strength acknowledged? How do we? By doing this, Tentatio's arms stretched out and the head of the speaking man literally exploded. The bugs had frightened expressions. This was Tentatio's favorite moment. What? Shit. It is a trap. Tentatio laughed and licked the blood that splattered from the man's neck. Protect the queen. All the incarnations rushed towards him, but Tentatio didn't mind. A strong energy rose from his body. The demon nobility went from Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. Demons from the Earl grade had a story. A story it only opened when specific situations occurred. The story bug slaughter has begun. Quarak. Every time his hands moved, the humans died like bugs. This story was obtained by slaughtering hundreds of thousands of players in 194 years. It showed overwhelming power against those who were lower than him. The Constellation Lady of the Brocade Sleep is surprised. Quahahaha. The surrounding incarnations quickly became corpses or were wounded. It is too dull. Some incarnations seemed useful, but more of them were garbage. At most, they could be transformed into 5th grade demons. Then Tentatio's gaze stopped on someone. Oh, you will be 4th grade. Tentatio grabbed the neck of a woman and lifted her up. The hair of the woman scattered. A broken crown rolled around. She was the king of beauty, Min Jaiwan. Tentatio opened his mouth. You must be the leader of these guys. He liked her strong gaze. This woman's story must be quite delicious. I will ask you 2 things. Where do you come from? Is he telling you something like that? I've seen many bugs like you. Tentatio made a cruel smile and trampled on one of the warang. Min Jaiwan paled as she looked at the broken skull and brain matter. Wait a minute. Piak. Piak. Stop. Earth, we are from Earth. Tentatio laughed. Earth? Tentatio remembered it as a planet full of rich stories. The Demon Kings. Earth is like a cradle for stories like that. There were many prey in a place abundant with stories. Tentatio licked his lips. Bug. Who has the most stories among you? You stories? What is that? As expected, she didn't understand him. Who is the strongest among you? Min Jaiwan shook as Tentatio's yellow eyes gazed greedily at her. Then what is the scenario? I just told you. How can I understand those symbolic words? I moved with Han Suyang towards the altar for the second floor. We encountered a few demons on the way. Needless to say, our progress was smooth. It was because I used the status of a constellation whenever I saw a demon. Key. The dark trackers who encountered my eyes screamed and trembled. I might not be a narrative or upper grade level, but once I became a constellation, my presence itself was different. In other words, I could exercise considerable influence over those lower than me with just a glance or remark. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is disappointed in the too easy progress. The constellation scribe of heaven says you need greater adversity. It was a sweet potato when difficult but boring when it was easy. I didn't know which one to cater to. Shouldn't there be days like this sometimes? It was the first time a scenario was easy. I was collecting the demon proofs one by one when a familiar voice was heard in the air. Kim Dokja, don't you look good? Did you open the Dakibi bag alone? I could tell straight away who was speaking. I grunted and sent back a message. Who was the one who suddenly disappeared? It was an intermediate Dakibi. Who has a big head now? I couldn't come because I was busy. In any case, it is late, but congratulations. A new constellation emerged from my channel. It is very emotional. Is the channel running well? Yes. I thought the incarnation seekers would leave after you became a constellation, but it actually became better. Everyone has come to watch the castle scenario, so it is hectic right now. We might have to expand the channel soon. That much? Indeed, it was rare for an incarnation to become a constellation during the scenario. However, there are some who dislike you. You should be careful. Honestly, you are a constellation, but your status isn't completely established. It was as Baihyung said. I was a constellation, but my stigma hadn't woken up yet. In other words, I was currently more like a half constellation. I heard you are stronger than Yu Jonghyuk, but honestly, am stronger. Oh, Kim Dokja. Isn't this different from your usual reaction? Do you feel a sense of rivalry? I'm a constellation. He is an incarnation. It is natural for me to be stronger. HRM, is it really like that? What are you trying to say? Did you come for a fight? I think the child will be born soon. I need a story to feed her. You are her father and should play the role of a parent. I understand. I'll get it for you. Brat. I like you because you understand quickly. Then I'm asking you. It was almost time for the 41st regression Shin Yusung to wake up. I looked back and saw the party members collecting demon proofs from the bodies of the demons. Does everyone have enough proofs? Shin Yusung carefully raised her hand. I am still lacking. Gil Young also. I can help. She seemed like she would be annoyed, but surprisingly, Han Soo-young took good care of Shin Yusung. Lee Hyun-sung was carrying Lee Gil-young on his back and spoke to me. Deedok Jassy. Yes. Can I ask you something? What is it? Lee Hyun-sung had barely escaped from Han Soo-young's nightmare, and he still seemed unable to believe I had survived. Sometimes he would grab my arm or my head. Lee Hyun-sung touched my head and then opened his mouth. In the past, I lost an empty cartridge in the army. That must be a big problem. Did you find it again? I found it. You must have been in trouble. Why are you saying this? It was found out of the blue 1 month later. Despite my confused expression, Lee Hyun-sung still looked serious. From then on, I kept the empty shell in my pocket. Isn't that a violation of military rule? That's right. I was amazed that he nodded so casually. I nodded curiously. I see. But why all of a sudden? No, I was suddenly reminded of the past. I looked at him and didn't know why he was saying this. Surely he didn't mean to cut off my head and put it in his pocket. In any case, it meant he was glad I was alive. We soon reached the altar that would lead to the second floor. We had enough demon proofs, and the only thing left was to place it on the altar and wait. At this time, Han Soo-young asked, "Is that Ajusi coming with us?" I turned and saw she was pointed to the pink kid Kim Yongpal. I nodded and ordered, "Kim Yongpalsi, lead the way." Huh? Kim Yongpal freaked out while Han Soo-young's eyes narrowed. What is that Ajusi for? Have you forgotten? The last gateway to the second floor. Those who collected the demon proofs on the first floor could only go up the next floor if they hunted the demon summoned after placing the proofs on the altar. However, the demon summoned from the second floor was based on the level of the weakest person in the party. Han Soo-young nodded like she understood. Aha, that's why you're putting the weakest person in the lead? Exactly. Kim Dokja is the best at being shameless. It isn't being shameless but strategic. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is amazed at your awkwardness. The constellation bald general of justice wants you to show the dignity of a constellation. What was dignity of a constellation? I didn't make it through difficult scenarios by focusing on my dignity. I was a constellation, but sometimes I needed to play it smart. Han Soo-young said, "Then this gateway will be easily passed. As long as nothing happens." What can happen? Sometimes a demon will be summoned regardless of our level. I placed the demon proofs on the altar as I said this. The demon proofs have been placed. A demon appropriate to test you will be summoned. There was a blinding light from the altar and the demon started to be summoned. A colorful spotlight shone. If my prediction was correct, someone on the level of Kim Yongpal would come out. Maybe it was Demon Baron Viller, the weakest of the demon nobles on the second floor. I would be able to suppress him without even using the power of a constellation. The demon who wants you is on the second floor. Eh? A demon unrelated to your level will be summoned. Han Suyong stiffened as she heard the messages. Shit, what is this? Is this what you were talking about? Demon Earl Tentatio has descended. Earl? Majestic horns rose over the shoulders. The demon who appeared in the colorful spotlight was a powerful existence whom Viller couldn't compare to. A cruel smile was on his face as he opened his mouth. I see. Are you Yu Jonghyuk? Chapter 156 Dark Castle 6. Translator. Rainbow Turtle. Yu Jonghyuk? What was this situation all of a sudden? The strongest beings on the second floor of Dark Castle, sometimes they would descend as a test. This had happened in ways of survival. However, a demon earl had never appeared in cases where Pink Kid Kim Yongpal was part of the group. Besides that, why was the demon looking for Yu Jonghyuk after being summoned? I didn't answer and the demon breathed in before looking at Lee Hyun-sung. Are you Yu Jonghyuk? I am Lee Hyun-sung. Then who is the person called Yu Jonghyuk? I opened my mouth. There was nothing good about stimulating the demon earl here. Why do you want to find him? He isn't here, so go back. The demon earl Tentatio laughed at my words. A bug is talking back to me. Strange. I heard that the person who is Seoul's strongest person is here. Seoul's strongest? That sounds like me. The party members all looked at me at the same time. Why were they looking at me like that? It was true. Tentatio also stared at me. You said that you're not Yu Jonghyuk. The strongest in Seoul isn't Yu Jonghyuk. It is me. What the hell was going on? Why was he looking for the strongest in Seoul? The Constellation Lady of the Brocade Sleep is sorry towards you. The Constellation Lady of the Brocade Sleep is asking you to defeat this demon. Lady of the Brocade Sleep? I wondered reflexively. Suddenly, I got a sense of what was going on. You are staring at the constellations of Scylla. The constellations of Scylla are embarrassed. Yes, this was right. These bastards, they sold me to save their descendants? The Constellation Lady of the Brocade Sleep shows what happened. The memory of Lady of the Brocade Sleep appeared in my head. The injured Min Jaiwan stuttered as she opened her mouth. Seoul's strongest is Yu Jonghyuk. The Constellation Lady of the Brocade Sleep is giving you a pathetic look. The act of showing one's memories required paying some probability and a significant amount of coins. The fact that she showed me her memory without hesitation meant the situation was urgent. Damn. Then send him to Yu Jonghyuk. Why send him to me? Was I easy? I sighed lightly and spoke towards the air. Then what will you do for me if I help? The Constellation Lady of the Brocade Sleep says she will pay coins. How much? Will you give me 2,000 coins again? The Constellation Lady of the Brocade Sleep is embarrassed. Give me something else. Something helpful. The constellations of Scylla have their pride damaged and are angry at Lady of the Brocade Sleep. The Constellation Lady of the Brocade Sleep says she will pay a story. A story? A new bounty scenario has arrived. Plus, bounty scenario fight against the demon. Category. Sub. Difficulty level. A+. Clear conditions. Defeat the demon Earl Tentatio. Time limit. Compensation. The Trust of the Constellations of Scylla. 1 history grade story. Failure. Plus, a history grade story. It was fairly decent. In fact, I was already going to kill the demon Earl without any conditions. The constellations of Scylla weren't as powerful as a nebula, but there was nothing bad about them owing me a debt. I had to defeat this demon anyway. The demon Earl was tired of waiting and growled out, "Why are you speaking to yourself? Then you're not Yu Jonghyuk?" A powerful airflow was released from Tentatio's body, and Lee Hyun-sung quickly stepped forward. "Dakjasi, I'll take care of him. Hyun-sung-si, you can't do it alone. I will never lose the empty cartridge again." Han Suyong whistled like it was interesting. Tentatio made a complicated expression and grinned. "You don't know who your opponent is. I like trampling on people like you. You don't know who I am?" The earth shook and Lee Hyun-sung ran forward as he activated steel transformation. Lee Hyun-sung's shoulders became covered with steel as he struck Tentatio's shoulder horns. Lee Hyun-sung had the courage to face the demon Earl without backing off. "You are someone who inherited a story?" Tentatio wondered. Lee Hyun-sung's steel transformation was a stigma obtained by inheriting a story from Master of Steel. With one exchange, the demon noticed the value of Lee Hyun-sung. He was an earl and knew the value of a story. "I'll eat it." Tentatio embraced Lee Hyun-sung's body. Lee Hyun-sung continuously struck him with fists, but Tentatio wasn't fazed. Fangs emerged from the demon's mouth and he bit Lee Hyun-sung's shoulder. The strength of steel transformation was directly connected with Lee Hyun-sung's will. Unless his will was broken, Lee Hyun-sung's steel wouldn't be destroyed. Of course, this was written in ways of survival. However, it was only Lee Hyun-sung of the second half who fit such a wonderful description. Cracks started to appear in Lee Hyunsung's hard steel. Lee Hyunsung's expression started to pale. What the hell is this? Han Soo-young's eyes shook as she watched Tentatio. Kim Dokja. What is that? I didn't think the soul rankings announced by the Dakibi were wrong. Apart from me, Han Soo-young was the only one who knew the exact level of the Demon Earl. I replied. He is a third-grade demon. Demon species above the third grade had their own story. The third-grade demon Tentatio is telling the story of Bug Slaughter. Bug Slaughter. It was a pretty useful narrative. It wasn't in the form of a stigma yet, but its power exceeded the stigmas of incarnations since this was his own story. As Tentatio's story started to be released, all the incarnations, including Lee Hyunsung and Han Soo-young, stood in place like hardened bugs. Lee Jae-hai and Lee Gil-young, who was still unconscious, twisted in pain while Kim Yong-pal had already collapsed while foaming at the mouth. This was the real power of the story. It was to swallow other beings into the story. The frozen incarnations were waiting for their master's command. It is the time of slaughter, bugs. Lee Hyunsung's steel shattered helplessly and Han Soo-young's clones exploded. It was a complete wipeout. The story Bug Slaughter showed overwhelming power against many weak people. The earls of the second floor were beyond measure. I held Lee Hyunsung's shoulder as he was thrown back. Lee Hyunsung was released from the fear at my touch and he stuttered. Doc Jassy. Move back. It isn't possible. If I don't protect Doc Jassy this time, the cartridge doesn't disappear so easily. Watch me. I patted Lee Hyunsung's shoulder and walked forward. Tentatio laughed like it was interesting. You can resist my story? You are someone with moderately strong mental power. Mental power isn't the problem. Then what? Neil Bug. The pressure around us suddenly rose and people fell to their knees. Of course, I was fine. Tentatio was confused as he watched me walking casually. It was thanks to fourth wall. There was also a more fundamental difference. Answer me. How can you move? In order to get that story, you have to pick at least 100,000 people with weak stories and kill them. You're quite a nasty bastard. What? This was the difference in status. Still, Bug Slaughter is a fairly usable story. At least when the enemy is weaker than you. You aren't interested in the Bug Slaughter story. The effect of Bug Slaughter is negated by you. Tentatio's eyes widened. At least Marquis grade, perhaps a Demon King? No, that isn't likely. Are you a returnee? The peak of the demon species, the 72 Demon Kings, were equivalent to narrative grade constellations. But a returnee can't be on the first floor of Dark Castle. That's right. Both are wrong. An existence with their status revealed was constrained by probability. You are looking at the Demon Earl Tentatio. Tentatio turned pale. I didn't delay and rushed towards Tentatio while using White Pure Star energy. Blade of Faith has been activated. The special option of Unbroken Faith is activated. The ether attribute is converted to divine. The new texture of Unbroken Faith was unfamiliar to me. Quack. The demon screamed painfully as the ends of his horns were cut off. The second strike flew towards Tentatio before he could move. It wasn't just that the Earl's story wasn't effective on me. My movements itself were different from ordinary constellations. The demon gritted his teeth. A constellation? No way, this is impossible. I wondered if I should borrow Messiah's Path again, but I didn't need to use the quotation against Bug Slaughter. There was a limit to the number of quotations, and I also needed to check my abilities without a story. First, I needed to adjust my stats. Let's see. Physique LV. 62 Physique LV. 90. Strength LV. 60 Strength LV. 90. Agility LV. 60 Agility LV. 90. Magic Power LV. 62 Magic Power LV. 90. All stats have increased significantly. A total of 116,400 coins have been consumed. It was huge spending, but it was worth it. Your body is moving towards the limits of a human. A formidable energy has filled your body. All stats have reached the scenario limit. My heart beat faster as if I had received a caffeine transfusion. The adrenaline level in my body increased sharply and my body became as light as a feather. My stats had an average level of 90. There was probably no one among the incarnations who had my stats. This was the only thing I could do as a constellation. Then let's go. I relentlessly swung my sword. Tentatio's body was torn by the blade. Tentatio didn't fall easily despite my stats suddenly rising. He seemed to be strengthening his body using his remaining magic power. It was a wise choice because the story didn't work. Kwawa. Tentatio let out a terrible scream. As the battle continued, 1 or 2 injuries appeared on my body. As expected, I couldn't fight him without any skills. Then this would work. The special skill miniaturization LV3 is activated. The effect of miniaturization has decreased the size of your body. What? The exclusive skill bookmark is activated. I will choose the 5th bookmark, Kyrios Rodgrame. It is confirmed that your body composition is similar to the corresponding character. The status of the character is higher than you. The level of the skill is being forcibly adjusted. Normally the messages would end here. However, one more line popped up. Your status has risen and coordination with the person will increase. Chapter 157, Tomb of the Scenario 1. The white storm energy caused my heart to pound and my body changed into an engine. The exclusive skill electrification LV 11 + 1 has been activated. Due to the increase in my status, the skill level reached 11. In essence, all skill levels were restricted to level 10. After that, people had to learn better skills or use transcendence like the returnees. Yet this skill was level 11. Now my electrification had exceeded the limits of the system. It wasn't as hard to use electrification as usual. The returnee Kyrios had a strength comparable to a powerful narrative-grade constellation. He was a strong figure whose depth couldn't be measured. Now I could get a glimpse of how much strength Kyrios had. If Kyrios had reached a realm that could never be reached, I got a glimpse of where he had gone. Tentatio was terrified beyond his surprise. A constellation with a returnee's ability? What on earth are you? I wanted to say my name, but then my grumpiness got to me. What? I am Yu Jonghyuk. Tentatio's body was torn in two by the explosive power of electrification and the blade of faith. The electric current around the sword blew off his arms and legs before his head rolled across the ground. He couldn't even scream. My level 90 magic power was instantly exhausted and fatigue pulled in. Still, my level was clear. Yu Jonghyuk. Shit, I was scared to death. The fallen head was talking. Incarnation, do you know what it means to be a constellation? What nonsense was he suddenly saying? You will regret giving me your name. What? Demon Earl Tentatio has used Death Scream. Demon Earl Tentatio has spread the name Yu Jonghyuk through Dark Castle. The Dark Castle rankers will remember the name Yu Jonghyuk. I hadn't expected this. The Dark Castle rankers are baring their teeth towards the incarnation Yu Jonghyuk. I felt a bit sorry. I really hadn't intended for this to happen. However, Yu Jonghyuk should also suffer a bit. You have hunted Demon Earl Tentatio. A 3rd-grade demon has been killed for the 5th time and 30,000 coins have been acquired. Transparent strings started to appear around Tentatio's corpse. From the Dark Castle scenario onwards, we could kill those who had stories and take them away. I stretched out my hand and grabbed the string. The history-grade story Bug Slaughter has been acquired. Bug Slaughter. This story would be enough to hatch the 41st regression Shin Yusung. By the way, could I feed her the story of a demon? Would her mentality get worse if I fed it to her? You have completed the bounty scenario. The constellation lady of the brocade sleep feels deep appreciation towards you. You are now able to receive the protection of the Scylla constellations. The protection of the Scylla constellations. They might seem insignificant, but they were also constellations. If I built up a relationship with them, there would surely be a day when they could help me, just like the Absolute Throne situation. The history-grade story Scylla Allied Forces has been received. Scylla Allied Forces? The constellation lady of the brocade sleep is laughing heartily. Well, she said she would give me a history-grade story, not that it would be a good one. It didn't matter since I could feed it to Shin Yusung. My party members recovered their spirits and approached me. Shit, Kim Daksha is crazy. Dakjasi, how strong are you? I grinned at them. Lee Hyun-sung looked down at his shoulders that had been bitten by Tentatio. Are there many enemies like him on the 2nd floor? There are some, but it is uncommon. This guy's ranking is probably... A message finally popped up in the air. 50,000 coins have been acquired as a main scenario reward. The main scenario content has been updated. You have won a place in Dark Castle. You have hunted the 10th place demon on the Dark Castle rankings. Tentatio. Ranking will be in proportion to the hunting contribution. 10th place. There are at least 9 existences stronger than this guy. There are more similar guys. Lee Hyun-sung's expression was complicated. He was relieved that the Demon Earl was in the top 10, but at the same time, he was discouraged. Dakjasi is strong enough to fight these guys. Hyun-sungsi can do it if you follow your story. I also can't guarantee that I can hunt demons higher ranked than him. In my current state, I could deal with an Earl-grade demon without opening a story. It wouldn't have been as easy if Bug Slaughter wasn't his story. Han Soo-young's pride also seemed hurt. Sheesh, pretending to be modest. Aren't you deceiving people? You might have done it if you had fought with all your power. Didn't the abyssal black flame dragon hand you a story? I haven't succeeded them yet because the contents of the story are crazy. Why didn't you warn me when I said I would choose him? Were you fucking with me? The abyssal black flame dragon story was... I couldn't remember well, but considering the fact that the original contractor was delusional demon Kim Namwon, Han Soo-young's reaction was understandable. It would be a shameful story that would annihilate the soul just by inheriting it. The Dark Castle rankings in proportion to the hunting contribution will be announced. Finally, the rankings were determined. A ranking number was sent to the status window in front of all of us. The Incarnation Kim Dokja's ranking in Dark Castle is 11th place. 11th place. It wasn't bad. The rest of my party members had terrible expressions, as if they were receiving their CSAT scores. TL. Korean University exams. Han Soo-young quickly ran to my side and glanced at my ranking window. Hey, you are quite high. Han Soo-young's expression hardened when she saw the number 11. There was a big difference in contribution. Han Soo-young and the others were probably in the hundreds. She wondered, will I be 11th place if I kill you now? Do you think you can win? I don't know. In any case, I am better than that Ajusi. Han Soo-young pointed out he passed out Kim Yong-pal. The Incarnation Kim Yong-pal's ranking in Dark Castle is number 101,123. The 102,123th ranked Kim Yong-pal slept without knowing the world. Lee Jae-hai and Lee Gil-young, who had been unconscious since the beginning, received the ranks of 98,761 and 87,541 respectively. This was strange. Why was this Ajusi's rank lower than people who had been unconscious from the beginning? What about Lee Hyun-sung's 636th place? Lee Hyun-sung's voice was gloomy. I hesitated to speak words of comfort, but Lee Hyun-sung opened his mouth first. It's fine. I received many reports like this during my school days. I'm somehow more motivated. It seemed there was no need for me to worry. Lee Hyun-sung was the type to become more devoted if he had a specific goal. Shin Yu-sung, who was standing beside me, shook when my eyes met hers. She was like an elementary school student hiding a report card from her parents. I was a bit worried about this child. It doesn't matter what ranking you are right now. There will be many chances to rise up after going to the second floor. It depends on how hard Yu-sung works. Damn, I shouldn't say such lame things. Not everything would work out if you tried hard. Still, Shin Yu-sung seemed to sincerely accept my advice. Can I become strong enough, Ajusi? Of course. You're stronger than me. I spoke sincerely. In fact, Shin Yu-sung had more potential than anyone else here. Your stigma is about to blossom. Screening the story of your stigma. Shin Yu-sung would grow explosively once she received a stigma. No, even without a stigma, Shin Yu-sung was essential for the second floor of Dark Castle. It was a stage where the children could be active. However, I don't know why this ranking was suddenly given. If it merely for a competition, perhaps the person who reaches the top will receive a medal. It was Lee Hyun-sung who spoke. His words weren't wrong. I'm sure this was the purpose. There was an even more fundamental reason for the Dark Castle rankings. The moment I opened my mouth, the Demon King Asmodeus is interested in your presence. The Demon King Astaroth is watching you. The Demon King Oroba is hungry for your story. It wasn't just me. The other party members also received the message. The messages were much more disturbing than those sent by the constellations. The messages alone caused everyone to shake. In particular, Han Soo-young was completely frightened, since she previously received the curse of the Demon King. A Demon King. Among them, a few had a status that could compare to the constellation. At the end of this scenario, we would fight a Demon King. Kwayak. The blade curved in a beautiful manner and cut off the head of a demon species. He was one without a story. Yu Jong-hyuk had climbed up to the second floor and launched his full-scale plan to raise his ranking. As always, plans for the future were crammed in his head like training routines. In order to get to the third floor, I need to seek the 4 heavenly kings. The top rankers should be in the same section. One of the 10 evils is on the second floor. It is better not to bump into him. If I keep collecting stories like this, perhaps in 4 days, then a message appeared in the air. Someone has spread your name with Death Scream. The Dark Castle rankers will remember your name. The Dark Castle rankers are watching for you. The Dark Castle rankers will aim for your story. Yu Jong-hyuk frowned at the message. My name was suddenly spoken? It was strange. Death Scream is a demon curse. I haven't killed one yet who used that ability. Mia's cheeks puffed up from beside him and she asked, What is it, Appa? It's nothing. Yu Jong-hyuk hesitated for a moment before adding, It seems that guy is doing something bothersome again. That guy? There is such a person. Yumiya watched her brother, who had spoken in a cold voice. There was a nuance different from usual in his voice. It was a small change, like a grain of rice, but Yumiya was able to perceive the change. It was because Yu Jong-hyuk was her older brother. Are you referring to that ugly Ajusi? Appa looks happy when talking about that Ajusi. Yu Jong-hyuk was embarrassed when he saw his smiling sister, and he replied sharply, You are mistaken. Is that so? Yumiya laughed at Yu Jong-hyuk. Yu Jong-hyuk scowled and wanted to say something to her. The next moment, a bloody aura rose from Yu Jong-hyuk's body. Yumiya thought he was really angry, but Yu Jonghyuk opened his mouth first. Stop eavesdropping and come out. Otherwise I will kill you. One part of the air seemed rigid and a heavenly doll appeared from a crack in the air. It was a woman wearing a cloak. I'm sorry. It wasn't on purpose. Who are you? It's me, Yu Jonghyuk. The cloak was removed, revealing a surprising figure. Yu Jonghyuk knew this face. Not long ago he had rescued her. Yusanga? It was Yusanga, who was the incarnation of the nebula Olympus. Chapter 158 Tomb of the Scenario 2. He hadn't met Yusanga in a week and she seemed more haggard than before. However, her eyes were more dazzling than usual. It seems you have inherited a pretty good story. Yu Jonghyuk slowly pulled out the heaven-shaking sword. The second floor of Dark Castle was a suitable stage for taking away the stories of others. Yusanga's story would be well worth it. This woman also wasn't there in my previous regressions. He saved her last time because of circumstances, but he couldn't leave an element of insecurity alone forever. One element in Kim Daksha was enough. Yusanga raised her hands and stepped back. I didn't come to fight. Then why did you come? I need your help. I told you not to get involved with me anymore. I rescued you at that time to repay my debt to Kim Daksha. It is related to Kim Dakjasi. Yu Jonghyuk's killing intent slightly subsided. What do you mean? The energy that was pressing down on her disappeared and Yusanga opened her mouth. In this scenario, Dakjasi is going to die. Kim Daksha would die? Yu Jonghyuk laughed. Kim Daksha is capable of resurrection. I thought I told you before, but you must have not heard it. Yu Jonghyuk could guess Kim Daksha's abilities to a certain extent. It wasn't an endless resurrection, but Kim Daksha would be able to survive death a few more times. Thus, Kim Daksha's life wouldn't be threatened for the time being. He should have resurrected by now. You haven't met him yet? This time, Yusanga's eyes shook. Still, she didn't give in and spoke again. It's not like that. If you leave it like this, Dakjasi will really die. How do you know? I saw it. You saw it? The next moment, a giant thread appeared behind Yusanga. It wasn't a strand from Ariadne. Looking closer, the thread wasn't made of yarn. It was made of very small strings. The strings were made of countless stories. Yu Jonghyuk knew the identity of the thread in the air that flowed like the giant fabric of fate. He knew but couldn't help feeling surprised. This was the symbol of the three goddesses of fate, the Moray. Yu Jonghyuk thought about it. You stole a prophecy from a constellation? Yusanga gently nodded. The enraged Yu Jonghyuk shouted, Do you know what you have done? Fate? I know. That's why I'm asking for help, Yu Jonghyuk's. Yu Jonghyuk's mind was complicated. The Moray's fate wasn't simple a power to see the future. Rather, it was a prophecy that came from conclusions through big data. The most reasonable future was predicted through a combination of countless stories. In this way, fate wasn't absolute and seemed like it could change, but this never happened. So far, the prophecies of Olympus had never been wrong. Even Zeus, the Lord of Olympus, couldn't escape from his fate. It was because the moment a prophecy was made, the whole probability of Olympus was used to realize this fate. Please stop Kim Dakjasi. Otherwise, Yusanga couldn't finish her words. The sparks around her body blocked her mouth. However, Yu Jonghyuk could clearly read the strings behind her. Incarnation Kim Daksha will be killed by the person he loves most. Wow, the plains are huge. Is this really the Dark Castle? Lee Hyun-sung stared at the horizon with admiration. The vast expanse of plains and forest areas spread out in front of us. A river with an ominous aura flowed through the center of the plains. This river was a tributary of the Phoenix River. We finally arrived at the second floor of Dark Castle. That's right. This is the second floor. It is a completely different place from the first floor. Unlike the first floor where a new scenario was in progress, the second floor had a scenario that had been going on for a very long time. I could see the appearance of some incarnations in the distance. They were soul incarnations who newly entered this floor with us. The incarnations didn't react when they saw us. Looking closely, they were receiving guidance from a Dakibi. Congratulations to all the new incarnations who came to the second floor. The Abyss Plains is an opportunity for you to do anything. It was a Dakibi with a peculiar tone of voice whom I had never seen before. He had a visibly old appearance. He was a Dakibi who seemed to have worked for the Bureau for a very long time. It was natural if he was in charge of the scenario for the Abyss Plains. Demoted Dakibis were assigned to this scenario. I turned on my smartphone and found information on the second floor of Dark Castle in Ways of Survival. The Abyss Plains. The Dakibis call it the Tomb of the Scenario. The Tomb of the Scenario. The words caused me to feel refreshed. I had already come this far. Han Suyong listened to the Dakibi and opened her mouth. Another jerk. What opportunity. He will just adjust the difficulty once he becomes angry. It wasn't just her. The other incarnations had become familiar with the Dakibis and they looked at this one with distrust. This was the 9th scenario, and there was no way they would make a fuss about an opportunity. The Dakibi laughed as if he knew what they were thinking. Don't worry. There will be no interference from the Dakibis in this scenario. Regardless of whether the story is interesting or boring, we won't touch it. The incarnations murmured to each other. So far, the Dakibis had never said anything like this. They always wanted a more stimulating story. Why were they suddenly not interfering? What the hell are you planning? What does this mean? I know that you're all tired from the scenario. Still, I am telling you the truth. The updated main scenario has arrived. Plus, main scenario number 9? Category, main. Difficulty? Clear conditions? Time limit. Compensation? None. Failure? Plus, all the conditions were private and there was no time limit or failure condition. The incarnations had never received such a scenario before and were greatly confused. What? Nothing is revealed? Are you trying to fuck us with a shitty scenario again? The Dakibi laughed at the incarnation's violent reactions. So far, what have you been running for? For your family and friends? To become stronger? Or to reign over others? Each one of you have your own answer. In my opinion, it is all a lie. You came here because you followed the scenario. The eyes of the incarnations were shaken as their recent life was dismissed. The Dakibi continued speaking. However, future scenarios will be hard to overcome with such a mind. Passive beings can't survive in the star stream. Thus, this scenario won't ask for anything. A scenario that didn't require anything. The bodies of the incarnations trembled. There is no time limit or failure conditions. There is nothing to fail. You have to find the clear conditions yourself. Only beings who want to tell a story themselves will be able to move forward. Hoo-hoo, I wonder how many people will make such a choice. I pray that you won't fall asleep in this tomb. The Dakibi disappeared with these words. The incarnations lost their sense of purpose and started making a fuss. It was a bizarre sight. This was more peaceful than any scenario so far, but the incarnations seemed somewhat uneasy. It was like people were happier when there was an impossible goal. Lee Hyun-sung asked, Doc Jassy? What is this? Lee Hyun-sung was terribly confused. He had been filled with motivation to raise his rankings, only for a scenario with no clear conditions to appear. He must be discouraged. On the other hand, I was a bit worried. This scenario might be the most dangerous scenario for my party. The moment I was about to open my mouth, a voice was heard behind E. Where is this place? Lee Jae-hai and Lee Gil-young had woken up. Lee Jae-hai was in great despair after confirming that her ranking was number 98,761. I've never received such a rank in the mock tests. Of course, this was a lie. According to Ways of Survival, Lee Jae-hai wasn't good at studying. Dak Jae-hyung? Lee Gil-young jumped like a grasshopper as soon as he saw me. Then he curled up and pretended to be calm. I knew you were alive. I believed in Hyung until the end. Lee Jae-hai ridiculed him. Kid, what are you talking about? You cried so much with a runny nose. Cried? Lee Gil-young argued that he never cried and that he naturally knew I was alive. 10 minutes later, Lee Gil-young couldn't control his emotions any longer. He let out a bit sob and rushed forward to hug my thighs. A scenario without a scenario? Lee Jae-hai heard the description from us and asked with a confused expression. How can we clear this? Lee Hyun-sung was worried. Is there something hidden? We will be able to clear the scenario if we find the hidden condition. I guess, if we all work together. I smiled bitterly as I watched Lee Jae-hai and Lee Hyun-sung. Indeed, simplicity was helpful. However, not everyone was simple. Excuse me, do we really need to clear it? It was Pink Kid Kim Yongpal who spoke. Lee Jae-hai wondered. Who is this woman? She's just a woman who happened to accompany us. I was too lazy to explain. She wouldn't believe me if I said this person was an uncle in his 40s. Meanwhile, Kim Yongpal was stuttering with half-closed eyes. Isn't it okay to stay like this? If we clear it, what nonsense are you suddenly saying? DDO, you know what is at the end of the scenarios. Kim Yongpal penetrated the essence of an unexpected place. I hadn't expected him to say such a line. Lee Jae-hai was confused. What? You don't know if it is bad or good for us to keep doing the scenarios. In the constantly occurring scenarios, we are just the toys of the constellations. Even if we clear this scenario, we don't know what the next one will be like. WWE can die at any time. The expressions of the party members became disturbed by Kim Yongpal's words. It was because he was right. No one knew how these scenarios would end. No one knew how and when they would die. Everyone ran up to this point because they would die if they didn't clear the scenarios. However, this scenario had no time limit or failure condition. Lee Jae-hai bit her lips. Then what? You will stay here? Where do you think this is? It is a dangerous place where demons are wandering around. Before Lee Jae-hai finished talking, large demon species started to gather on the plains. They were demons higher than 5th grade. Li Jihai laughed like she expected it. Look, they're already here. Everyone gather. The incarnations nearby gathered around our party. The ones approaching were the 4th grade demon species, devil bears. There was approximately 20 of them. We could overcome them if I used electrification and my party members worked together. Of course, the other incarnations didn't know my strength and felt despair. These monsters. At this moment, a bright light shone from the other side of the devil bears. It was due to the white flames. The devil bears shrieked as they were burnt by the divine fire. How powerful was the ability to be able to slaughter a 4th grade demon species? The stigma was Uni. Li Jihai shouted. It was naturally Jung Heewon's hell flames ignition. Jung Heewon discovered us and made a startled expression. In particular, she was shocked by the sight of me. I waved awkwardly at Jung Heewon, who nodded hesitantly. There was some discomfort in her gaze. What? Jung Heewon was riding a black unicorn. How did she tame that monster? Other people riding black unicorns came over with Jung Heewon and quickly defeated the devil bears. The incarnations called out Jung Heewon's name. Wow. The judge of destruction. Jung Heewon came closer and Li Jihai ran towards her. Uni, you are really alive. Did you come here first? Jihai, I'm sorry. Let's talk later. Jung Heewon turned her back to Li Jihai. Li Jihai was grouchy and walked back to my side. Jung Heewon led the people in a natural manner, as if she was already accustomed to this. Everybody follow me. I will guide you to a safe place. A safe place? The discomfort inside me increased. The incarnations were bewitched by Jung Heewon's overwhelming force and followed her. We also followed her. We spent approximately 1 hour crossing the plains. Then a high wall hidden in a forest was revealed. It was a solid wall that no demon species could surpass. The incarnations were captivated by the sight when a voice came from somewhere. Welcome. Was it difficult to come here? Thank you for the trouble. Now you are safe. The incarnations murmured. Jung Heewon was staring at me with a complicated gaze. At this moment, I realized what happened. Damn it. I see. This place was that guy's fortress. A man appeared on top of the parapet. He gave off a powerful atmosphere that made it clear he was the owner of this place. The demon, who embraced the most peaceful despair in the world, laughed as he looked down at us. You no longer have to complete the scenarios. Chapter 159, Tomb of the Scenario 3. Translator. Rainbow Turtle. There was no need to keep performing the scenarios. Everyone gathered at the fortress were wary. What the hell does that mean? Some people listened to his words, but most of them didn't. He must be a swindler. He should make sense. What? There is no need to keep performing the scenarios. This is a trick for him to gobble up the rewards alone. These people were incarnations who survived up to the 9th scenario. There were many scammers in Seoul. Even if Gumho Station's Cheon Inho and Chungmuro's Gong Pildu were removed, the incarnations here were one of those scammers or those who came here after defeating them. That's why none of them were easily caught by a honeyed tongue. The man on the parapet opened his mouth like he had read their thoughts. You don't believe. It is understandable. 9 scenarios isn't long, but it also isn't short. I can guess what you have gone through and the life you must live to come here. The basics of a scammer was to pretend to understand the other person. There were already people fed up with this. Do you think I will be deceived by that? What is your purpose? What do you want to say? The people who couldn't stand it started shouting. Then the man laughed. It was such a beautiful laugh that it was hard to think of him as a scammer. It is literally what I said. You no longer need to fight. You must have heard the Dakibi's explanation. This dark castle scenario has no time limit or failure conditions. If you're smart, you should already understand what this means. I looked to the side and saw that Kim Yongpal's eyes were shining. You can continue to live in this scenario area. You can eat, sleep in, and do whatever you want. Respect the rights of your life and forget the compulsion to break the scenario. You can finish your life here, just like it was before the destruction began. The rights of our life? Don't talk bullshit. How can we live in a place where demons are roaming? We have a place to go back to. People shouted like they were refuting evil. Then the man asked, Go back? Where will you return to? Of course, the place where we lived. Do you mean the perished planet? It isn't destroyed. Not yet. Everybody already knows. The moment the scenario begun, your planet is walking the path towards destruction. If you go back, you will only see ruins. Even if you break the scenario, the last thing you will see is destruction. Who are you to say that? What do you know? I know. The planet where I lived has long been destroyed by the scenario. The shaken crowd fell silent. This person lost his home a long time ago to the scenario. The man who stayed in Dark Castle for longer than anyone else was speaking to them now. That's why I can say with confidence that there is no safer place in the Star Stream than here. For the first time, people's spirits weakened. Their eyes were still disbelieving, but they were listening to his story. Someone asked in a loud voice, "Who are you?" "My name is Reinheit von Gerba. I am someone who came to this land 800 years earlier than you. I am the owner of this fortress, Paradise." Then the door of the fortress opened. The expressions of the people changed as they saw the scenery inside. Reinheit saw their expressions and smiled. "I once again welcome you. Welcome to Paradise." Paradise. There were numerous references to it in ways of survival. The tomb of the scenario, the nest of incarnations, flowers blooming on the plains of despair. These were some of the descriptions for this place. In fact, most of them were true. This place is... All the party members except for me were enchanted by the sights in front of them. Lee Jaihai, Lee Gil-young, Shin Yu-sung, and even Lee Hyun-sung. In particular, Lee Hyun-sung rubbed his eyes several times, as if the sight in front of him was unbelievable. There were residential and market areas on both sides of the main street. Voices filled with unprecedented energy could be heard. Selling the legs of the demon bug. Have a taste. Recovers your fatigue. Selling farm-grown Sancho berries. It is useful for recovering stamina. The merchants at the market were friendly and customers who paid for their goods were satisfied. People of various races and nationalities gathered, but no one seemed to discriminate or threaten each other. All the incarnations who entered the fortress were baffled by the suddenly bright atmosphere. What on earth? Until a moment ago, the words paradise and peace were just nonsense to them. Yet that nonsense was being presented in front of them. Paradise? Some people were so surprised that they flopped to the ground. One of the hasty incarnations groaned while dropping a weapon. A friendly hand was held out to him. "Are you okay? All injured people, come here. The Paradise Clinic treats all the wounded for free. We will teach you the medicinal techniques. Learn about the difference between ether and magic power. Anyone who wants to use sword energy can learn it. Anyone is welcome." The people living in Paradise weren't stingy about sharing. They exchanged their knowledge and regarded helping someone as a virtue. There was even cross-species communication. A demon with horns on his head smiled and waved at us. A demon. Some surprised incarnations pulled out their weapons and the guards in the fortress quickly approached. "Please put that away. What are you talking about? He is a demon. Such hatred is prohibited here. He is also a resident of Paradise." "A resident?" The perplexed incarnations hesitated and the demon who waved at them came over. "I am a demon, but I won't hurt you. The prejudice that all demons will eat humans makes me sad." The incarnations made bemused expressions at the words. Their eyes showed they couldn't figure out what was going on. Similar scenes kept occurring. Demons, humans, and other species joined forces to build houses, went to the pub together or sat next to each other on outdoor terraces. They often sent welcoming gestures to this side. The party members were distracted by the sights that were like a tourist advertisement. The character Lee Hyun-sung is shaken by the surrounding scenery. The character Lee Jaihai is agitated by the surrounding atmosphere. My companions' hearts were conveyed in real time. This was the first piece they encountered after the scenario began. It wasn't strange that their minds would shake. People who lived ordinary lives didn't change their essence just because they carried a knife. Everything was the result of an outside force. Now, for the first time, they could escape from that outside force. It was natural to be seduced. We saw Jung Hee-won's figure in the distance. Jung Hee-won was talking to someone. It was a woman I had seen before. "Thank you so much for that time. I can't say enough thanks. It's nothing. I'm glad that you're doing well." The young woman talking to Jung Hee-won glanced at me and her eyes widened. Her emotional state changed quickly. Surprise, fear, and gratitude. "Perhaps this person is..." "Ah, Doc Jassy." The woman exclaimed, "You are the person from that time. I haven't forgotten your grace in saving my life." At first, I was a bit confused, but I remembered when I saw the child holding the woman's hand. "Are you from Gumho Station? Do you remember? Daeung, you should say hello." "Hello." They were the mother and daughter who fought against the Kyeolda group at Gumho Station. They didn't join our party but managed to survive until now. The mother and daughter were working at a farm here and gave us a beautiful basket. I tried to refuse, but it was useless. We never could have made it here if it wasn't for your help. Thanks to you, I could start over again. I really appreciate it. The mother and daughter had a new home and seemed to gain a new life. I looked at the mother and daughter moving away, and the memories of Gumho Station flashed through my mind. The regret that I didn't save more people and the cowardly way I comforted myself by saying it was for the best. The child in the distance suddenly turned and looked at me. A smile spread across the child's face. A mild guilt flooded in. My hypocrisy was given an undeserved reward. Maybe Jung Hee-won also felt like this. Jung Hee-won looked at the mother and daughter before saying to me, "Congratulations on your resurrection. Took a bit longer this time. Isn't your response too ordinary? Jai-hai and Gil-young started crying. Should I do that? I don't want it. I looked around with a smile while a difficult expression appeared on Jung Hee-won's face. She hesitated for a moment before opening her mouth. Doc Jassy, can we talk for a minute? Jung Hee-won had come here 4 days ago. She used the power of Hellflame's ignition to clear the first floor in the shortest time and quickly climbed to the second floor. Then she reached paradise. It was a place where the shackles of the scenario could be removed. Of course, Jung Hee-wo didn't believe the man's words. On the first day, she felt disbelief, and on the second day, she doubted everything. She was shaken on the third day, and then I came on the fourth day. Jung Hee-won said, I suddenly thought about what it meant to continue with the scenario. Jung Hee-won wasn't brainwashed. In the first place, paradise itself was a sweet drug. I smiled bitterly and asked her, weren't you shaken too quickly? Maybe it has always been this way. Jung Hee-won smiled bitterly. Let me go. They'll pay coins. They'll pay the value of what I stole. Let me go. As we walked down the street, scenes of prisoners being dragged away by the guards could be seen. Some of them were people who entered the fortress with me. It seemed they couldn't abandon the old habit of taking other people's things. Jung Hee-won looked at the man being dragged and said, this place is better than Seoul. Yes. Species don't discriminate against each other and they work hard together. There are houses for everyone to live and places to work. She spoke like she was making excuses. We don't have to be betrayed by colleagues or worry about the monsters who appear at night. I watched Jung Hee-won, who was saying such words. The judge of destruction, Jung Hee-won. She was a sword that I crafted myself in this world. Maybe Jung Hee-won was the woman who killed the most people in my group. A person who had to kill everyone to protect my principle of non-killing. We don't have to live chasing the scenario. We don't need to have nightmares because we killed someone. There is also no more need to lose anyone. The hardest blade was the easiest to break. It was the hardest, so it was wielded the most. Thus, it was damaged the most and lost its sharpness the most. That's why it broke faster than other swords. This is a good place. My words caused Jung Hee-won's eyes to shake. I stared into those eyes as I kept talking. I think this is a safe place. It wasn't a lie. There is no safer place in Dark Castle than here. No, maybe it isn't easy to find a safer place in all the scenarios. I didn't want to admit it, but it was true. Paradise was truly such a place. Doc Jassy, perhaps. I hurried as if I knew what she would say. Yes, I want to stay here. Why? This place isn't the end. Doc Jassy knows the future. In the past, I had a talk with Jung Hee-won in the theater dungeon. Jung Hee-won had asked me about the future and I told her she didn't exist there. It was because she wasn't in the original novel. A character I didn't know the future of. I told her I need to continue with the scenario. Jung Hee-won thought about my words. She looked at the people of paradise. There were people smiling, talking and willing to live again. Doc Jassy, what is the end you are thinking about? I can't tell you. Then that end, is it better than this place? I couldn't easily answer because it was a question from Jung Hee-won, not anyone else. If you don't continue with the scenario, will everyone be unhappy? I wondered if the ending I wanted was a place more beautiful than this paradise. Could everyone be happy when that ending was reached? We stared up at the sky without speaking. It felt like there was something precious there, but I had forgotten what it was. As if she had woken up from a brief dream, Jung Hee-won opened her mouth. The master of this place is looking for Doc Jassy. I nodded. Chapter 162 of the scenario, 4. Translator. Rainbow Turtle. Jung Hee-won and I passed through the central shopping district of Paradise and arrived at a small hill. The place where the master resided was naturally gorgeous. It was the same with the castle in Peaceland. However, the Lord of Paradise wasn't a normal existence. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire has wide eyes. The constellation patron of the young and the travelers reveals discomfort. As I moved closer to the hill, the constellations of Eden reacted violently. Patron of the young and the travelers. Perhaps a new archangel was paying attention to me. Based on the faint pressure felt from the indirect message, it seemed to be a constellation that was at least on the level of Uriel. It meant 3 angels in Eden was following me. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is looking forward to your rampage. The constellation abyssal black flame dragon wonders about your stigma. The great sage, the equal of heaven, and the black dragon were the same. All 3 regular members of my channel gathered together. I felt pleased because the great sage, the equal of heaven, helped with the formation of my nebula last time. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband has snorted and let out snot. It was hard to believe from the indirect messages that this was the great sage, the equal of heaven. In fact, did he actually write the indirect messages? For example, there was the clone I saw. Either way, if secretive plotter came, then all 4 of the early people would be gathered. The constellation secretive plotter is watching the situation with interested eyes. Scarily enough, the last one came as I was thinking about him. Secret of Plotter. I wasn't able to confirm his face at the constellation banquet. It was clear that he was a narrative-grade constellation, but no matter how I thought about it, I couldn't remember his modifier. I suddenly had doubts. Was it possible this strong presence didn't appear in the original novel? Many constellations are paying attention to your actions. We are here. Jung Hee-won spoke, and I stopped at the road up to the hill. There was a white brick house on top of the hill. A white house on the hill. I didn't know the intentions behind it, but the taste was unique. They'll wait here. Call me if anything happens. I nodded, but I already knew that Jung Hee-won wouldn't run right away because I called her. In paradise, there was no one who could win again the Paradise Master. I climbed up along the road, and a shadow appeared near the brick house. A man with a beautiful appearance stood there, as if he had been carved into a sculpture. Oh, you're here. If I didn't have fourth wall, I would have stopped breathing from his beauty. Yu Jong-hyuk was also handsome, but this person's appearance couldn't be described. It was a demonic beauty. I'm sorry, but please wait a moment. These guys were shy around strangers. The man was watering the flowers on the hill. The flowers were blooming towards the air. Their petals were wide open, like they were trying to swallow the sky, but they were just small flowers. I knew the name of the flower, the perpetual motion. It was a collective term for things that worked forever without being supplied energy sources from outside. But here it was merely the name of a flower. The man asked, "Do you know this flower? New flowers bloom almost every day. You have great knowledge." It was naturally because I read Ways of Survival. The flowers of paradise, the perpetual motion. The flower, which only grew on this hill, bloomed at dawn and yielded fruit at night. The fruit fell before dawn and would be used as fertilizer to grow more flowers. Perpetual motion was a flower that repeated forever. The man said this flower was very lovely. I never get tired looking at them. Their vitality is truly amazing. However, the name is wrong. If it was really perpetual motion, the flower should grow well without water. It is such a beautiful flower, but you can only saw the flaws? The man laughed and looked at me. I haven't introduced myself. I am the Master of Paradise, Reinheit von Gerba. I knew him well. He was one of the most famous 10 evils in Ways of Survival. Reinheit smiled. Nice to meet you, Kim Dokja. As expected, he already knew who I was. The exclusive skill character list is activated. There is too much information about this person. Character list is converted to character summary list. Plus, character list summary. Character, Reinheit von Gerba. Private attribute, Demon Marquis, Legend. One who pursues an impossible dream, Hero. Exclusive skill, Demon's Eyes LV. 10. Advanced Weapons Training, Advanced Mental Barrier LV. 10. Stigma, Master of Paradise LV. 10. Total stats, Physique LV. 99 Strength LV. 99 Agility LV. 99 Magic Power LV. 99. Second in the Dark Castle rankings. Plus, it was truly great. His overall stats had exceeded the limits of the scenario and almost every skill had reached the maximum. Maybe Reinheit was the limit of this scenario. I stared at him and Reinheit clapped. It is difficult when you are burning with too much hostility. The perpetual motion will be broken. I asked, "Why did you call me?" I was wondering about the rumors. You have caused a loud buzz the moment you entered this scenario. Reinheit was different from the 10 evils I had met so far. If Gong Pildu and Lee Sealwa were growing into the 10 evils, Reinheit was already near completion. A being like you entering the scenario is a threat to me. The second-ranked Demon Marquis is too humble. You know about that? Your preliminary investigation is thorough. His killing intent suddenly sprang out. Was he going to ambush me now? I hesitated. I didn't think I could beat or kill him. It wouldn't be an easy fight. The outcome couldn't be guaranteed. Yet the reason for my hesitation, he said, in my world, Dark Castle was the 34th scenario. Perhaps it was because I saw his paradise. Reinheit watched the scenery of the fortress below the hill. I remember the first time I came here 800 years ago. At the time, there was nothing on the plains. Only the rankings were given. The incarnations were busy hunting and killing each other, despite there being nothing in the scenario. I imagined them first falling on the plains. All beings in Dark Castle evolved into demons over time. The first ones to enter Dark Castle weren't demons from the beginning. They ascended to a higher species in order to become stronger. In a situation with no time limits or failure conditions, they focused only on getting a higher ranking. Endless war and slaughter. It is the only thing that the incarnations could do when the story had disappeared. The disappearance of the scenario wasn't a happy thing. Whether it was a constellation or an incarnation, every being eventually needed a story. However, Reinheit didn't agree with this. He was tired of being a toy in someone's scenario and no longer wanted to be a slave to the scenario. Thus, I created paradise. I knew Rianhite was sincere. The Dakibis call this a tomb, but not me. I became a bloodstained demon after many years, but I believe real life can only bloom after the scenario has disappeared. The words were filled with deep emotions. I might have been caught if I hadn't read the original novel. The purest evil. That was what Yu Jonghyuk called Rianhite. Constellation Kim Dokja. You want to go to the next scenario. That's right. Stop. Such a thing doesn't exist. As expected, this was what he wanted. I've lived for 800 years, and it isn't the first time I've seen someone like you. Numerous strong people have found hidden scenarios, but none have cleared Dark Castle. Everyone becomes desperate and frustrated by the void of this scenario. Reinhardt continued speaking. I don't want you to be like them. What do you want? Constellation Kim Dokja. Please protect paradise with me. I need your help. I stood silently by his side and touched the petals of the perpetual motion. Before the surprised Rianhite could stop me, the trembling flower quickly shriveled and the fruit fell. The fallen fruit suddenly became rotten and rolled down the hillside. The guard passing by saw it but didn't pay much attention. It was because they had no intention of cutting out the rotten part of paradise. Yuug, release me. It is wrong. I didn't steal anything. The criminals of paradise were being transported to the underground area below the hill. I knew where they were being dragged. Some constellations are laughing unpleasantly. Just as permanent institutions didn't exist, paradise wasn't free. They would probably become paradise's fertilizer. It was just like the rotten fruit became the plant's fertilizers. A small earthquake occurred deep underground. It seemed to be the cry of a terrible monster. I told him, Rianhite, there is no paradise. A permanent institution can't exist. Rianhite didn't say anything. It looked like he was trying to test me. However, he would soon regret it. Give me the next scenario. A look of panic appeared in Rianhite's eyes for the first time. I know that you found it 700 years ago. To be exact, you and a few strong people have found it. How do you? You have even challenged the scenario. Isn't that right? However, you failed and survived by yourself. Then this paradise was made. I didn't miss the trembling in his fingertips as he looked after the petals. He said he created this place to help people find life. It wasn't true. This was just a refuge for an impossible scenario. All the scenarios of the star stream exist for stimulation. There is no stimulation in paradise. Everything is too peaceful. Don't believe that the deal with the Dakibi will last forever. The star stream will never allow this space to exist for a long time. Rianhite was quiet for a while before slowly opening his mouth. Constellation Kim Dokja. What else do you know? His tone had changed. A faint but scary energy was flowing from him. His attitude towards me had changed from this conversation. It changed from a helper he was anticipating to an enemy more threatening than anyone else. All of it, even things you don't know. I saw a dark cloud coming from afar. In such a situation, there was no chance of a cloud coming in. Thus, this rain cloud was definitely under the direction of the Dakibis. They were sitting around and watching everything, even if they weren't interfering. It was because this world was a scenario even without a scenario. I sighed lightly and prepared for the end of the tragedy. Rianhite, you will die and paradise will fall. Chapter 161 Tomb of the Scenario 5. Translator. Rainbow Turtle. I will die and paradise will be destroyed. After Kim Dokja left, Rianhite looked down the hill with a blank expression. He had laughed when he first heard the words. However, he had to stop laughing when Kim Dokja's expression didn't change. Rianhite was annoyed. Kim Dokja might be a constellation, but this was crossing the line. He wasn't the strongest in the star stream just because he was a constellation. It wasn't uncommon for the 72 demon kings to devour fledgling constellations in the star stream. In addition, Kim Dokja was only a half constellation. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is warning you not to ignore the words of Kim Dokja. That's why Rianhite was surprised when the Abyssal Black Flame Dragon came out to defend Kim Dokja. Who was the Abyssal Black Flame Dragon? He was the most famous of the absolute evil system that even the 72 demon kings didn't want to get tangled up in. Rianhite looked at the scenery below the hill and naturally became nervous. Thus, he acted like he wasn't. Paradise won't perish. Rianhite was old but still alive. He had been watching this place alone for 700 years. Thus, this place would be fine in the future. This scenario might be full of poisonous people, but he wouldn't lose if he fought in paradise. Rather, the dangerous thing, Kim Dokja didn't yet know how terrible the stories that entered Dark Castle were. The rotten fruit of perpetual motion fell off and Rianhite disappeared. I didn't know what would happen if a battle took place on the spot, but fortunately, Rianhite didn't attack. It was obviously that paradise would be turned upside down if we fought here. Of course, I had no intention of fighting. Things would be smoother if I defeated Rianhite here, but I would be badly damaged and the incarnations of paradise would develop a grudge against me. I couldn't let that happen. If paradise collapsed, it must be due to the anger of paradise itself, not an external enemy. The incarnations would end up in the same predicament if I acted without revealing what was wrong. Is it over? Yes. Jung Hee-won was waiting for me below the hill. She still had an unclear expression. Maybe she was struggling with her loyalty to me and the comfort of paradise. I decided to relieve a bit of her worries. Hee-won-si, do you want to go shopping for a while? We walked along the street. Noise came from the bustling shopping district. It has been a while since I've walked like this. Me too. As the awkward silence continued, Jung Hee-won decided to speak first. Do you have any questions for me? What do you want me to ask? I know what she wanted me to ask. However, there were some things I didn't ask because I already knew the answer. My favorite color or favorite food, Jung Hee-won replied. Those are questions that wouldn't be asked even in blind dates. Has Dok Jassy been on a blind date? I ignored the slight hit to my pride and asked, are you disregarding me? No, it just doesn't seem like Dok Jassy's style. I feel like you would want a fateful meeting. I felt like I had unexpectedly been stung. In fact, I had never been on a blind date. Jung Hee-won continued speaking. We have never talked about our past before. Aren't you curious? How did you live before and where did you go to school? I quietly listened to her. What was your phone number and where did you live? In addition, the scenery passed and Jung Hee-won's voice gradually died down. As she was speaking, she would have discovered it. Maybe it had been too long to tell such a story. The area she lived would have been destroyed and those who remembered her history probably wouldn't be alive. These things happened to us in just a few months. Jung Hee-won was silent for a long time before wondering, even if we go back, it won't be the same soul, right? It won't. At the end of the 10th scenario, Soul Dome would be broken and the incarnations liberated. Still, this was just the beginning of another hell. It meant the scenarios that were limited to the capital city domes would expand to the whole world. Then why do we have to continue with the scenario? None of the things we knew are still remaining. There is no going back. This was why she wanted to stay in paradise. The woman from Gumho Station, Pink Kid Kim Yongpal. Paradise was the place where lost people came. Jung Hee-won's head hung down. I opened my mouth while deliberately not staring at her face. Hee-won-si is a good sword. Small breathing sounds could be heard. You are calmer in front of the fire than any of us. In particular, you are sensitive to the tyranny of the strong. I slowly started the story that I knew. Just because Jung Hee-won didn't appear in the original novel didn't mean I didn't know her. It made me work harder to read her. You always fought at the head of the party and never complained about how difficult it was. Jung Hee-won listened to me with her mouth shut. I continued speaking. You didn't tell anyone when you were hurt, and even if there was something suspicious, you chose to believe in that person. I thought of Jung Hee-won. The Jung Hee-won who trusted me despite my suspicious actions. The Jung Hee-won who fought for me at Gumho Station. You might distrust humans more than anyone else, but you are actually filled with affection. You are the first to come running when our party is in danger. Jung Hee-won was the one who desperately searched for the party when the Dakibi separated them. Jung Hee-won always joked around, but she was careful to make sure we wouldn't be offended by a little joke. If so, don't I know a bit about Jung Hee-won-si? Jung Hee-won's head remained lowered as she spoke. I'm not like that. This is the Jung Hee-won that I see. Jung Hee-won carefully avoided my gaze. No one has ever told me that Dok Jassy would be good at blind dates. By the way, why are you saying this all of a sudden? Jung Hee-won looked up at me and smiled faintly, as if nothing had happened. It wasn't a moment where she should smile. This is the Jung Hee-won-si that I saw because you continued the scenario. Jung Hee-won's lips, which had been halfway open, stopped. That's why I believe you should continue the scenario. There was no place for us to go back. There might not be a place for us to stay. Still, at least the story was continuing. As long as the story continued, there were more things that we could barely see. Jung Hee-won carefully opened her mouth. I don't understand because it is too hard. I told you before. I didn't do well in school. I'm not saying this in the hope that Hee-won-si will act. Hee-won-si should live according to your own way. I opened the exchange while talking. The item that you commissioned to be made has arrived. The timing was good. The item that I sent to be produced had come. It was made from the bone of the fire dragon, the heart of a demon and the nucleus of some monsters. It was an item that only Jung Hee-won could use. In the original novel, only the 3 original judges were able to use the item. I paid 100,000 coins for it to be produced and received the item. You have given the Sword of Judgment to Jung Hee-won. The surprised Jung Hee-won accepted the sword. This? Didn't we decide to go shopping together? This is my gift. Isn't your old sword broken? I don't deserve this. I slowly shook my head. Nope. Only Hee-won-si is eligible for this sword. Kim Daksha has a really bad personality. Are you actually going to leave like this? We moved away from paradise. Han Soo-young kept looking back as she spoke. I replied without looking back. The things here are finished. What is finished? If it went according to the original novel, paradise will probably be destroyed. The peace of the incarnations would be ruthlessly broken. Should I stop it? I couldn't do that. This scenario would never end as long as paradise existed. Paradise isn't for me to get involved in. You are leaving it to the original flow of the novel, why can't you do it yourself? Rianheit is too hard to catch right now and I will gain a bad story if I do beat him. He has too many supporters. Stories didn't only have good effects. Some stories would cause your strength to drop. Han Soo-young knew this and bit her lips. Well, it is like this. Then what about the mental state of the companions left behind? They should get some rest. What? Rest? Tell me honestly. Aren't you actually angry? You have done a good job, but they fell for a demon they met for the first time. In particular, Jung Hee-won. Jung Hee-won deserves it. It has been hard for her so far. Han Soo-young scoffed. Don't make me laugh. Don't you know what you have done? Paradise will soon perish. She received the sword and likes you without knowing anything. She chose it herself, so she should be responsible for herself. You demon. Some wounds destroyed us, but some made us stronger. Couldn't be helped, even if I was called a demon. This was my path. Han Soo-young grumbled for a long time before suddenly saying, Charmam, by the way, Kim Dokja. Why? Why are you taking me? You will help me. Han Soo-young bit her lips and suddenly summoned her clones. Their faces seemed to resemble me. This reminded me that she could change the faces of her clones. What are you doing? Training. It was more like a one-sided assault than training. Furthermore, she focused on hitting a place that was extremely painful. Han Soo-young beat me up for a long time before asking, what are you going to do now? He'll set aside the scenario for 3 or 4 days and gather stories while searching for hidden pieces. Han Soo-young smiled at the words hidden pieces. Why? Aren't you the type to be focused on the main scenario? This time I will leave it to other people. It has been hard for me to do it alone up to now. When I thought about it, I tried too hard to do it alone. That jerk Yu Jong-hyuk seemed to be working hard, but he wasn't helpful at important moments. It would have ended at the disaster of floods or Peaceland if I hadn't helped. As I was working hard on the scenarios, he went around finding hidden pieces. Thus, it was time for him to work properly. I smiled and said, we will now pretend to be the regressor. Chapter 162 Kim Dokja's Love 1. Translator. Rainbow Turtle. For days passed since Kim Dokja left. The fortress still remained and no signs of destruction were visible. The sky of paradise was more peaceful than ever and it was even languid. Lee Gil-young looked at the sky and spoke in a dark voice. We have been abandoned. The little boy is starting again. Dokja Hyung threw us away. Lee Gil-young was in a depressed state and had been repeating these words for 2 days. Lee Jae-hai frowned from where she was sharpening her blade nearby. Why are you making such a fuss? Lee Gil-young replied. Do you know when a protagonist will leave his colleagues behind? When a colleague will interfere. We are now judged as useless. How is Ajusi a protagonist? Honestly, Master is more suitable to be the protagonist. In addition, this isn't a novel. Lee Jae-hai grunted, but her expression wasn't bright either. In the past 4 days, the group was calm. It was a drug-like peace. It was so peaceful that they felt calm. Nobody threatened them, and there was nothing in the world to worry about. They trained their skills from time to time and recalled the advice Kim Dokja had left for them. Gil-young is lacking skills persistence. If you have coins left, try to place them in patience or indomitable persistence. You can use the exchange or ask your sponsor to help you. Jae-hai, you are too biased towards agility. If you have surplus coins, invest in strength and magic power. Your battle style will change depending on where you invest. Yu-sung, focus on raising taming and advanced diverse communication to the maximum level. If you need other skills related to taming, tell me at any time. Was it due to Lee Gil-young's words? The uneasy Lee Jae-hai poked Shin Yu-sung sitting next to her. Hey little beast. Shin Yu-sung, who had been training advanced diverse communication due to Kim Dokja's advice, suddenly woke up. What is it? They might be in the same party, but Shin Yu-sung didn't like Lee Jae-hai, who was rude to Kim Dokja. Lee Jae-hai was embarrassed by the look in Shin Yu-sung's eyes and said, Hey, don't look at me that way. I have to ask you something. What is it? Do you know what Dokja Ajusi is going? Shin Yu-sung's eyes widened at the unexpected question. Lee Jae-hai continued, You are his incarnation, so I was wondering if you knew something. Originally, incarnations get information on the sponsor whenever the sponsor and incarnation synchronization increases. In fact, Lee Jae-hai also shared Yi Sun-sin's memories whenever she used the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare stigma. In the end, the core of the story was the stigma. It was inevitable to know the story of the constellation every time the power was used. Shin Yu-sung desperately tried to choose her words before barely opening her mouth. Ajusi, he is a lonely person. Hey, anyone could say that. He also likes reading books. Books? Yes. Countless pages appear whenever I think of Ajusi. I'm not sure what it is. I can't see the page contents. Shin Yusung hesitated and lowered her head. I still don't know that much. I haven't received a stigma yet. I didn't ask to discourage you. Lee Jaihai patted Shin Yusung's shoulder and once again realized reality. Only one person left, but the whole atmosphere of the party changed. As a member, they had to survive well. If it wasn't for Ajusi, everything would already be over. She looked around and noticed that everyone was uneasy. The two children who depended on Kim Dokja, the soldier who only knew the manual, the female swordsman who was unable to properly cope with her power. The constellation maritime war god criticizes the patriotism of the incarnation Lee Jaihai. Lee Jaihai scoffed and blocked her ears, shouting Abababa to tune it out. By the way, the soldier is going it again. Lee Hyun-sung was staring blankly at something. Lee Jaihai knew what he was looking at and laughed. It might not be a bad thing to temporarily relax. Hey kid. Lee Jaihai watched Lee Hyun-sung approaching something and suddenly opened her mouth. Do you want me to show you something fun? For the past 4 days, Jung Hee-won had nightmares. The monsters were overwhelming and the dream of paradise was destroyed. Once she woke up, Kim Dokja's sword of judgment was crying. Several times, Reinheit had come to her and asked her to be the chief of the fortress security. However, Jung Hee-won refused the request. The reason was because the sword of judgment only cried out when there was evil nearby. Jung Hee-won sat on a low slate roof and looked at the scenery of paradise. There was nothing that could be seen as evil in the city. Hee-won-si, do you have any worries? When did he come? The bright-faced Lee Hyun-sung was standing beside her. It is so peaceful that I have a lot of thoughts. Me too. The two people were silent for a moment. An awkward atmosphere flowed. A strange current had flowed between them ever since Lee Hyun-sung saved Jung Hee-won, who had gone berserk thanks to Nirvana. However, neither of them knew exactly what this current was. The constellation demon-like judge of fire dislikes the actions of the incarnation Lee Hyun-sung. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is warning master of steel. The constellation master of steel says this isn't a matter to get involved in. She suddenly looked down and saw Lee Jaihai and the children hiding. What are those guys doing over there? Jung Hee-won was about to call out to them when Lee Hyun-sung opened his mouth first. I think there is a reason for this piece. You seem to believe that Dokjasi didn't just leave us here. Dokjasi is such a person. It is our job to find out the reason. She thought using common sense but couldn't figure it out. It was related to why Dokjasi left them here in paradise, but she couldn't see what the problem was. At this moment, noise from a group of people below the roof disturbed her. Return the scenario. We want to go to the next floor. Jung Hee-won frowned. They were people who felt discontent towards the peaceful paradise. They were the protesters of paradise. They didn't have a representative catchphrase, but they intermittently appeared in paradise. Jung Hee-won couldn't understand it. Why did they want to go back to the scenario? She opened her mouth. I think I should go down. Fight might start. I understand. By the time Jung Hee-won descended, bloodshed was already happening. However, it wasn't from a fight. It was a one-sided assault. The guards were beating up the protesters. Jung Hee-won was upset by the excessive force and stopped a guard. Wait a minute. Calm down and back off. This is too much. I am performing official business. Don't interrupt. The chief guard removed Jung Hee-won's hand and gathered the fallen protesters. The protesters were placed into small wagons and seemed to be transported somewhere. Catch all those who ran away. I will take all these people. What about that woman? The guard captain looked at Jung Hee-won and shook his head. Leave it alone. This is an order from the Lord. Not long afterwards, some protesters who ran away were caught. There was an unexpected figure among them. I am not a protester. I was just passing by accidentally. Daeung. Daeung. They were the family from Gumho Station. Jung Hee-won shouted, wait a minute. That person isn't a protester. Then the guard said, you are a protester. You panicked and ran away when we chased you. If there is no sin, why did you run away? That's right. The guard captain nodded and started to give instructions again. Jung Hee-won shouted, no, it is natural to be scared and run when you are suddenly changed. It will be revealed later. There is no time, so transport them. I said to wait. Despite the Lord's command, I will arrest you if you interfere one more time. Funnily enough, Jung Hee-won stopped at the word arrest. She didn't know why. Was it because she had been thrown into the wild for so long and suddenly returned to society? The woman judged she couldn't stop the situation and shouted, the child didn't do anything wrong. Please release the child. The guard captain briefly paused at the woman's scream. He thought for a moment before ordering, leave the child alone. The guards nodded and only took away the woman. The child watched her mother going further away and started to cry. Mother. Daeung, listen up. Mother will be back soon. Understood? Just wait there. I will. Her mother's voice go further away. As Jung Hee-won belatedly tried to chase them, some of the watching merchants stepped in. Young lady, don't bother. It is useless. This is the law of paradise. Where are they going? They are going to Paradise's dungeon. Dungeon? Access is prohibited for everyone except the guards. No one has ever returned from there. TSK. She is pitiful, but she should have lived well. The merchants showed a lukewarm reaction and scattered. Jung Hee-won stood blankly for a moment before approaching the crying child. She wondered what to do and hesitantly grasped the crying child's hand. Something popped in her head the moment she felt the warm texture. This was paradise? I think I know what to do. She looked back and saw Lee Jae-hai and the others. All of them had expressions like they had found their own scenario. Lee Hyun-sung said, I think it will be a big deal, but I don't know if we will be okay. Dak Jassy believed in us. Maybe he is doing something bigger. He is always like that. That's right. Im Sure-hyung is fighting monsters alone with a serious face. Kim Daksha wouldn't leave without a reason. It might be to protect people from the threat or to break the scenario. No matter the reason, Kim Daksha would be desperately risking his life at the moment. Finally, Jung Hee-won opened her mouth. Let's try it together this time. They couldn't rely on Kim Daksha every time. Kim Daksha would obviously be performing a hellish scenario in a place that wasn't visible. Hey, Kim Daksha, this is Honey. You really didn't live like this before? On the vast plains, a sports car with a loud engine was moving. Yes, in the past 3 days we had captured 3 hidden scenarios on the Abyss Plains. The strategy itself wasn't difficult. It was because, unlike what I had done so far, all the future information I knew was completely accurate. This guy's weakness came out in the 34th regression. If we press the 3 small dots on his back. His attack range is dangerous, but he will reveal a gap after using a ranged attack. The weakness of the boss is the anus. It was more comfortable because I was with Han Soo-young. Okay, it is the anus. I didn't have to explain why I knew the information, and Han Soo-young didn't doubt what I told her. As a result, we got 2 star relics. One was a SS grade star relic that was only useful as a star relic on these planes. SS class Ferrigini. This car was a SS class item created by the mass production maker. The SS class magic turret installed on the front and rear were useful for destroying a large number of enemies, as well as moving as fast as Way of the Wind without using magic power. Thanks to it, we can enjoy the feeling of driving through the plains. What should I say? It was a top-grade regressor course? I once again felt resentful towards Yu Jong-hyuk. He had been enjoying this type of thing while I broke the scenario. Han Soo-young was even more excited than me. She stood up on the passenger seat and raised her arms, shouting, I will never be a pushover. I will only live selfishly for myself. I wanted to tackle that faithful regressor mindset of you live only for yourself. Many constellations are pleased with Incarnation Han Soo-young's exciting remarks. Many constellations agree with her behavior. 20,000 coins have been acquired. The monsters that came running exploded from Ferrigini's magic bullet. Han Soo-young was pleased at collecting coins and shouted towards the sky. Kim Daksha, say something as well. When will you feel like this again? I hesitated for a moment. I was somewhat embarrassed, but I agreed with Han Soo-young's words. If I thought about it, my life had never gone well. I had always suffered from overtime. Forget a Ferrari. I used public transport because I had no money to buy a used car. Thus, I felt it as well. I hesitated before shouting in a timid voice. 2M the protagonist. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire covers her eyes with embarrassment. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband considers moving channels. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is taken with your Chuyuni words. Shit, why couldn't I feel it? By the way, things must have happened in paradise by now. This was the flow in the original novel, and the party members would probably do well. Things had been working out recently. If this continued, the scenario would be cleared in a flash. A huge fate is hoping for your death. What? Chapter 163 Kim Daksha's Love. 2. Translator. Rainbow Turtle. I thought I heard wrong and dug at my ears. However, the message didn't change. A huge fate is hoping for your death. What the? I pressed hard against the brakes as my mind became troubled. Han Soo-young screamed from the sudden stop. What is it? I was in the middle of feeling good. Please be quiet. I once again listened. This time a voice appeared as well as the message. A huge fate is hoping for your death. This was the 3rd time. I gulped. Damn it. Was there an incident where a fate message appeared 3 times in the original novel? I thought about it. It was the 71st regression Yu Jong-hyuk. At that time, Yu Jong-hyuk had been named due to Yama, King of Hell. Shit, what was going to happen? Han Soo-young scowled and asked again. Why? What's going on? Someone has read my fate. Fate? Fate. It was as scary as the probability in Ways of Survival. Strictly speaking, this was a force using probability in the broader sense. However, there was a reason it was called something different. It was because fate was the power of the constellations, who exercised their accumulated probability. Wait a minute. It seems to be a story that I vaguely know. Perhaps there was a quick mention in the beginning of the novel. Fate, is it similar to future sight? It is similar but different. In fact, it was very different. Reading fate wasn't as simple as reading information of the future. Rather, it was even more dangerous. If future sight is a glimpse of a predictable future, fate was a power that forced a predictable future. I didn't know if Han Suyong understood, so I added an explanation. For example, let's say I step on the accelerator for 5 seconds. Then when I look using future sight, won't I be driving? Well, I guess. However, if I know information about the future, I might not step on the accelerator. That is possible. Fate is different. If someone reads the fate that Kim Daksha will step on the accelerator for 5 seconds, this fate is forced unless it is withdrawn or realized. To put it simply, you must step on the accelerator. I nodded and Han Suyong spoke like it was strange. By the way, isn't it a bit weird? What? It doesn't fit the probability. According to you, fate is a force that interferes with the scenario, but who can force it? Who? In principle, the Dakibis couldn't interfere with the scenario. Thus, there was only one being who could interfere. Han Suyong immediately knew the answer. Even if it is a constellation, alone, it is a problem because they aren't alone. What? Only the big nebulae can read fate. Then a big explosion occurred in front of us. Something was approaching at a formidable pace. It was on a different dimension from the monsters we had met before. Han Suyong's face paled. Kim Daksha, what exactly is the fate message that you received? I will die. Damn it, you should have told me that first. Why does something always... Han Suyong spat out and was about to leave the car. A presence appeared in front of them. I reflexively drew unbroken faith, but the man opened his mouth first. Kim Daksha, I have something to tell you. It was my first time seeing him, but I was accustomed to the energy from his body. I instinctively felt that he wasn't an enemy. You are. The moment I smelt the scent of fragrant well and felt the overexcited air, I discovered who this person was. Did you come to say I will die? I asked. The incarnation of Dionysus, who smelt of alcohol, smiled at me with white eyes. You already know? I had a good impression of Dionysus. He fought for me on the way to the banquet location. Still, that was a different story from the current situation. I opened my mouth and spoke in a wary voice. Are you the ones who read my fate? Yes. Olympus read your fate. But if you're asking if I'm one of them, I'm not. What do you mean? Dionysius incarnation just smiled. A thought crossed my mind the moment I saw the smile. Surely Olympus isn't splitting apart? You are truly smart. Already? This development was faster than the original. The breaking apart of Olympus was scheduled, but it should have happened after at least 10 scenarios. It isn't just Olympus. Many constellations are aiming at you. They are very strong and mighty existences. I had expected it. Otherwise my fate wouldn't be so overbearing. Why are they aiming for me? Those strong people are afraid of your influence. I'm just a fledgling constellation. That's how it should be. However, the scenario started on Earth is very special. Some constellations believe this is the scenario we have long been waiting for. Don't make that expression. I'm not saying this so you can understand. I wanted to say that my face always looked like this, but Dionysus continued. In any case, just know that this scenario is very important to us. Then you showed up in the scenario. I don't know what it is, but I'm disturbing things. Yes. You are bound to be an obstacle. You will be less influenced by probability than other constellations. You have overwhelming growth and strength compared to other incarnations. That's why some nebulae believe you should either be absorbed or removed. I briefly looked at Dionysus. Why are you telling me this information? This was the thing I was most curious about. Why was Dionysus showing kindness towards me? It is because I like your story. Dionysus laughed heartily and added, some constellations and I believe that you can reach. Jung Hee-won and the group spent the day investigating the Dungeon of Paradise. There was no way to invade with a large number of people at once, so the party decided to scatter and find a method. The method Jung Hee-won chose was straightforward. I will mix in. In the afternoon, new criminals appeared. Uriel gave her the recluse's cloak and she chased after the guards while the dungeon was open. The guards and arrested criminals went through the underground door without feeling her presence. The prison was much deeper than she thought and the darkness was beyond her imagination. Where are we going down to? It was a depth she couldn't understand. Why did it need to be so deep, even if it was a prison? It would be inconvenient to move. She was feeling doubts when the guards' footsteps came to a halt. Strangely, all of them looked tense. All of you move over there. We will withdraw immediately. The guards were afraid, as if this was a place they shouldn't enter. It was the same for the scary guard captain. Then a thick iron door opened, and once it was opened, an entrance filled with metal bars could be seen. There were several layers of steel bars. It was a prison with excessive defenses designed to lock humans in. Everybody go in. The guards drove the prisoners inside and quickly rushed away. Help me. Jung Hee-won mixed in with the prisoners and recoiled at the sight. Why were these people thrown here? What was going on here? Where is this place? The prisoners looked around. There was a faint light, but it was extremely dark. Jung Hee-won would have also been lost in the darkness if it wasn't for her night vision skill. This is a prison. She looked around and didn't feel it was a prison at all. The surrounding landscape was closer to a natural cave, and there was no method to distinguish between prisoners. No, there were no other prisoners trapped in the first place. How does food distribution happen? What the hell is this? It was a dungeon system that couldn't be understood at all. The prisoners she came in with were also disconcerted. What are we supposed to do here? Excuse me, is anybody there? The scared prisoners shouted, but there was no reply. Instead, faint sounds were heard in the darkness. Jung Hee-won slowly pulled out the sword of judgment. The moment she stepped in here, the crying of her sword became more violent. An eerie sensation reached her back, and Jung Hee-won shouted, "Everyone, run away." However, it was already too late. Monsters rushed from the darkness and pounced on the people. "Uak, save me, quack." Leopard-like creatures were randomly biting people's arms and legs. People's limbs were torn apart like they were toys and blood splattered. She originally only planned to rescue the woman from Gumho Station, but things changed. The almost level 10 demon slaying skill was activated and a red aura wrapped around her body. Her kendo drew a perfect line in the air. The leopard's body was split apart in a neat line. The agitated leopards kept following her, but she cleaned up the monsters. Jung Hee-won's power reached its peak in a place where demons were swarming. "I don't know who you are, but thank you." The people in the darkness found her presence and thanked her. However, Jung Hee-won couldn't afford to accept the thanks. She had seen the faces of the leopards. What the hell is this? The leopards had the faces of humans. Jung Hee-won reflexively ran through the darkness. All her senses had become cold with fear. She ran and soon arrived at a cavern that was huge beyond her capacity to measure. To be precise, it wasn't a cavern. There were countless monsters in it. This was like the boundary of the demon world. There were 5th grade, 4th grade, and even 3rd grade species. There were also monsters she didn't know the rating of. This is paradise. She couldn't find the woman from Gumho Station. She had already been eaten or, she would become one of these monsters. The monsters felt her life force and were excited. Most of them were mixed breeds between demons and other monster species. Some looked like insect kings while others were the outside species, although this was just from the external appearance. Prisoners were approaching behind her. "Don't come." Before her cry reached them, the ground started to shake and the monsters' feast began. The monsters ran out of the cavern like ants. Jung Hee-won bit her lips and used her hell flames again. "I shouldn't have come in alone." No, what could the others do if they came with her? Could Lee Hyun-sung and the children fight against these distant enemies? Rather, it was good that she came alone. Quack. The prisoners were eaten as prey while Jung Hee-won wielded the sword of judgment and used hell flames ignition. The burning heat of the archangel's flames caused the frightened demons to step back and be more cautious. She didn't know how long this confrontation could continue. Some monsters watched the movement of the flames and dared to jump forward. "Oh, you are an archangel's incarnation." At this voice, the monsters who weren't afraid of the flames withdrew with weak groans. She turned around and saw Rian-hite. He asked, "Are you ready to be the chief of the guards? Can you say that after seeing me?" Jung Hee-won told him, "You are a liar. Paradise? Get away from the horror of the scenario. Can you say that to me after making this place?" She pointed the sword of judgment at Rian-hite. Kim Daksha was right. There was no such thing as paradise in this world. They were bound to continue the scenario. Reinhardt said, "If you want to kill me, you can. I don't need your permission." She would naturally do so. She would borrow the power of her sponsor and end this terrible nightmare. Judgment time is activated. The constellations of the Absolute Good system are struggling with your request. Chapter 164 Kim Daksha's Love. 3. Translator. Rainbow Turtle. Jung Hee-won was surprised. Struggling? Anyone could see that Rian-hite was evil. He deceived countless and produced monsters in this underground area. How could he not be evil? The constellations of the Absolute Good system entrust the judgment to incarnation Jung Hee-won. Rian-hite opened his mouth. "If you kill me, paradise will end." Jung Hee-won's hell flames decreased at these words. There was a faint smile on Rian-hite's face. "Jung Hee-won, I didn't expect you to be here." "What? You should have known." Paradise isn't perfect. It is natural for a beautiful place to have a shadow. Jung Hee-won didn't respond. Ignorance was a deception. Of course, she had thought about it. This place must be hiding some awful truth. She just didn't think it would be this. Why are you mass-producing monsters? Are you going to conquer Dark Castle? I'm not doing anything. They are just the nutrients of paradise. A huge tree trunk could be seen in the center of the cavern. Branches stretched out like tentacles towards the monsters in the vicinity. Jung Hee-won realized where the tree trunk was heading. The small flower that bloomed on the hill, the perpetual motion. Jung Hee-won's legs were shaking without her knowing. Surely this tree, isn't it strange? Weren't you curious about why the many demon species on Dark Castle don't invade this place? She thought it was strange. It wasn't enough to describe paradise as a blessed fortress. Why are there so many demons in Dark Castle? Rapidly moving branches grabbed the humans one by one. The prisoners screamed, but there was no room for resistance. The rapidly moving branches tied around the prisoners' bodies and threw them into a hole in the trunk. A terrible noise was heard, and then there was a scream like a soul was being castrated. After a while, buds blossomed on the tree trunk. Jung Hee-won sensed what would be born from the bud and shook. In less than a few minutes, a giant monster was born from the bud. It was the human who had just been swallowed by the tree. The perpetual motion was a tree that made demons. Jung Hee-won kept trembling. How can you do this? Why couldn't she find any demon species near paradise? Paradoxically, it was because paradise itself was the source of the demon species. The demons produced here are released every month on certain days. There is a limit to the capacity of the prison. Rian-hite smiled as he spoke. Don't look at me with those eyes. Being a demon isn't necessarily a bad thing. They can have eternal life and are stronger than humans. In addition, the tree emitted a bright light and started to supply nutrients to the earth of paradise. Their sin is used to sustain the lives of other beings. In other words, they are martyrs. It was the source that provided vitality for crops to grow on the barren land of Dark Castle. This was the role of the perpetual motion. Jung Hee-won understood everything and felt desperate. The constellations of the absolute good system are demanding you make a choice. If she killed Rian-hite, the underground prison would collapse. The perpetual motion would die and the system of paradise would be destroyed. People would lose the land and their food. Then they would be torn apart by the monsters. Why? Knowing this, Jung Hee-won couldn't kill Rian-hite. She had no confidence in condemning the source of the tragedy when she would cause a bigger tragedy. Somebody has to do it. Rian-hite's face was sad. Life continues for the losers of the scenario. Someone has to create a place for them. If you really care for them, you should help keep the scenario going. Don't make a place like this. Lead the people and try to clear the scenarios. You don't know. The enemy in the following scenario isn't someone we can win against. Jung Hee-won was surprised at his gloomy expression. The second-ranked demon marquis of Dark Castle. Who could cause him to feel such fear? What do you know? That isn't important. Even if you clear the following scenario, the next one is always ready. More losers will be made. We can clear all of them. It is a scenario. Won't it end one day? Practice your skills and build your story. Do you think we can clear all the scenarios one day? Jung Hee-won closed her mouth. The end of all the scenarios. Her colleague Kim Dokja wanted to reach that place. Rian-hite continued speaking. Do you believe peace will come at that time? Jung Hee-won cried out with all her heart. Yes, I believe. Why do you think so? Is there a single person who has reached the end of the scenario? There are the constellations. The constellations? They exist outside of the scenarios. In other words, there is a way to escape from this scenario. The constellations who treated the incarnations like toys. The existences of such absolute beings actually gave hope. Someday they would be able to reach that place. They could get away from this hellish scenario. Ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. Rian-hite laughed. I see. The constellations. I understand your mind. I had thought so as well. What do you mean? Why do you think that constellations cleared all the scenarios? Did Kim Dokja say so? Kim Dokja never said this. An ominous feeling entered her heart. They certainly are outside the scenario. However, they are just outside the scenario. They are all doing scenarios like us. 76 times. 84 times. The size and number of scenarios vary, but they are like us. She had never thought of this before. Jung Hee-won asked in a trembling voice. To then? The constellations are just powerhouses beyond the standards, born in the middle of the scenario. They are neither gods or absolute beings. Rian-hite spoke as if declaring an absolute proposition. Let me tell you once again. No one has ever reached the end of the scenarios. This world is eternal hell. Jung Hee-won collapsed to the ground. Even the constellations couldn't do it. Even the mighty beings couldn't reach that place. Kim Daksha wanted to go to such a place. Something like this, what do you want to do? Kim Daksha, you. Rian Height kept speaking. That's why I made paradise. Jung Hee-won stared blankly up at Rian Height. If this continues, paradise will someday collapse. The number of humans is decreasing and the number of demons is constantly increasing. The nutrients to sustain this land are running out. At the end of despair and desperation, he created the paradise of despair. I need a noble human to sustain this tree. There are many souls who entered this quarter. Kim Daksha is one of them. Jung Hee-won realized what he was talking about. That's why I'm needed. That's correct. You are chosen by an archangel and will last at least 10 years. A constellation like Kim Daksha will be able to maintain the vitality of paradise for more than 200 years. Do you think I will just listen to you? You will listen. It is because you are the incarnation of an archangel. If she sacrificed herself, she would be able to protect paradise. If you help, there will be no need to punish people for minor offenses for a while. You can save thousands, tens of thousands of lives. Jung Hee-won's shoulders trembled. She could save tens of thousands of people with her life. If she didn't die, tens of thousands of people would die. She saw a monster reminiscent of a fish squirming on the ground. The face resembled the woman from Gumho Station. The monster stared at Jung Hee-won with a hungry expression and roared. It was an abandoned life anyway. Her parents, friends, and the people who remembered her were all dead. The end of the scenario was impossible. Living any further was useless. The constellations of the absolute good system are looking at you. Jung Hee-won made a decision. I understand. Then if she died to save tens of thousands of people, it was the right thing, the righteous thing. Rian Height's expression seemed to soften. At the last moment, something caught her. Then what is my life? It was probably empty. What the hell is this? It was the foolish last attachment to life. She already knew the answer. Hee-won-si is a good sword. You are calmer in front of the fire than any of us. In particular, you are sensitive to the tyranny of the strong. You always fought at the head of the party and never complained about how difficult it was. It was because someone told her the answer already. This is the Jung Hee-won-si that I saw because you continued the scenario. Maybe Kim Daksha knew the reality of the scenarios from the beginning. Even so, he didn't give up. That's why I believe you should continue the scenario. Jung Hee-won stood up. I can't die here. Thus, she decided to be selfish. She decided to live even if many people died from her choice. She had to live with it. No, you will die. However, sometimes their life and will were irrelevant. Then you will become the nutrients of paradise. There were a number of demons who couldn't be dealt with even using Hellflame's ignition. Jung Hee-won's expression tensed and she opened up all her magic power. She couldn't die. She would never die. At this moment, there was an explosion and people appeared. Hee-won-si. Auni went alone again. It was the people who sustained her life. Still, Rian Height didn't panic. He smiled like it was good. I'm able to get a lot of nutrients. This person was the second strongest in Dark Castle. He wasn't afraid of a group without Kim Daksha. Everybody stand back. Lee Hyun-sung stepped forward and protected his companions. He was much stronger than before, but the situation was bad. Maybe someone would die in this fight. It would be lucky if all of them didn't die. How good would it be if Kim Daksha was here? She tried to avoid depending on Kim Daksha, but Jung Hee-won couldn't help having this thought. This is your end. Rian Height declared and raised his hand. Then the entire ceiling collapsed. It was like bombs had poured down in succession. The ether storm ripped through the branches of the perpetual motion and the shattered ceiling fell towards Rian Height and the monsters. The crushed monsters let out terrible screams. Somebody's voice was heard among this chaos. You hid in a deep and dirty place. There was a man and the shadow of a woman chasing him. Yu Jong-hyuk faced the people looking at him with wonder and confusion and asked, by the way, where's Kim Daksha? Chapter 165 Kim Daksha's Love. 4. Can people stop posting spoilers in the comments? I've been receiving complaints. Translator. Rainbow Turtle. Master. Lee Jae-hai shouted when she discovered Yu Jong-hyuk. However, Yu Jong-hyuk asked again without caring about her at all. Where is Kim Daksha? Why are you looking for Daksha Ajusi? Yu Jong-hyuk was about to answer when Yusanga carried Yumiya and descended from the ceiling like a beautiful woman. The party members called out her name. Rather than responding to their greetings, Yusanga hastily said, Dakjasi is in danger. Huh? Do you know where Dakjasi is now? Just like Yu Jong-hyuk, Yusanga's eyes searched the people nervously. She couldn't see Kim Daksha at all. Lee Hyun-sung quickly replied, Dakjasi left 4 days ago. What do you mean by Dakjasi is in danger? Jung Hee-won asked again. Unfortunately, there was no time to explain. Lee Jae-hai added in a frustrated manner. Didn't you come because you knew something was wrong? We are the ones in danger, not Daksha Ajusi. Yusanga had no idea of the situation and replied, "Let's leave this place and I'll explain." Due to the turmoil, many monsters were pouring out of the connected caves. Li Jihai spoke in a creeped-out manner. Damn, if Gong Pildu Ajusi was here. Certainly, the situation would be a lot different if Gong Pildu was here. Gong Pilda's Stigma armed fortress was useful against large numbers and was suitable for slaughtering many monsters. However, they already split from Gong Pildu on the first floor of Dark Castle and it was unclear where he was. Yu Jonghyuk was the party's sole comfort. Simply in terms of force, he was much stronger than Gong Pildu or Kim Dokja. He had enough strength to crack apart a mountain with his fist. Yu Jonghyuk blew away the incoming monsters with 100 steps godly fists and said, "It is disadvantageous if we fight here. Let's go out via the ceiling." Yu Jonghyuk sought the fastest method of escape and opened a path in the monsters. His ability to open a path without a significant consumption of magic power was close to a human tank. No, a real tank wouldn't be so powerful. Yusanga asked, "Can we escape? It'll make some steps, so jump out yourself." At these words, Yu Jonghyuk flew into the air. It was the air steps that only the strongest returnees in the Murim world could use. He built a tower with the corpses of monsters for the party members to step on. Then he went through the ceiling and punched something to create a platform. He normally wouldn't have done this for the party. However, Yu Jonghyuk in this regression was different. Yu Jonghyuk himself didn't know what had made him change. Then he heard a voice in his ears. "It is a very unexpected situation. You are Incarnation Yu Jonghyuk." It was Rian Hait's voice. Li Jihai was amazed as she was running towards the ceiling. "What, he isn't dead?" It was natural. The second-ranked being in Dark Castle wouldn't die from a few stones. Yu Jonghyuk didn't reply to Rian Hait, instead waiting for the rest of them at the top of the stairs he had made. Li Jihai, Li Hyunsung and Yusanga climbed up first, followed by Li Gilyung and Shin Yusung. The moment Shin Yusung was about to pass by, Yu Jonghyuk grabbed her shoulder. "You shouldn't come with us." "Huh?" Before Shin Yusung could reply, Yu Jonghyuk pushed the child down from the ceiling. The monsters opened their mouths as they waited for Shin Yusung. Li Gilyung shouted, "Yusung. What? What are you doing?" The angry Li Gilyung swung his fists at Yu Jonghyuk. Yu Jonghyuk lightly grabbed Li Gilyung's fist and said, "You should go too." After a moment, Li Gilyung screamed and fell down along with Shin Yusung. After Dionysus Incarnation left, Han Suyung asked me with a serious expression, "What the hell was that last thing he said?" "I don't know." "You don't know? It was filtered for you as well?" "I didn't hear it. However, I could vaguely guess what he meant. It was probably related to the end of all scenarios. Then it was natural to be filtered. I was challenging the 10th scenario and just became a scenario. I couldn't get all information at will." Han Suyung stared at me with a grumpy expression and made a small sigh. "By the way, what are you going to do about your fate? It must be really dangerous if the constellations of Olympus are directly coming to warn you." "It looks like it. Is there no way to completely stop the fate?" "It isn't completely inevitable. If the execution of fate was absolutely impossible, the fate would be withdrawn. Fate always followed probability. In the opposite sense, fate could never be escaped if there was even the slightest chance of it happening." Han Suyung thought about something and wondered, "There isn't any specific information? It only mentions your death?" "That, in fact, Dionysus risked losing a huge amount of probability by telling me the prophecy. Incarnation Kim Dokja will be killed by your most loved ones." To be honest, it was a confusing story for me. The person I loved most, they were going to kill me? I hesitated before telling the contents of the prophecy and Han Suyung opened her mouth. As if she didn't know what to say, her face paled and then reddened. "The person you love most?" "Yes." "Do you have such a person?" I felt bad, but somehow I also wanted to ask this. I tried to recall the faces of every person. There was some affection, but there was no one I loved. Indeed, love was the word that was furthest from my life. To be honest, I would say there isn't one. Han Suyung's face became redder at my words. "Then shouldn't the fate be withdrawn?" At first glance, you might think so. Or are you going to fall in love with someone now? Are you the type to fall in love at first sight? That has never happened and it isn't likely. The fate message was strong enough to be repeated 3 times. I was confused. Had I fallen in love with someone? Han Suyung looked at my complicated expression and opened her mouth. "Or there is another possibility." "What is it?" "Originally, fate isn't something that should be interpreted literally. Don't you know Greek mythology? Originally, prophecies aren't immediately known. It is full of metaphors and symbols." Han Suyung cocked her head. "Incarnation Kim Dokja will be killed by the person he loves most. What symbolism or analogies are present in this sentence?" "Do you mean the sentence might have a surprisingly different meaning?" "HRMM. Han Suyung was an author, so she might be surprisingly helpful in interpreting this aspect." Han Suyung started to take out plausible hypotheses. I think there are 3 possible things. What is it? Tell me. First, there might be a reason why incarnation was mentioned first. Incarnation? It was a point I had inadvertently overlooked. Aren't you a constellation now? Then, as an incarnation, you have already died. No? It was a plausible hypothesis. However, if this hypothesis was correct, I would have seen the message about fate being realized the moment I became a constellation. In other words, there was no reason for the fate messages to repeat. Han Suyang seemed to think something was lacking as well and came up with a second hypothesis. Second, it is possible that the words person he loves most itself is a metaphor. What else is considered a person in the star stream? It might be the personification of something. I tried to think about it but couldn't find a plausible interpretation for this part. By the way, I looked at Han Suyang and wondered if she was a good person. I was very grateful for her thinking about all these possibilities for me. I watched Han Suyang. Her lashes seemed unusually long because of the lingering twilight. It turned out that this person was quite pretty. In fact, Han Suyang was a bit young but her looks weren't bad. Wait a minute. What was I thinking right now? I had to be careful. Maybe I would be hit by Han Suyang if I did something wrong. Honestly, this person would stab me without any hesitation. In fact, she had already stabbed me once. Han Suyang spoke again. The last thing we need to think about is die. Perhaps this death isn't literally death. Then, when do you think people die? I suppose when their life is over. Their heart stops and they are no longer breathing. Han Suyang clicked her tongue like she was disappointed in my answer. Well, there is a reason why you kept reading a novel like Ways of Survival. Don't start a useless argument. So what do you mean? Don't you read manhwa? Usually you should say something like this. When a person dies, it is when they are forgotten by people. Those are manhwa. Then are you saying I will be forgotten? It is just an example, you idiot. In the star stream, a constellation dies when they are forgotten. You can think of similar possibilities. In fact, it didn't sound impossible. The star stream was a huge story and beings with no relationship in the story were naturally wiped out. I wondered, why will people forget me? Is it group amnesia? They might not mean to forget. Han Suyang's face suddenly seemed lonely. Speaking of which, I didn't know Han Suyang's life. Apart from the fact that she wrote a novel plagiarizing Ways of Survival, I knew nothing about Han Suyang. Even now, the part about plagiarism was uncertain. In the past, Han Suyang said she didn't plagiarize and lie detection said she was telling the truth. I asked after a moment, then what do you mean? Han Suyang seemed to be picking her words as she opened her mouth with a dark expression. Kim Dokja, dead people can't remember anything. I realized what Han Suyang was talking about. We reflexively looked towards paradise. Perhaps? Han Suyang spoke first. Should we go back? It is too late if we go now. It has already been 4 days. It is impossible to get there in time. Then? It's okay. By now, the strongest reinforcements should have arrived. The strongest reinforcements? That guy should be sent. At this moment, a message appeared in the air. Someone in Dark Castle has achieved the first transcendence in the scenario. It was as I expected. I thought he would have reached that position by now. I thought about Yu Jonghyuk, who should be causing a disaster in the distance. Now the main character should pay for his meal. Chapter 166 Kim Dokja's Love 5. Translator. Rainbow Turtle. Han Suyang bit her lips beside me. When did you become so close to him? That psychopath. We aren't close. You had a very trusting expression when you said those words? You are mistaken. I trust the Dakibis more than I do him. If I believed in Yu Jonghyuk, it was in his experience, not his personality. This was a guy with 3 times the experience and he learnt various types of information from the 41st round Shin Yusung. Furthermore, Paradise was originally his main responsibility. He took care of it well in the second regression, so he should do better this time. I'm a bit worried. I couldn't be completely relieved because I didn't trust his personality. I had made various preparations for the party members to attack Paradise, but I couldn't be perfect. I was a reader, not a reader, and Yu Jonghyuk was a regressor sunfish. I hope he felt a lot better since his last psychotic break. Han Suyang spoke with an understanding expression. Well, if you're worried then you can go and watch. You have a skill to watch it in real time anyway. You are aware of it? I didn't know until now. Well, Han Suyang had watched me take over Yu Jonghyuk last time. I struggled for a moment before telling her. Then he'll go. Please wait. How much are you going to give me? Why do you want coins every time? You should give a bit of free service for once. Then do it quickly. I can't deal with some enemies alone. If something happens, then just wake me up. I closed my eyes and fell asleep. The exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Stage 3, has been activated. Soon after Stage 3 was activated, the voices of the people thinking about me started to be heard. I set aside a few voices and chose the one with the widest scenery. The shaking began from the center of paradise. The street stalls were overturned by an intense shock wave that shook the entire ground. Ach, what is this? A monster? Everyone looked around, but they couldn't figure out the situation. Maybe it was because they enjoyed peace for too long. Their cerebral cortex, which had always assumed the worst, were now brainwashed to only imagine the safest future. The guards will resolve it. Don't worry. Hang in there. In the center of the explosion, Yu Jong-hyuk saw the incarnations of paradise. There were faces he knew and faces he didn't know. In the first regression, Yu Jong-hyuk had been betrayed for trying to save them, and in the second regression, Yu Jong-hyuk destroyed this place with his own hands. Finally, the third regression. Some people held on to Yu Jong-hyuk and asked him questions as he walked from the blast. What the hell is happening? The people who had just been selling fruit or harvesting crops stared at him with frightened expressions. Yu Jong-hyuk also faced them. It was definitely a story, even if it wasn't a scenario. Yu Jong-hyuk knew the reason. Help me, please. Of course, it was all in vain. Paradise was no different from the scenario. Just as the scenarios kept exploiting the incarnations, paradise was a place supported by incarnations turned into fertilizer. There was one thing Yu Jong-hyuk realized after destroying the place several times. Giant stories always ate small stories. The only laws involved stories, and this was the providence of Starstream. Yu Jong-hyuk told the people, paradise will soon cease to exist. Find something that you can protect yourself. Then defend it. The monsters started running out from the passage that Yu Jong-hyuk and the party members created. The incarnations shrieked as they watched the giant claws coming from underground. Some guards belatedly ran to protect the incarnations, but it wasn't enough to stop all the monsters. Why are they here? The Lord. Where is the Lord? Many guards fell down from one strike of the monsters. The guard captain just barely managed to escape in time. Yu Jong-hyuk cut off the limbs of the incoming monsters and looked around. Jung Hee-won and Lee Hyun-sung were evacuating people from various places. Yu Jong-hyuk muttered, "It is amazing that you survived up to this point. They might die for people who didn't even know their names." It was the influence of Kim Dokja. It was a miracle they could make it here with such a heart. No, I was able to come to this place because of those people. Yu Jong-hyuk frowned after hearing Yu Sanga's words. I wasted time because of you. I heard that Dokjasi was here when I contacted Olympus. The information is either wrong or someone is manipulating the information. Or perhaps Kim Dokja somehow manipulated the information. Either way, it wasn't a favorable situation for Yu Jong-hyuk. Originally, the strategy to clear paradise shouldn't be done in this way. In fact, the current paradise was the more unsuitable place to attack. The branches of perpetual motion came up from the ground and soared to the sky. This was the story of Demon Marquis Rianheit. It was the body of paradise, the perpetual motion plant that was sustained by souls. Some monsters climbed on the branches and were released above ground. The monsters, who had been starving for a long time underground, discovered their prey and roared as they scattered all over the place. There was the 5th grade dark tracker, the 4th grade Lubal tiger, and even unknown 3rd grade species. Quackak. In the midst of this terrible carnival, the incarnations found the Lord. They believed he was the salvation who could save them from this tragedy. Lord. Then the plant moved. The vines stretched out like tentacles. The tip of the sharp vines pierced the monsters to protect the people of paradise. The incarnations cheered. They knew there was only one powerful being in paradise. This is the Lord. Lord. Please rest assured. The incarnations' hearts were caught as they listened to Rianheit's voice. Our paradise won't fall so easily. Everyone believed this. At least until the guard captain discovered something in the smoke. Lord? A familiar face was growing from a bud at the end of a branch. Uak. The frightened guard captain collapsed on the ground. Monster. Monster. The guard captain, who had long vowed allegiance, lost his composure when he saw Rianheit was one with the plant. The appearance of the demon's true body was terrible. Heidel. The guard captain confirmed the Lord's true appearance and shook with fear. The power that Rianheit radiated was terrible. It was thanks to Rianheit's legendary story, Paradise of Despair. It finished well. I needed food to recover. The flying vines started to swallow the people of paradise, including the guards. The vines pierced the incarnations and sucked their small stories. The inhabitants either became mummies or were turned into demons. Stop. The hell flames burned several branches. However, there was no end to them. Jung Hee-won shouted, I thought this was the place you had to protect. What are you doing? That was until you guys showed up. Rianheit laughed. His upper body emerged from the highest branch and he looked at the landscape of paradise. Paradise is already over. The incarnations shook with fear in front of the gigantic perpetual motion. The residents who were in awe of the Lord just a moment ago could no longer be found. This is why the presence of small stories is unavoidable. You have lived on a small tree all your life and didn't know it was actually a forest. One by one, the incarnations realized the identity of the world they lived in. No, maybe they already knew the truth but were ignoring it. Thus, I will restart everything. Like an umbrella, the branches shot up and started to cover all of paradise. It was as if it wanted to absorb all of paradise. Jung Hee-won stared at the scale and was completely lost. How could they hurt that? Could humans fight and win against that? Then a huge explosion occurred from one side of the branches. Along with the roar, the branches covering the sky were broken. It was like a huge hole in the roof of paradise. Truly great. You are. There was sincere admiration in Reinheit's voice. There was a man with a huge presence under the damaged roof. Needless to say, it was Yu Jong-hyuk. You have gone beyond a human, surpassing humans. The words that sounded like rhetoric had a completely different meaning to beings like Reinheit. You reached such a level in only the 9th scenario? Kim Daksha was great, but you are the real monster. A mighty presence was filling Yu Jong-hyuk's body. Yu Jong-hyuk, whose eyes were closed, had exceeded his limits by mobilizing all his capabilities. The Rock King's gloves increases strength by 2 levels. The Gukryong's skin increases strength by 1 level. The Heavenly Sword of Gathering Clouds increases strength by 4 levels. The skill buff increases strength by 3 levels. Once strength broke through level 100, a tremendous energy filled Yu Jong-hyuk's whole body. He remembered the words of his teacher, breaking the Sky Sword Saint. The first course of transcendence is to go beyond the limits of the body. Most incarnations thought there was a limit to becoming strong through their efforts alone. That's why they tried to get better sponsors and show off to the stronger constellations. However, the universe was large and some people disagreed with such cowardice. There were those who didn't get a good sponsor or a sponsor at all. There were those who dream of becoming one with their own efforts, not the assistance of an absolute existence. The second course is to train all skills to the limit. The skills that existed in the world were stigmas left behind by someone. Train all those skills to the limit. As if climbing a ladder, try and explore the limits of the system. The constellations devoured stories and strengthened their influence, constantly tempering their existence into a story. The final course is to kick away the ladder. Forget everything you have accumulated so far. Forget the level, forget the skills, and forget the story. After all, the system that many beings choose is the universal one. The important thing is that you find your own story. Training, training, and training. Going beyond the limits of the skill with extreme story and become a story. This was the peak of mortality that could be compared to constellations. Those who had talent and worked hard were able to achieve transcending the limits of their species. In honor of their noble endeavors, the star stream called them transcendent, despite not being constellations. These are the minimum conditions to enter the seat of transcendence. Yu Jong-hyuk had already achieved transcendence in the last regression. He had already reached it once, so it wasn't difficult to climb up again. Only physical conditions and time were needed. Yu Jong-hyuk's golden aura was formed around the Heavenly Sword of Gathering Clouds. Despite obviously using a skill, the message about the skill usage didn't pop up. It was because this power wasn't using the system. It was a power built up by Yu Jong-hyuk alone. Reinheit, I beat you in the last round. Yu Jong-hyuk aimed 2 swords towards the perpetual motion that had become a huge forest. This time I will kill you. Chapter 167 Kim Daksha's Love. 6. Translator. Rainbow Turtle. The air burst like a fighter jet had passed by. The places hit by the golden energy cracked apart. The monsters caught in the crack were torn apart without even being able to scream. The golden light blew away 4th and 5th grade species. Breaking the sky sword. This was the road of the sword that broke the sky. Even the 3rd grade monsters, which could easily destroy the area in 10 minutes, screamed because they couldn't resist this sword. How long had Yu Jong-hyuk practiced this sword? 10 years? 20 years? If he combined the training in the time-dark dimension, it would be well over 100 years. Thanks to all these years, Yu Jong-hyuk was able to reach the peak of humanity. My physical limits is still low, but I can barely do it. Yu Jong-hyuk controlled his overloaded body and constantly swung his sword. This transcendent power couldn't last long, no matter how strong he was. His level was also far less than his teacher, the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. Nevertheless, his attacks were far beyond the general skills category. The monsters exploded like firecrackers and Reinheit was amazed. The rumors of transcendence aren't false. But how can a human who isn't a returnee? Reinheit didn't finish his words. The place where he had just been located was torn apart from the ether blades of Yu Jong-hyuk's heaven-shaking sword. It was a truly formidable destructive power. This was the power of the splitting the sky energy. Be careful. People are getting caught up in it. Usanga shouted at Yu Jong-hyuk, but he ignored her. In the first place, he was good at destroying things, not saving things. This is the master of a legendary grade story. It isn't easy to defeat him. In Paradise, his strength is equivalent to a second-grade monster. In fact, Rianheit's perpetual motion showed no signs of receding despite the damage. Rather, the branches were angry and absorbed more of the humans around them. The rate at which the perpetual motion grew was faster than the rate at which humans were rescued. In addition, there was still a high number of monsters. Usanga opened her mouth as she used Hermes' walking method and Theseus' resolution to kill the surrounding beasts. It doesn't end. Where have they been hiding these monsters? The monsters are the exports of Paradise. Exports? Yu Zhonghyuk looked up at the air for a short moment. The Dakibis who said they wouldn't interfere were gathering, as if it was a fun sight. This is difficult. It looks like a new farm is needed. Usanga didn't immediately understand what they meant. In the midst of the surging beasts, she could see monsters that were familiar from previous scenarios. 9th grade ground rats, 8th grade growls, the monsters used in the scenario. Have you ever wondered where they came from? Yu Zhonghyuk asked her. They came from another world. There is a limit using that method. The Dakibis are busy and don't have time for inefficient work. Usanga stared blankly at Usanga, the Dakibis and the monsters of Paradise. She was frozen and it was Jung Hee-won, using Hellflame's ignition by her side, who reacted first. Saying this now, Yu Zhonghyuk nodded. Paradise is the source of the monsters of Starstream. To be precise, it is one of them. In Jung Hee-won's mind, some things that hadn't been understood finally fit together. The second floor of Dark Castle. The reason why the Dakibis, who were involved in everything, didn't interfere for the first time. If she thought about it, there was a reason for everything. Dakibis. A new paradise can be created. In the distance, the upper half of the restored Rianheit grew on the perpetual motion again. There might be a fairly low volume for a while, but the restoration will soon be completed. Please don't cancel the contract. The despair and desperation inside him was something that couldn't be shared. This was a world that sacrificed the incarnations to protect the incarnations. Rianheit was devoted to his beliefs, even if those beliefs made him a monster. The incarnations belatedly discovered the Dakibis floating in the air and shouted, "Dakibi! Dakibi! Has the scenario started? Why? Why do this? We didn't anything wrong." The Dakibis just laughed. "Why? You did nothing wrong. This wasn't what we intended. Ha ha ha." Jung Hee-won bit her lips at the sight. She didn't want to see anymore. Is there no way? Of course there was a way. If he used giant body transformation and then transcendence, he would be able to press Rianheit with his strength. However, the consumption is too big. All of Paradise will fly away. The regressor Yu Zhonghyuk didn't favor such inefficient fighting. If we want to kill him, we have to get rid of the roots of the perpetual motion. The core power source of the perpetual motion lay in the roots. If the roots were removed, he could overpower the perpetual motion. The problem was the monster in the roots. It was a mighty monster that even Rianheit couldn't control. Even if I had the 6th-ranked demon, Sephiroth. If he had Sephiroth as a colleague as he planned, then it would have been much easier to hit Paradise. However, Sephiroth was already dead when he went to pick Sephiroth up. There is a person hunting rankers as fast as me. The first one he thought of was Kim Dokja, but there was no guarantee that it was Kim Dokja. There were too many variables in this regression. We can't enter underground. What should we do? There is no need to enter. I've already entrusted it to someone. Jung Hee-won's eyes instantly widened. You don't tell me. She noticed exactly who wasn't present right now. However, Yu Zhonghyuk spoke before she could. Kim Dokja didn't leave all of you behind for no reason. Perhaps he was able to think of it because he was a regressor. He was always one-sidedly read by Kim Dokja, but this time he was about to read Kim Dokja's thoughts. The constellation who doesn't yet have a name is smiling. Yu Zhonghyuk sensed the gaze and his expression distorted. In the midst of the swarming monsters, Shin Yu-sung and Lee Gil-young lay curled up against each other. The concentration of monsters was so high that the children's small bodies couldn't be found. In a moment of crisis, they helpfully tamed some 8th-grade monsters, the giant wasps. The wasps danced around Shin Yu-sung and Lee Gil-young, distracting the beast's eyes. However, there was a limit to the wasp's dance. The two children's eyes met. What should we do? I don't know. Beast Master Shin Yu-sung and Insect Master Lee Gil-young. The two of them were currently the most powerful tamers in Seoul. However, even they couldn't tame all these monsters. Their brains would explode and they would die. In fact, the limit they were capable of with taming was a 4th-grade species. The 3rd-grade species was also possible if they overdid it, but only for a moment. Am I going to die like this? The more powerful monsters trampled on the surrounding monsters and the ecology of the whole area gradually calmed down. The devil wolves and dark splinters bared their fangs and sniffed around. The frightened wasps danced harder, but discovery was only a matter of time. There was also another threat besides the monsters. The branches of the perpetual motion moved through the monsters and rushed towards the children. Lee Gil-young embraced Shin Yu-sung, and it seemed like the branches were going to pierce the two children. At this moment, the branches stopped due to a powerful energy that was fired from somewhere. The branches seemed panicked and finally turned away from the children. Shin Yu-sung turned in the direction of the energy that stopped the branches. What is that? There was a monster who saw through the wasp's dance and was staring this way. At first, Shin Yu-sung didn't think it was a monster. It was too big to fathom as a living creature. Its body occupied exactly 1/3 of this cavern. Yellow eyes blinked in the darkness and all the hairs on Shin Yu-sung's body rose. This wasn't a monster. She couldn't think of it using this term. It was an existence that overwhelmed all monsters. All the noise in the area quieted down. Everything was bowing in awe before the monster. The being with such a ridiculous presence was looking this way with interested eyes. Who are you? It seemed to be asking. Shin Yu-sung wasn't willing to answer the question. Looking back, Lee Gil-young was in a similar state to her. Shin Yu-sung raised her courage first. Hey! Lee Gil-young shook his head with fright. It is impossible. We can't do it. Those who raised diverse communication to the limit could understand each other's intentions without saying anything. In any case, we will die if this continues. Shin Yu-sung carefully got up and staggered towards the monster. The monsters around her were snarling wildly, but the child didn't care. At this moment, Shin Yu-sung realized her usefulness. This is why Ajusi left me here. Only she could do this. Damn. Lee Gil-young cursed and followed behind her. As soon as they approached, the presence of the huge monster became much stronger than before. Shin Yu-sung felt like her skin was being peeled off in front of this monster's gaze. The exclusive skill Advanced Diverse Communication LV5 has been activated. The transparent aura shot towards the monster in an instant. Diverse communication. It was a skill made to understand different species. The moment that the aura touched the monster, Shin Yu-sung felt an overwhelming flood of memories. The terrible memories of the monster flowed into her head. An existence who fell to the bottom of this miserable paradise and grew up eating other monsters. Eat, despair and scream. A monster who walked through a hell that couldn't be described using human language. The blood vessels couldn't cope with the excessive blood flow and burst. Blood flowed from Shin Yu-sung's nose and mouth. She shed tears of blood. Lee Gil-young tried to control Shin Yu-sung, but the situation was already getting out of control. In the end, Lee Gil-young also triggered diverse communication. The two children, who had always been fighting, joined hands at this moment. Lee Gil-young's power was added and the channel of understanding widened. However, it was still an arduous opponent. Soon, blood poured from Lee Gil-young's nose. Yuak. Shin Yu-sung understood the suffering of the strange beast and wanted to give up everything for the first time. There was the sound of a vessel being broken as Shin Yu-sung and Lee Gil-young's spirits collapsed little by little. It was the cost of trying to tame an ego they couldn't cope with, an opponent they couldn't touch. At this moment, Shin Yu-sung felt eyes on her back. It was as if someone was looking at her. A being that wasn't pushed at all by the monster's presence was watching her. The constellation who doesn't yet have a name is looking at you. Chapter 168 Kim Dokjae's Love 7. Translator. Rainbow Turtle. The constellation who doesn't yet have a name. Shin Yu-sung was well aware of who it was referring to. Ajusi. It was only a gaze, but in fact, many people died because there wasn't a gaze at an important moment. In that sense, Shin Yu-sung was lucky. The constellation who doesn't yet have a name is nodding. Shin Yu-sung received the attention of only one person in the world and stepped forward. She could do it. Her legs were numb and her lips couldn't move, but she was convinced. One step, another step. The child's small hands soon reached the outer shell of the monster. There was a very small wound on the outer shell. The startled monster's eyes shone. Shin Yu-sung stared straight at the monster rather than avoid the monster's eyes. Look straight at me. Looking closer, it wasn't just one wound. Numerous scars were covering the outer shell of the monster's entire body. The monster let out a small cry. Perhaps no one had seen its wounds before. The cuts were created a long time ago. These wounds were the very existence of this monster. Due to these wounds, the monster became stronger, but it also became lonely. Shin Yu-sung's face distorted as if she vividly felt the pain. You shouldn't be a monster just because you are hurt. Shin Yu-sung slowly touched the monster's injuries. However, they were wounds that couldn't be healed no matter how long passed. That didn't mean she would give up. There would be a miracle. Just like Kim Dokja saved the 41st round Shin Yu-sung. Even those who couldn't be healed could be saved. Shin Yu-sung saw the roots of the perpetual motion that pushed down on the monster. Perhaps this monster had been tied up in this place for a lifetime. Shin Yu-sung pulled out a golden fruit. Ancient beast's fruit. It was the SS-grade item that emerged from the random box Kim Dokja had given to her one day. It was a consumable item that could be used to tame an upper-grade monster that couldn't be tamed. She slowly bowed to the monster and said, "Let's go together." It felt like paradise was experiencing an earthquake, and Rianhite shouted in a baffled manner, "Cook! Kuhik, what is this?" The perpetual motion suddenly collapsed. Little by little, the plant's branches and leaves were wilting. The supplied energy was drifting to a distant place. By the time Rianhite realized something was wrong, the branches in the air were already breaking. "Kahik, ich how can?" Rianhite started vomiting. Sap poured out like it was blood. Something was eating at the base of the perpetual motion. As the eerie teeth penetrated the sharp roots, Rianhite screamed like his body was being torn apart. The being tied to the roots of paradise for a long time was now destroying the roots. The perpetual motion lost power and started to collapse. And no! Something huge exploded from under the ground. It didn't have a rating because it had never been revealed to the world. It had a huge dragon's body, a demon's wings, and the eyes of an insect. It was the ultimate monster that evolved from the interbreeding of demon species, insect kings, and other monster species. Everything in paradise saw this miracle, and Yu Jonghyuk was one of them. Chimera Dragon. This was the real monster of paradise. The power was close to the second grade, but its potential was beyond the first grade. Despite starting from the bottom, it could threaten even a dragon, the strongest monster species. Yet the bleeding Shin Yusung and Lee Gil-young were riding on its back. Jung Hee-won exclaimed with joy, "Yusung, Gil-young." The two children had done it after all. The Chimera Dragon roared, and all the monsters in paradise withdrew at once. There were those who escaped back underground, those who were frightened unconscious on the spot, and those who escaped beyond the walls. In the midst of this mess, Rianhite staggered away from the perpetual motion and ran away. Yu Jonghyuk didn't miss this opening. The breaking the sky sword moved, and Rianhite wasn't able to escape the sword. Kuhuk. Black blood poured from his mouth. No matter how powerful a demon he was, he couldn't survive his heart being pierced. Rianhite slowly collapsed, and Yu Jonghyuk and the party members approached him. The dying master of paradise said, "Ha ha ha, all of that, in the end, it is nothing but a small play for those big shots." Yu Jonghyuk stared down at the bleeding and muttering Rianhite. Rianhite stared at the perpetual motion disappearing in the sky, and his breathing became rough. "You might not believe it, but I just wanted to create a good world." Some people who heard this yelled at him. They were all people who had been protected by paradise. Some called him a hypocrite, while others shouted that they should immediately kill Rianhite. Now that they knew the secret of paradise, they no longer protected Rianhite. However, none of them moved. It was because Yu Jonghyuk didn't allow it. Tears flowed from Rianhite's eyes. I know. Rianhite slowly closed his eyes at the short answer. Yu Jonghyuk spoke once again. "Everybody knows." Of course they knew. Rianhite burst out laughing when he saw the life that he lived was so easily seen. "Strange. Why, do I feel like you actually understand?" Yu Jonghyuk stared down at Rianhite. It wasn't in this round of regression, but Yu Jonghyuk had also sympathized with Rianhite's will. The memories of raising paradise together and then destroying paradise were still clear. As if to reciprocate the feelings, Rianhite spoke in a pained voice. "You will go to the next floor?" The next floor. This was the location of the last scenario of Dark Castle. You won't find what you are looking for. This castle, it is just the constellation's playground. So be careful. The next floor. At this moment, Rianhite's body exploded. Yu Jonghyuk stared silently into the air where the Dakibis were smiling. "Nah, that is prohibited." Right. This isn't fun." Then the messages of the constellations came like they had been waiting. Many constellations admire the performance of the incarnation Yu Jonghyuk. The constellations of the Absolute Good System agree with the judgment of Yu Jonghyuk. Some constellations express regret over the collapse of paradise. Many constellations have sponsored 150,000 coins. Yu Jonghyuk's expression didn't change. The eyes of joy or sorrow weren't revealed. "You have defeated the demon Marquis Rianhite. 150,000 coins have been acquired. The legendary grade story Paradise of Despair has been acquired. Your Dark Castle ranking has been adjusted. A new main scenario has appeared. Main scenario number 10S73rd Demon King is temporarily opened." Everything was so perfectly solved that he couldn't do better. It didn't follow his plan, but he raised his Dark Castle ranking, collected coins, and got a clue about the next scenario. Nevertheless, Yu Jonghyuk didn't know what these complicated emotions were. He looked down at his hands and started brooding. "Our savior. You are the savior." He looked back at the shouts and saw people rushing towards him. They treated him as a messiah as people knelt before him and cried. They were grateful to him for destroying paradise. Thank you very much. If it wasn't for you, Yu Jong-hyuk heard these words and looked back down at his bloody hands. Then he realized the identity of these emotions. Originally, he had no intention of saving these people. The people of paradise weren't important to him at all. If Reinheit saw them as a sacrifice for paradise, Yu Jong-hyuk considered them a sacrifice to clear the scenario. Thank you. Yu Jong-hyuk listened to the voices and thought about it. Since when did this happen? From the second regression. No, perhaps the precursor had already been there. His goal was to finish all the scenarios and save the world. Under this tremendous conviction, he kept running forward. On this lonely and slow run, he was worn down bit by bit. There was no meaning in saving the world if everyone was dead. Yet he stood by and watched people die. It was as if he took the sacrifices for granted. After seeing Reinheit's death, Yu Jong-hyuk started to rethink his goal for the first time. Can I ask for your name? Someone asked for his name. Being famous in the star stream was directly related to the strength of the story. By answering with his own name, he would be able to gain new achievements. Yu Jong-hyuk was well aware of this. Yu Jong-hyuk thought for a moment before slowly opening his mouth. My name is Kim Dokja. My name is Kim Dokja. As I was observing using third-person's viewpoint, I heard Yu Jong-hyuk's words and felt a chill. A new achievement has been added to your fifth story. The inhabitants of paradise will remember the liberator of paradise, Kim Dokja. The lone messiah story has become even richer. This situation didn't make sense. I panicked when I saw that the people of paradise would remember the name Kim Dokja. No, why was my name listed all of a sudden? The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is shedding tears at this true comradeship. Uriel, who had been quiet for a while, started jumping with excitement. I would have scolded her previously, but after the banquet, harsh words couldn't emerge. However, that Yu Jong-hyuk bastard, he was really mysterious. That egoist couldn't hand his achievements to other people. Did he want to make friends with me now? It wasn't possible. That reminded me, all the party members except for myself and Han Soo-young were gathered in one place. No, Gong Pilja wasn't present. Damn, where did that guy go? By the way, why are you looking for Dokja Ajusi? The people who were excited about the Chimera Dragon tamed by Shin Yu-sung and Lee Gil-young started talking about me. The faces of the party members changed after hearing Yusanga's explanation. I wasn't too surprised. Yusanga must have stolen the prophecy from the Moray. Perhaps like Dionysus, she was struggling to save me. Ajusi will die? By the person he loves most? Incarnation Kim Dokja will be killed by the person he loves most. The party members had extremely confused expressions. Young Hee-won looked puzzled. Shin Yu-sung was concerned and Lee Hyun-sung was struggling with something. Lee Jae-hai was the first one to open her mouth. Ajusi will just revive again after dying. Isn't it fine? Yusanga replied to Lee Jae-hai's question. It is a good thing, but I don't know how many times he can resurrect. It is a prophecy of Olympus and it isn't that easy to avoid. Young Hee-won's words caused the party members to look serious again. They were this worried about me. Young Hee-won asked, then who is the person Dokjasi loves most? Don't we need to know this first? Chapter 169 Kim Dokja's Love 8. Translator. Rainbow Turtle. Everyone made expressions of belated realization. They understood that they hadn't thought of the fundamental problem. At this moment, Lee Jae-hai opened her mouth again. Lee Jae-hai raised her hand. I felt somewhat uneasy. By the way, yes, Jae-hai? Do you know something? No, you don't think it is me? What bullshit was this girl saying? Lee Jae-hai's comment seemed to relax the party members. Young Hee-won asked, what? Did Dokjasi do something? That man towards a minor. No, that's not it. Then, I just thought about it using common sense. I am a high school girl. Then he should like me. The party members ignored Lee Jae-hai and continued the discussion. It was Young Hee-won who gave her opinion first. My guess is that Dokjasi's most loved person is Yusangasi. Huh? Yusanga was startled. She was so surprised that I was hurt. Why me? You should be like this. In fact, Yusangasi's beauty, well, I don't need to mention it. The members nodded and Yusanga's face turned red. Young Hee-won kept speaking. You are running around everywhere to save Dokjasi. I honestly think it would be strange if Dokjasi doesn't like Yusangasi. Certainly, there was no one who wouldn't like Yusanga. She was pretty, kind, had a good personality. There was no denying it. Huh? I'm just a work colleague and received help from Dokjasi. Yusanga acted like it was a difficult situation before she suddenly hit back at Young Hee-won. I actually thought it was Hee-won-si. Yes? Me? Yes, I think that Dokjasi likes Hee-won-si. Young Hee-won was surprised by the unexpected counterattack and her eyes widened. Lee Hyun-sung also jumped with shock. It was an interesting hypothesis for me as well. This Dokjasi is really kind to Hee-won-si. He gave you equipment and Hee-won-si seemed to smile very well when talking to Dokjasi. Certainly, there seemed to be such a thing. It was very easy for me to converse with Jung Hee-won. It was in the sense that she was a character I found and raised. The confused Jung Hee-won shook her hands with a flushed face. Huh? No, wait a minute. The party members started to gossip again. It didn't feel good. Lee Jae-hai stood alone and muttered Kim Dokja is trash. No, I didn't do anything wrong. This time, it was Lee Gil-young who interrupted. I don't think love necessarily means love between a man and woman. Maybe, then what do you think, Gil-young? Dokja Hyung likes me. Why do you say that? Lee Gil-young agonized over the question before starting to cry. No matter how I thought about it, I couldn't find a reason why I would love him. Then Lee Hyun-sung spoke. Hum. Perhaps it is comradeship. People simultaneously stared at Yoo Jong-hyuk. Yoo Jong-hyuk, who was standing with his arms crossed, frowned. What are you looking at? Lee Jae-hai and Jung Hee-won were whispering to each other. Perhaps. Right? Isn't this right? The constellation demon-like judge of fire is nodding violently. At this time, the quietly listening Shin Yu-sung raised her hand. Excuse me. The party members tacitly realized something. Among them, the one who might know my mind best was my incarnation Shin Yu-sung. Why wise? Yu-sung. Speak. Do you know anything? Shin Yu-sung slowly shook her head. The expressions of the party members were disappointed. However, Shin Yu-sung's words weren't over yet. Why don't you just ask Juicy? What? Doc Jassy? How? I suddenly felt cold. Shin Yu-sung was looking exactly where I was watching them. As always, my ominous feeling was correct. My lovely incarnation smiled and pointed at me. Juicy is listening to our conversation after all. Damn. The constellation who doesn't yet have a name is wrong. Again. The constellation who doesn't yet have a name is wrong. One more time. The constellation who doesn't yet have a name says he was really wrong. After repeatedly apologizing, the party members, especially Jung Hee-won and Yusanga, barely forgave me. Jung Hee-won said, Then, who is the person Doc Jassy loves most? I was about to answer when Lee Hyun-sung spoke up. Come to think of it, it might be no one here. That reminds me, Doc Jassy left with that woman. The name? Han Soo-young? Jung Hee-won also added. Yusanga's expression hardened at Han Soo-young's words. Are you with that woman right now? Yusanga's expression was greatly disappointed because she didn't like Han Soo-young. I needed to speak before things got worse. I took a deep breath and sent an indirect message. The constellation who doesn't yet have a name says he doesn't love anyone. An unknown atmosphere covered the party members. Some were disappointed while some were excited. No, why were they so interested in the love life of others? Jung Hee-won said, you have to say it precisely. There is no one right now. According to fate, Doc Jassy will surely love someone. Well, she wasn't wrong. Jung Hee-won continued speaking. Then I will change the question. What type of style does Doc Jassy like? Is it close to one of us? No, why should I tell them? I know you are wondering why you should answer, but it is important to us. If Doc Jassy likes one of us, we might be able to stop that fate. It was slightly convincing. Fate was very powerful, but as I said, it wasn't inevitable. If I knew who I loved, I might be able to go against fate. I felt sorry that the party members were so worried about my death. However, the constellation who doesn't yet have a name isn't sure. In the end, Jung Hee-won was irritated. Oh, why are you so frustrating? Juicy, it's fine to tell us. Is it the time to be polite? The constellation who doesn't yet have a name says there is no such thing. Damn, I had to use a lot of coins to send the indirect messages. The constellation who doesn't yet have a name doesn't know his heart. Doc Jassy, really? The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is interested in the new story. The constellation secretive plotter wonders about your choice. The constellation abyssal black flame dragon is glancing this way. Many constellations are choking on sweet potatoes are your frustrating answer. Even the constellations were listening to our conversation. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is telling you not to deceive yourself on your heart. Some constellations declare there is no one apart from the incarnation Yusanga. Some constellations support the incarnation Shin Yu-sung. Some constellations who love true friends support the incarnation Lee Hyun-sung. This was an utter mess. The constellation demon-like judge of fire has a good idea. The next moment, an item popped out of thin air. Plus, item information, name, affection reader, rating, SS, description. An item that lets you know what the other person thinks about you. After pressing the button and thinking about the name and appearance of the other person, the affection number will automatically appear in the air. Plus, I became distracted the moment I saw this item. The affection reader was a luxurious item that could only be purchased by platinum members of the Dakibi bag. No, using 100,000 coins for this unhealthy entertainment? Was she crazy? As expected from an archangel. This is big. Jung Hee-won shouted. The constellation demon-like judge of fire says to try and use it. Then who will go first? It is Hee-won Uni's sponsor, so let her try first. Shall I? Jung Hee-won became slightly nervous once it was time to use it. I was also tense. Why was I so nervous when I was finally getting to know my heart? It felt like I was naked. I felt really strange as I saw everyone focus on the affection reader. After a while, there was a beeping sound and the message slowly appeared. The affection score of the constellation Kim Dokja towards the incarnation Jung Hee-won is 54 points. The nervous Jung Hee-won was disappointed when she saw the score. 54 points? Is that high? I want to try next. Lee Jae-hai took away the reader and cried out playfully as she pressed the button. Let me know Kim Dokja's heart. The affection score of the constellation Kim Dokja towards the incarnation Lee Jae-hai is 6 points. Lee Jae-hai was in a daze as the other members used the reader. Then it was Lee Gil-young, Lee Hyun-sung and Shin Yu-sung. Their scores were 49 points, 50 points and 56 points respectively. In the corner, Lee Jae-hai was muttering, Kim Dokja is trash. On the other hand, Shin Yu-sung was excited. Finally, only Yu Sang-ga and Yu Jong-hyuk were left. Jae Jong-hyuk first. I have no intention of joking around. Yu Jong-hyuk went to search the monster corpses in the distance, and all eyes naturally turned to Yu Sang-ga. Yu Sang-ga took the reader. Then just before she used it, the constellation Queen of the Darkest Spring presents a special item to incarnation Yu Sang-ga. Clothes fell out of the air and the clothing of Yu Sang-ga changed. It was into a black Chinese dress with a black garter belt. Yu Sang-ga stuttered at the sudden change. This is. I felt desperate at the sight of Yu Sang-ga and inwardly cursed. That damn granny of Olympus. Jung Hee-won, who didn't know anything, nodded. It is a constellation event? Sang-ga Nuna, come forward. Yu Sang-ga pressed the button. The affection score of the constellation Kim Dokja towards the incarnation Yu Sang-ga is 481 points. 4,481 points? Isn't that crazy? Doesn't this confirm it? Dokjasi's favorite person is really… Yu Sang-ga was stuttering with a red face when Lee Jae-hai felt something strange and opened her mouth. No wait, Sang-ga Uni, can you lend me those clothes? Yes. Lee Jae-hai entered a nearby building to change clothes before pressing the button of the reader. The affection score of the constellation Kim Dokja towards the incarnation Lee Jae-hai is 481 points. Everyone was speechless. I couldn't say anything through my shame. Lee Jae-hai shouted ridicule towards the air. Jung Hee-won grabbed her belly and shook as she laughed, and Yu Sang-ga muttered with blank eyes, it isn't a person he loves most. Lee Gil-young and Lee Hyun-sung were shaking their heads. Shit, this was why I didn't want to do this. Shin Yu-sung was shivering as she watched me. I wanted to apologize when I saw my incarnation's reaction. But Shin Yu-sung shouted first. Ajusi. Yes, sorry Yu-sung. Ajusi. What's wrong? Ajushi. The pale Shin Yu-sung stretched out a hand towards the air. There was something strange. Eh? Shin Yu-sung's voice became distant and my vision swirled as I became dizzy. Wait, this was perhaps… The next moment, my consciousness was cut off along with the message. You have died. Chapter 170 Reading Again 1. Translator. Rainbow Turtle. I remembered the moment I read a novel for the first time. The texture of the soft paper touching my fingertips. The black letters blooming on a white field. The texture of the page I folded with my hands. It isn't important to read the letters. The important thing is where the letters lead you. My mother, who loved books, used to say this. At least for me, it wasn't just a saying. The gaps in the black print. My own little snow garden lay in between the letters. This space, which was too small for someone to go into, was a perfect place for a child who liked to hide. Every time a pleasant sound was heard, the letters stacked up like snow. In it, I became a hero. I had adventures, loved and dreamt. Thus I read and read again. I remembered the first time I was about to finish a book. It was like being deprived of the world. The protagonist and supporting characters walked off with the sentence they lived happily ever after, and I was left alone at the end of the story. In my vanity and sense of betrayal, my young self struggled because I couldn't stand the loneliness. This is the end? Perhaps it was similar to learning about death. For the first time, I realized that something was finite. My mother said, this is the end. There isn't anything that comes next. There is no next. My mother was cold as she told me a brutal truth. However, just because it is the end doesn't mean you've seen the whole story. Then she gave me wise advice. Yes? Read it again. Reread the finished story. As a child, I didn't know what this meant. Why read a story I already know? If you read it again, it will definitely be a different story. I don't want to. I was stubborn because I was afraid of feeling the deprivation again. Then my mother said, do you want to read it together? Thus, I learned to read again. At first, I only saw the main character's position. The second reading showed the position of the supporting character, and the third reading showed the position of the enemy. The story changed every time I read it. The story was over, but it wasn't over. The story wouldn't end unless the reader gave up on the story. I still thought about it often. What if my mother had said something else at that time? All fiction was fake, and it would just be a loss of my life if I read it. Would I then have a lot of friends? What if I didn't study hard, wasn't bullied, and didn't run away from the reality given to me? Sparks appeared in the air, and the flowing memories were broken. Kim Dokja, you look relaxed. I turned my head and saw someone standing in the darkness. It was a presence that could easily pierce other people's dreams. Apart from a mighty God, the only possible people who could do this were prophets. However, the person here wasn't Anna Croft. Is fate bearable? I knew this face. It was a crowned wanderer dressed in old clothes. That reminded me there was a prophet among the constellations. Poked out his eyes. It was King Oedipus of Olympus, who I met at the banquet. King Oedipus said to me, "Your fate is approaching." Fate? Hasn't it already been realized? Aren't I dead as you planned? This isn't a fate that can be avoided with a shameful story. You have to decide which side you will stand on soon. I believe you will make the right choice. I'm not on anyone's side. King Oedipus laughed. You will definitely come to Olympus. It is because no incarnation fits the story of Olympus as much as you. What are you talking about? Before I could finish speaking, my memories came back. Dokja. Shit. I remembered this. It was a bloody living room. My mother was holding a knife and standing in front of a dead man. From now on, I will read all of this again. My mother smiled towards me and said, "Thus you have to remember well. Understood?" A nightmare was coming towards me. I heard screaming. King Oedipus' voice was heard, as if he was laughing at all the memories. Succeed the lightning carnival. Otherwise you will die forever in the following scenarios. The attribute 8 lives has been activated. Your body will be resurrected. My breath burst out of me like amniotic fluid. The second head of the snake has been sacrificed. The power of the head is intelligence. My cold skin turned warm again and my stretched muscles gained strength. This was the 4th death I had experienced. Once against the fire dragon, once against the disaster of floods, and once when dealing with nirvana. At this point, I should think about whether Yu Jonghyuk was the sunfish or if I was the sunfish. Where is this place? I looked around, but I couldn't tell where I was. I only saw a white cloud-like ground and an open sky. Was this dark castle? The bonus effect has sped up the actions of your brain. Due to the resurrection bonus, my judgment of the situation became clearer and faster. I decided to look at it again from the beginning. First, there was the biggest question. Why did I die? I had been using third-person's viewpoint to watch Paradise and left my body with Han Soo-young. Suddenly, there was only one conclusion. Someone killed me while I was asleep. Who was it? Han Soo-young? A new achievement has been added to your 5th story. People will know you as the Messiah who bears shame. I died at a strange time, so a weird achievement was added to my story. I didn't think it was actually shameful. The prophecy was incarnation Kim Dokja will be killed by the person he loves most. Then to kill me, they must be someone I loved. Hey Kim Dokja, you survived? In the distance, Han Soo-young was walking this way. What on earth happened? An ambush. Han Soo-young grumbled as she looked at the cloud field. It was a place where nothing could be seen except for floating clouds. It was an overly peaceful scene to be called an ambush. As soon as you fell asleep, some people appeared who were after you. I tried to stop them, but it didn't work. You ended up with a fatal wound and I carried you away while crying. Suddenly, I appeared in this place. The story flowed as naturally as the clouds, but it was unbelievable. The exclusive skill lie detection LV2 is activated. Do you have confirmed that the statement is true? Did you see the faces of those who attacked? Everybody was wearing a mask and I couldn't see properly. I saw a few people using detect attributes, but I didn't know them. The 3-day journey had made Han Soo-young considerably stronger. Now Han Soo-young would be 20th in the Dark Castle rankings. Yet the people broke through her to kill me, then brought us here. I couldn't come up with a plausible group no matter how hard I thought. You didn't find out anything else? By the way, aren't you really relaxed? Who was the one suffering for 3 days? 3 days? You have been dead for 3 days. Didn't you know? That reminded me 8 lives had a bit of a wait time. 3 days, damn. What happened to the other party members? Surely they hadn't already passed on to the next scenario? If so, all my plans would go wrong. Han Soo-young sighed. No matter how far I go, there are only clouds. I have already given up. Is that why you released your clones? Han Soo-young's clones were training in various parts of the cloud field. Han Soo-young training in hidden weapons technique, Han Suyong training her footwork. Each Han Suyong was devoted to one skill. It is my own training. I didn't want to waste time waiting for you, and once I take back my clones, my skill proficiency increases quickly. Somehow, I discovered the secret behind how Han Suyong could become so strong in such a short time. What? Are you a Imma? Damn, it is filtering something like this. Well, I have an idea of what you wanted to say. In any case, she didn't seem like just a plagiarist writer anymore. I was suddenly curious. The original description in Ways of Survival didn't describe the avatar skill in detail. It wouldn't be bad to learn a bit more about this skill. Are there no constraints on the skill? You can make infinite number of clones as long as you have the magic power? That would be a scam. Of course, there are restrictions. Every time I use the skill, I share some of my memories with the avatar. Some of your memories? Then what about after the avatar dies? Then I will lose the memories. I felt a bit surprised when Han Suyong responded casually. Wasn't it a skill that could give her Alzheimer's if she made a mistake? Han Suyong read my thoughts and smiled. Don't worry. I usually use unnecessary memories. In addition, the memories will come back if I recover the clones. Sometimes it is a problem because some go out of control. Out of control? The first time I tried creating a clone using Avatar, I gave away too many of my memories and it went out of control. Is that possible? Then did you lose those memories? Han Suyong shrugged. I don't know. But now I use small memories, so it's fine. You just think that you're fine. Shut up. A clone ended up having important memories due to a mistake. I shivered as I thought about another Han Suyong that might still be moving around somewhere in Seoul. 1B1. The clones turned into smoke and returned to Han Suyong. It was probably to recover the accumulated skills proficiency. Han Suyong suddenly exclaimed. Ah, there was something I didn't say. I just remembered. A constellation came looking for me when you died. Why give such an important memory to her clone? I forgot the name, but the constellation belonged to a nebula. Vedas or Tamna? These names were dangerous. Regardless of how I felt, Han Suyong muttered in a relaxed manner. I heard some ambiguous words. Make the right choice. Can't you remember it properly? I'm sorry. If I recall all my avatars, then I can remember. Oh, it was a strange Goryeo warrior. Goryeo warrior? He left without saying anything. He stared at your dead body for a moment and left straight away. If it was a Goryeo warrior, it was probably Chiak Jungyong. There were also Olympus, Vedas, and Tamna. The big nebulae were moving, so it seemed like something was going to happen. At this moment, something crossed my mind. Wait, a constellation appeared directly? It wasn't an avatar? Yes, it was a symbol. Why? Don't you know the problem with this? No matter how symbolic, a constellation can't appear in the scenario area without consuming a lot of probability. The constellations feared probability the most and wouldn't descend as a symbol. I slowly looked around. I think I know where this place is. This place was a ward, but it wasn't a normal ward. It was a ward where constellations could appear in symbolic form. Han Suyong belatedly noticed something. The mechanical gateway array method. The mechanical gateway array method, it was a technique used by constellations who mastered the principles of the 5 elements for heavenly divisions and 3 calamities. By the way, it was hard to see people use this technique. Zhuge Liang of China could use it freely. Yet this was the Korean peninsula. Then, won't you come out? I spoke to the air. With the exception of Zhuge Liang, there was one other constellation who could use it freely. It was also a constellation I had already met. It seems it is impossible to deceive you with the shape of a constellation. A voice was heard as clouds gathered in the air and formed the image of a person. It was a woman in her 30s wearing a prison uniform. Haven't we met before? It isn't a very good reunion. The constellation First Spiritualist of Joseon is giggling at you. First Spiritualist of Joseon, John Wuchi's incarnation. She was the first limb of the King of Wanderers. The king is waiting for you. Somehow I knew who had killed me. This situation appeared to be the worst. Either way, I had no other choice. I nodded and said, guide me. Chapter 171 reading again 2. Translator. Rainbow Turtle. That jerk Kim Dokja, he forgot about me again. There was a small fortress standing on the empty plains. In fact, it was the size of a small house rather than a fortress. However, the armed weapons meant it wasn't lacking compared to a fortress. Needless to say, it was Gong Pildu's armed fortress. Do-do-do-do. Gong Pildu fired shells at the monsters approaching the fortress. For several weeks after entering Dark Castle, Gong Pildu had been living in a hellish monster zone. There was an endless stream of monsters. If it wasn't for the coins that Kim Dokja had previously provided him, he might run out of magic power and died already. The Constellation Defense Master is excited about the defense game. The situation wouldn't have ended up like this if it wasn't for the perverted sponsor. His Dark Castle ranking had risen sharply due to all the monsters he killed. The problem was that his mental strength and magic power had reached their limits. It is up to here. Gong Pildu had a disheartened expression as he watched the armed fortress being broken down by the claws of the monster. At this time, something golden flew in the distance. It was a powerful ether storm that broke apart the whole field. He wondered if it was Kim Daksha, but the person was unexpected. Yu Jonghyuk? A huge dragon was flying through the storm. On top of it, there were two people Gong Pildu knew. Strength went out of Gong Pildu's body and the fortress collapsed. Yu Jonghyuk ran like the flash and caught the falling Gong Pildu. I overused the power of transcendence. For the time being, I must preserve my strength. Yu Jonghyuk thought as he glanced at his right arm. The hand that was holding the sword was swollen and red. It wasn't the power of his sponsor, but transcendence was also affected by the probability. The situation would improve as the restrictions were gradually lifted. However, the probability allowed in the 9th scenario wasn't enough for him to take full advantage of transcendence. I have recovered Gong Pildu. Lee Silwa is steadily raising her ranking in the Western field. His plan was progressing steadily. The situation was smoother than any previous scenarios. Now the only thing left is Kim Daksha. Yu Jonghyuk thought as he looked towards the Western plains. The fate of Starstream isn't that lax. What are you going to do, Kim Daksha? Don't worry. There is a way out. That woman isn't the only problem. There are many tough people. Moreover, how are you going to deal with the mechanical gateway array method? There isn't a way to break the mechanical gateway array method. Han Suyang and I were walking through the mechanical gateway array method while following the incarnation of John Wuqi, Cho Youngran. I saw that she was floating, not walking, and thought she definitely fit the incarnation of John Wuqi. John Wuqi, along with Hong Gildong, he was one with the power to enter the peak of the Korean constellations. Han Suyang noticed her and spoke again. By the way, wasn't the King of Wanderers killed by the reincarnator? She isn't someone who will die so easily. Come to think of it, you said that you know the King of Wanderers. Tell me precisely. What is your relationship? A light sigh emerged at the question. It is the most complicated relationship in the world. I feel disgusted. An old girlfriend? My mother. What? Really? I'm sorry. Han Suyang stuttered in an unusually embarrassed manner. As if hearing our conversation, Cho Youngran looked back with a stiff expression. Follow exactly where I am stepping. If you step on another place, you will get lost. I thought it would be like this. All mechanical gateway array methods were the same. If you didn't go through the proper path, you would get lost. I asked a slightly disgruntled tone. Can't you just turn it off? It is difficult. I don't know what you will do. How funny. You killed me and now you're afraid of me. I know you are capable of resurrection. Does that let you kill me willy-nilly? I'm sorry for that. In addition, I wasn't moving to kill you. I attacked the woman and she used you as a shield. What? I turned around and saw Han Suyang whistling. I watched Han Suyang smiling and thought about hitting her head. I would question her about it later. I might have 8 lives, but wait, it was 6 lives now. I glanced back towards Cho Youngran and asked, why are you helping my mother? Cho Youngran paused at my sudden question. I honestly don't know why someone like you is following an incarnation. The first spiritualist of Joseon can become a king right now. How do you know my sponsor? It is obviously a Korean constellation who can use the mechanical gateway array method. John Wuqi wasn't a narrative-grade constellation, but he had many advantages in the early scenarios because the consumption of probability when using his power was small. Moreover, according to the progress of the scenario, the fame and stories that could be built up were overwhelming compared to other constellations of the same rating. It was the reason why Yu Jonghyuk tried to recruit John Wuqi as a colleague in the early scenarios. Cho Youngran replied, I'm not suitable to be a king. Did my mother grab your weakness or something? Cho Youngran was going to say something, only to close her mouth again. I said to her, tell me honestly, I can help you. You are being deceived by that person. John Wuqi would be a great power if I could get his incarnation on my side. Of course, I didn't expect much. She saved my daughter. It was as expected. I see. Saving the life of your child, of course you would be loyal after something like that. Cho Youngran's eyebrows twitched at my words. Is that a sarcastic tone? That's right. I think saving that life is intentional. Intentional? My mother. Isn't there something strange about her? What? She is overly adaptive to the world or knows a lot of information that shouldn't be known at this point. Han Suyang looked at me with a confused expression because she didn't know what I was trying to do. Cho Youngran wondered, what do you want to say? What do I want to say? My mother knew what constellation you would get. Maybe she saved your daughter for the purpose of trying to use you. She is such a person. Cho Youngran. I didn't remember precisely, but it seemed a woman with this name had once been John Wuqi's incarnation. A character who lost her daughter and became John Wuqi's incarnation decided to get revenge on the world. I didn't know when I told my mother the story, but if she heard it from me and remembered the information, It wasn't an exaggeration to think my mother would use it. However, unexpected words emerged from Cho Youngran's mouth. "You're mistaken about her." "Mistaken?" Cho Youngran gazed at me in a strange way. It was filled with unpleasant sympathy and was the type of gaze I hated. "Sukyeongsi isn't as bad as you think." Was it because repulsion was surging inside me? I replied bluntly, "Nobody knows her better than me. Originally, it is the child who doesn't know anything about their parents. In any case, we've arrived." I suddenly saw something that was like a front door. Cho Youngran spoke towards Han Sooyoung. "Girl, you can't enter. Wait with me. Che, your mother seems very shy. Be safe." I nodded and brought my hand to the front door. Behind this door was probably the strongest enemy in the current scenario. Cho Youngran told me, "There is a bell." Ding dong. Somehow, the quaint ringtone stimulated familiar memories. It was a ringtone I seemed to have heard a long time ago. Then my mother's voice was heard from inside the door. "Come in." The door opened and the familiar entrance of a house appeared. A few pairs of shoes were placed neatly together. Some of them were small enough to belong to children. My sense of déjà vu was even worse. The interior of the house was familiar. It wasn't too flashy or old-fashioned, but the small decorations showed it was a person with some sense of style. I entered the living room and saw a familiar room. There were the forgotten wall clock and the television. I knew the texture of the sofa without needing to sit on it. The location of the table was also familiar. The fourth wall is shaking. Really, this was a terrible hobby. My mother was sitting on the sofa of the living room, dressed in elegant clothes. She asked me it took a long time. "How does it feel to be home after a long time?" "I would rather remain dead. I'm glad that you are healthy. Thanks to someone, I just died and came back to life." Maybe my mother chose this place to seize the initiative. The dialogue from now on would be a battleground to determine the outcome of the next two scenarios. "I heard Nirvana killed you. How are you alive?" "I wouldn't be fooled by such a person." "Have you forgotten?" "I also have a lot of information about the future." I had expected it. Still, my mother managed to deceive Nirvana. I had no idea what this person was capable of. Perhaps the most threatening thing to me at present wasn't Yu Jong-hyuk or the constellations, but this woman. "You were alive yet you didn't come to my funeral." Why would I go to a funeral when I was the unfortunate one left behind? "You thought it wasn't enough and had your people kill me once more. I killed you once more because you are an irresponsible son. Do you need a funeral this time as well? I saw that you have many good colleagues. They didn't know you were going to rise again," and cried. The person saying this was my mother. I took a deep breath. I could never be careless when talking to my mother. From now on, it would be the real thing. "Why did you kill me?" My mother laughed and replied, "Incarnation Kim Dokja will be killed by the person he loves most." "How do you know that?" "Usangasi told me. She asked me to save you." Usanga must visited my mother. "By the way, you came with another girl this time. Have your tastes changed?" "Honestly, I like Usanga more. Don't pay attention to unnecessary things. I don't understand you the more you talk. Why did you kill me when you were asked to save me? The prophecy came true thanks to me. Isn't that right?" "Huh?" My mind became complicated. "No," she was saying. My mother continued, "It said it in the prophecy. The person you love most. Thus I killed you." It was ridiculous that the person I hated more than anyone else would say this. Even so, the moment I heard it, I was disturbed by a feeling I couldn't express well. I definitely hated my mother. My life was a mess because my mother ruined it. Yet my mood was complicated. "I see. You killed me because you thought you are the one I love most? Is this fate? Doesn't it often appear in your favorite novel? If so, you have completely failed. Obviously, fate told me that I would be killed by the person I loved most. If so, my last death should have made my fate come true. I am still receiving the fate message. It was true. A little while ago, the infernal message entered my ears. A huge fate is hoping for your definite death." A modified was even added. It was a definite death. The words of King Oedipus in my dreams were correct. I couldn't escape this fate with the story 8 Lives. At the very least, you aren't the person I love most. Chapter 172 Reading Again 3. Translator. Rainbow Turtle. My mother was silent for a moment. The silence cheered me up a bit. The fact that my mother expected me to love her and the idea that I could hurt her feelings excited me. However, my mother spoke in a tone that sounded like she had expected it. "Chermem, I see. I still wanted to try it. Could have ended your fate. In any case, you still have a lot of lives left. Don't speak like you are doing this for me. I love you." I got goosebumps. Why was she suddenly saying this? What does this mean? "I am your mother." I looked at my smiling mother and one corner of my heart ached. Did she really believe that such words were acceptable? A decade's worth of suffering alone couldn't be denied because of these words. I glared at my mother. "Mother, love. I didn't use lie detection on her. Sometimes there were such words in the world. Even if it was true, it was painful enough to be called false. I sighed and said, "It's too late." "I know." "Then why?" "I just wanted to say it once. I don't think I've ever told you before." We fell silent and didn't say anything for a while. Only the second hand of the wall clock told me that time was passing by. It was like a page with nothing on it. Like a writer squeezing out my first sentence. I barely managed to open my mouth. "How was your life in prison? You often came to see me. Is there a need? You didn't tell me anything. Why didn't you say anything? I went to see you so many times. I didn't hate my mother from the beginning. Even when my mother killed my father. Even when she went to jail. Even when my relatives rushed to take our assets and I was treated like a leftover product. I didn't hate or blame my mother. How can a person be so shameless? The reason why I hated my mother was simple. Why did you remain silent? And why did you write such a story? Someone might say this, you became rich. Isn't it good that she sold the book? I didn't know if the royalties from my mother helped my life. My relatives always treated me like I wasn't a person. I had a really hard time. Whenever I went to school, walked on the streets, or met someone, it seemed like everyone was talking about me. It was the same when I moved schools. Every time I was the son of a murderer. Those who had never experienced it would never know. The world was tenacious. The reporters stood in front of my house and it felt like all eyes in the world were chasing me. Maybe, just maybe, I could have endured it. It might been okay if my mother had said something to me. If she told me to endure it, I could have. If only my mother had told me she was on my side. Even if she sold our story for money. The fourth wall is shaking violently. The stigma self-rationalization LV2 has been activated. I looked at my mother. I hadn't misunderstood. My mother sold our lives to earn money. Then my mother opened her mouth. I wanted to know. Know what? The truth. What is the truth? Mother, didn't you kill father? You don't know the story. I know it very well. Since separating from you, I looked over my memories again and again. In other words, I read it again. I became absorbed in the characters of the novel because of my mother. Dakja. From now on, I will read all of this again. Your father, he did something wrong and died. This was self-defense. Understood? I read it again hundreds, thousands, and even tens of thousands of times. No, I replayed it so many times that I couldn't even tell it was true anymore. It was enough for my father to die. He was a gambling addict and violent towards his family. Our family would have been in danger if he remained. The mother watched me and nodded. Yes, I remember it well. So why are you angry? I tried to ask my mother several times. Why didn't you run away with me? Why did you leave the child alone? Why didn't you come see me after you were released? The questions piled up inside me and I got the answer on my own. The fourth wall's shaking has subsided. This was a fear created by the answer. I was afraid that once the answer was given, I wouldn't be able to accept it. In the meantime, my mother had been repeatedly opening and closing her mouth before finally being able to speak. It is too late to say anything. Yes, I knew. Many constellations have sponsored you 5,000 coins for your family history. This was sufficient for the damn drama. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is thirsty from your sweet potato. The constellation demon-like judge of fire suggests that you think again. The constellation poked out his eyes is smiling in an insidious manner. This role didn't suit me in the first place. Why do you keep changing the original novel? My mother changed the topic. If you let it flow like the original and let people die, the scenarios wouldn't have been so difficult. I have to change it. Mother, you know that you Jonghyuk can't reach the ending in the third regression. Many constellations are frustrated by the filtering. The story about the original novel was filtered by the constellations. The ending? Yes, the ending. You are struggling just for that? You're not crazy. The ending of this story is important to me. It was this world that kept me alive while you were gone. It was thanks to the novel that I could survive the last few years without my mother and father. You can never understand. 3 ways to survive in a ruined world. I didn't know what the author intended with this title. However, this title was reality to me, not a metaphor. It was because for me, this had become a ruined world a long time ago. I read this novel on a daily basis and survived. Thus, I couldn't give up on this story. My mother refuted, this isn't a novel. There is no ending like everyone lived happily ever after in reality. I will see it through to the end. In addition, when did I say I wanted that ending? Stop. This world is crazy. It isn't something you can achieve because you know the future. Don't you already know this? The next scenarios. Stop. It was pointless to keep arguing with my mother. Just tell me what you want. Why did you call me here? Stay here. Yes, I thought she would say this. It was just like my mother. Why would I do such a thing? I can't lose my son again. I will somehow do the following scenarios. Save it. I raised my energy. Be honest. You think I will be a hindrance? I don't know what your purpose is, but I won't ask you anything. For the first time, an unfamiliar emotion crossed my mother's face. She looked sad. Sad? What qualifications did she have to feel like this? Who do you really resemble? A wave of magic power rose in my mother's body as she spoke. I dislike this method, but it can't be helped. Some constellations like this fighting in a family. Some constellations who value filial piety dislike this situation. The furniture of the house was swept away by the magical storm, causing Han Suyong to notice and run inside. Kim Dokja, the incarnation of John Wuchi, Cho Youngran was also behind Han Suyong. The living room quickly changed into a confrontational situation. Cho Youngran was preparing a trick while my mother gazed at me with serene eyes. John Wuchi's techniques were tricky, but I could somehow defend against them. The problem was my mother's side. I didn't yet know who my mother's sponsor was. This was just before my mother's ability was revealed. The exclusive skill bookmark is activated, selecting the fourth bookmark, Lycaean Isparang. The exclusive skill Way of the Wind LV 10+1 is activated. Way of the Wind reached its limit and the whole room was caught in a magical storm. I condensed the winds and destroyed the entire living room. Then I escaped from the house with Han Suyong. As dark smoke covered my field of view, I told Han Suyong, I will finish this right away, so get ready. Understood. Han Suyong started to generate a powerful black fire in her hand. I immediately changed the bookmark. I will choose the fifth bookmark, Kyrios Rodgrame. The combo of miniaturization and electrification followed after Way of the Wind. The fastest and most efficient way to overpower my mother was to use the greatest skill I had. However, the moment I was about to use the skill, dozens of people appeared through the smoke. They surrounded me and spoke in fervent voices. You've misunderstood everything. Please, you have to stay here. They were my mother's subordinates. Dozens of women wearing prison uniforms looked at me with sympathetic expressions. Han Suyong shouted, What is this? The surprised Han Suyong poured the black flames towards them, but they were scattered in all directions by John Wuchi's defense. Cho Youngran shouted, Kim Dokja, stop. Sukyung is doing this for you. It was my mother who blocked their mouths. She raised a finger to her mouth, telling them not to say anything. Then a grand aura started to emerge from my mother's body. Sparks formed due to the excessive use of probability. It was a more intense synchronization than anything I had seen before. My mother was obviously overdoing it. The sponsor of incarnation Lee Sukyung has revealed her modifier. The constellation founder's mother feels deep sadness towards you. The founder's mother? Oh my god. Don't tell me? The constellation founder's mother says that your strength is a threat to the Korean Peninsula scenario. The constellation founder's mother says that she won't take your life if you don't rebel. I hastily used miniaturization and electrification at the same time. The energy of the old land has sealed your skills. My vision became dim, as if I had entered a dark cave. Power was extinguished from my body and I became an ordinary human. The helplessness of a small animal captivated me. The energy of the old land seals your value. I knew this stigma. There was only one story regarding sealing on the Korean Peninsula. I never thought you could use this. Yes, it was strange I hadn't thought about it. This was the Korean Peninsula. Yet there was one nebula that hadn't contacted me yet. I should have made contact with them first, but I hadn't got close to them at this point. I told you I love you. My mother smiled while waving a bronze bell in my hand. The founder's mother. One of the highest-ranking constellations of Hongik and one of the most well-known stories on this land. My mother's sponsor was Eungnyo, mother of Dangun Wangyam. TL. Legendary founder and god king of Gojoseon. First Kingdom of Korea. He was said to be the grandson of heaven and son of a bear. See the end of the chapter for more information on the bear woman. I sighed and said, Okay, I surrender. What? Hey, Kim Dokja. Just wait here. You can't win anyway. A sense of exhaustion filled my body. Now I was no different from an ordinary person. Putting aside your sponsor, how did you get the 8-beaded bell? See link for an image. https://namu wiki/w/% sign ed% sign 8c% sign 9 4% sign ec% sign a3% sign bc% sign eb% sign a0% sign b9. I stared at the bronze bell in my mother's hand. The 8-beaded bell was one of the 3 heavenly seals of Dangun's myth. It was one of the greatest relics of the Korean Peninsula and had the ability to seal the story of another person. No matter how I thought about it, there was no way to get this star relic through normal methods at this point. My mother must have paid a price to get it. I will let you go once it is time. Just stay here for now. Finally, my mother and the wanderers disappeared. Han Suyang and I were trapped in the mechanical gateway array method. I was able to guess where my mother had gone. Maybe she went to see Yu Jonghyuk. I didn't want to imagine the catastrophe that would happen if they met. Shit, what now? How are we going to get out of here? Han Suyang asked as she tried to break the mechanical gateway array method. My skills as a constellation were sealed, so it was impossible to destroy straight away. Well, this was with my own power. I thought it over. There is one way. What is it? There is a presence that can break the mechanical gateway array method. What? Who? If I called him, the seal would somehow be broken. Originally, it was a constellation I didn't dare call, but now it was unknown. I pulled out Ganpyeongui. I saved it for an important time, and now it was the only thing I could believe in. The special option of the Ganpyeongui, Echo of the Stars, has been activated. Echo of the Stars allows you to ask for help from an upper-grade constellation. I will call the constellations. In the flow of the stars, the upper-grade constellations hear your voice. I called out the modifier of the constellation. The status of this constellation is too high. 5 points on the sky disk are required for this constellation. Will you accept this? There were only 5 points left because I had used the rest on calling the Big Dipper and the nation's independence activist. Now this constellation required all the remaining star points on the Ganpyeongui. It was necessary because this being's strength already surpassed the upper-grade rank. The operation of the stars has begun. In the darkness of the deep night sky, a solitary star was shining. I declared towards him, Goryos first sword, I need your strength. 1 Eungnyo, Korean for bear woman, and was a bear who became a woman. In the myths, a tiger and a bear lived together and prayed in a cave to the divine king Hwanung to become a human. Hwanung gave them 20 cloves of garlic and a bundle of mugwort, ordering them to eat only the sacred food and remain out of the sunlight for 100 days. The tiger left out of hunger, but the bear remained and became a woman after 21 days. Eungnyo kept making offering to Hwanung, but her lack of a husband made her depressed. She prayed to be blessed with a child. Hwanung heard her prayers and took her as a wife. Wikilinks: https://en. wikipedia.org/wiki/dangun. https://en. wikipedia.org/wiki/Eungnyo. Chapter 173 Reading again. 4. Early chapters because I will be busy the next 2 days with Chinese New Year. Translator: Rainbow Turtle. Sparks wrapped around my body as I felt the signs of a probability storm. This was a big burden for a single constellation not of the narrative grade to bear. I thought the records of how Cheok Jung-yong faced an army alone were exaggerated. However, rather than an exaggeration, the stories had been reduced. In fact, Cheok Jung-yong had become much stronger than what was written in Earth's records after becoming a constellation. In other words, there were sword masters who would become nervous just hearing about this constellation. Still, I had to endure it. If I couldn't withstand the spirit of Cheok Jung-yong, I couldn't break the 100 days seal. Your status is currently sealed. Your main skills are currently sealed. Time remaining: 100 days. The 100 days seal, which could be carried out by the 3 highest beings of the constellation Hongik, was the highest grade seal that sealed up the target's abilities. Eat garlic and mugwort and endure for 100 days. Of course, this seal wasn't necessarily a bad thing. If I could eat garlic and mugwort for 100 days, I could receive Hwanin's blessing and wake up the potential of my body. However, now I didn't have enough time. Han Suyang watched the garlic and mugwort pouring from the sky and asked, "Hey, isn't it almost done? The power is so strong that it is hard to control. Just wait." I took a deep breath and controlled my magic power. Cheok Jung-yong lent me strength in response to my call, but didn't say anything in his true voice. He just handed me some of his strength, as if saying, "Try it if you are confident." As a result, I had been controlling the story that had been running wild for 30 minutes. It seemed like my whole body would burst. I watched the grumbling Han Suyang and suddenly became annoyed. "This is all because of you. This wouldn't have happened if you didn't use me as a shield. I didn't do it on purpose. Do you expect me to believe that? Based on what you have always done." It seemed like many complaints had piled up and I couldn't help nagging. How many minutes had passed? Han Suyang slowly got fed up and shouted, I apologize. Yes, I used you as a shield. What do you want me to do?" I wanted to say she was brazen-faced, but then a presence suddenly intervened. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon interrupts with a cough. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon says that Han Suyang never used you as a shield. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon says your death is your responsibility. Han Suyang shouted, "Hey, you shut up and stay still." Saying unnecessary. What does he mean? It is nonsense. Don't worry about it. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon claims that Han Suyang didn't protect your heart to protect your Black Fire Dragon. My Black Fire Dragon? That's why Han Soo-young hesitated before starting to talk. John Wuchi's attack flew to that place. Ha! I was so dumbfounded that I forgot the important situation inside. Han Soo-young hesitated as she stared into my eyes and bit her lips. That you would be a bit unhappy if you lost that function, so I shifted the direction. That's why it hit my heart? Well, there is such a story. It was an absurd story. Han Soo-young didn't wait to see how I accepted it and added swiftly. Tu didn't have any strange thoughts. Don't be mistaken. The black flame dragon bastard was shouting that I should protect the whale. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is looking at his constellation with embarrassment and agitation. I sighed lightly and said, I don't care about that. Just protect my heart well next time. Han Soo-young made a surprised look at my words and nodded. An awkward atmosphere briefly flowed. Han Soo-young seriously considered something and opened her mouth. By the way, Kim Daksha, I have a question. What is it? Why does he call it the Black Flame Dragon? That guy, he was very small when he was a child. Lee Soo-kyung was immersed in her memories as she gazed at the dark and desolate plains of Dark Castle. How much time did it take to get here? There were no easy scenarios and all plans were half distorted or broken. How many times had she experienced the crisis of death due to insufficient information? It was especially dangerous when I met Nirvana, the reincarnator. Lee Soo-kyung never thought that such a being could exist in the world. Well, it was abnormal for a novel to become reality in the first place. She turned around and saw Cho Young-ran, the incarnation of John Wu-chi. Your Majesty, stop it with that title. Sukyungsi. Cho Young-ran had a complicated gaze. It is no wonder, Lee Soo-kyung thought. Cho Young-ran was the only wanderer who knew all her circumstances. You didn't need to fight him. If you were honest about why you wrote the book. Being honest is harder than fighting, especially when it is between a parent and child. In fact, she had the conversation with Kim Daksha because of Cho Young-ran's suggestion. Cho Young-ran kept pressing. Now is the age where he can accept the truth. He isn't the 10-year-old boy you knew. For me, he is just a child. It doesn't matter if he is 30 or 40 years old. It is the pride of a parent. Pride? That's right, it was pride. Lee Soo-kyung lowered her eyes. At first, I tried to show courage. I tried to tell the truth. However, after I looked into his eyes, it felt like an excuse for me to enter his life. Reality was different from a novel. A wounded person might be saved, but a wounded person wouldn't heal that easily. I don't know if that child really needs the truth. Maybe it was what I needed. I didn't want to stay as a bad mother. She became crooked herself to protect Kim Daksha. She became like this as a result of her own love. Incarnation Kim Daksha will be killed by the person he loves most. Lee Soo-kyung recalled the moment when she first heard of her child's fate from Usanga. The fate of Olympus would surely be realized. The child will understand you one day. In order to find out how to save her son, Lee Soo-kyung gave 3 days and 3 nights to the founder's mother. 3 SS-grade items were offered as a tribute to Hongik, and she also gave 20 years of her life. In return, she was able to steal a line of fate that Olympus had hidden. If he doesn't go to the next scenario, Incarnation Kim Daksha can live. Lee Soo-kyung smiled. Have all the troops gathered? Yes. They are all assembled. On the edge of the plains, the group of wanderers she led were gathered. They were all here because they believed in her. Lee Soo-kyung opened the main scenario window. Plus, main scenario number 973rd Demon King. Category, Main. Difficulty level SS. Clear conditions. You are eligible to participate in the last scenario of Dark Castle. Gather 4 rankers to go up to the 3rd floor of Dark Castle and enter the final scenario. Time limit, 30 days. Compensation, 100,000 coin. Failure, death. Your current Dark Castle ranking is 2nd place. Only incarnations within the top 10 of the rankings can challenge the final scenario with you. Plus, Lee Soo-kyung glanced at Cho Young-ran. She currently had 2 of the top 10 rankers. They were Cho Young-ran and Lee Bok-soon. In order to complete the scenario and challenge the final floor of Dark Castle, 2 more rankers were needed. Cho Young-ran said, "They are coming." An army was pushing from the other side of the Abyss Plains. They came from paradise. She saw a familiar face at the head of the army. Lee Soo-kyung greeted one of the people in the opposing force. Usangasi, it's been a while. I'm really glad you are alive. Doc Jassy, we can talk about it later. Lee Soo-kyung looked at the party across from her. From left to right, it is Lee Hyun-sung, Shin Yu-sung, Yong Hee-won, Lee Jae-hai and Lee Gil-young. She heard about Lee Hyun-sung, Shin Yu-sung and Lee Jae-hai from Kim Daksha, but she had never heard of Lee Gil-young and Yong Hee-won. Perhaps they were new people her son had recruited, regardless of the original novel. It would have been a lot easier if there were only original characters. Stupid fool. As a child, Kim Daksha did many unpredictable things. Therefore, Lee Suk-young had believed that her child would become an artist. The king of wanderers. The voice came from the person she had been waiting for. It was a person she heard a lot about from her son while she was in prison. She never imagined she would see him in person. Yu Jonghyuk. Supreme King Yu Jonghyuk. The protagonist of this story opened his mouth. Why did you want to see me here? I have decided to end this scenario. Yu Jonghyuk glanced next to Lee Suk-young and asked, are you also collecting the 4 heavenly kings? 4 heavenly kings? You need 4 rankers to go to the next scenario. Don't you know? Ah yes, that's right. I'm collecting them. I guess they are called the 4 heavenly kings. I can't keep up with the trendy words of children these days. Yu Jonghyuk's eyebrows twitched at Lee Suk-young's words. You have a twisted mind. You are a shrewd child. The eyes of the two people met and waves of energy bounced wildly. Just by exchanging looks, Lee Suk-young could get a vague glimpse of Yu Jonghyuk's power. It was transcendent. He had to be at this level to be the protagonist of the story. Lee Suk-young took a short breath and opened her mouth. I want to hold hands with you. Let's gather the remaining rankers together. Rankers? Yes. Isn't your goal to save this world? You need the most powerful lineup of incarnations as possible if you want to clear the next scenario. I can help you. My sponsor is Founder's mother. Yu Jonghyuk's eyes slightly tensed up at the words Founder's mother. However, it was just for a moment. The words that came out from Yu Jonghyuk's mouth were completely unexpected. Where is Kim Dokcha? Why are you looking for him? I heard you took him. So why? Lee Suk-young had a strange feeling at his dismissive attitude towards her suggestion. It was a disturbing feeling that only a mother with a child could detect. She wondered, surely you aren't going to include that child in your 4 heavenly kings? I'm not obliged to answer that. Your personality is exactly the same as what he said. Kim Dokcha told you my story? He did. He told me a lot. She stared into Yu Jonghyuk's eyes and Lee Suk-young's suspicions increased. Lee Suk-young asked, I heard that you handed the Paradise Achievement to my son. Why did you do that? He can save the world if he grows stronger. Aha, you are going to use him for that? Lee Suk-young deliberately emphasized a word. It was a relaxed tone, as if she already knew it. Then Yu Jonghyuk replied, Kim Dokcha is necessary for this world. I need him. He will be my companion and he will see the end of the scenario. Lee Suk-young's expression slowly hardened. Companion? The voice of her young son appeared in her mind. That jerk, he is a complete psychopath. He knows nothing but how to use people. He will do whatever it takes to reach his goal. This is strange. The Yu Jonghyuk I heard about will never talk like you. Does your family like to talk as if they know someone well? Yu Jonghyuk pulled out his sword. It was a hard attitude that showed no more dialogue was needed. Give me Kim Dokcha. Then I will spare you. Lee Suk-young stared into Yu Jonghyuk's blazing eyes and recalled her son's voice. Despite his many complaints, her son always looked somewhat excited. But the story won't continue without him. Ways of Survival is such a novel. At this moment, enlightenment filled Lee Suk-young's head. Incarnation Kim Dokcha will be killed by the person he loves most. Lee Suk-young realized the true meaning of this fate. She knew who would kill her beloved son. Maybe it was an insight Lee Suk-young was able to reach because she was used to these types of metaphors and symbolism. I see. Lee Suk-young realized everything and laughed. This wasn't her original plan. Still, the prophecy meant that the plan had to be modified here. I'm sorry, but I can't let you see my son. Why? A mother's responsibility is to control her child if he mixes in with bad people. Lee Suk-young's eyes were cold as she took out the 8-beaded bell. I have to send my son back to reality. Chapter 174 Reading Again. 5. TL, Rainbow Turtle. At this time, Bai-hyung was at the Seoul Administrative Branch of the Bureau. It would soon be time for the Seoul Dome liberation scenario. All dakibis in the dome were busy trying to finish the scenario. Bai-hyung walked through the halls of the Bureau and saw newly hired low-grade dakibis moving along with the instructor. Newly born dakibis. They received basic education at the branch's education center, were assigned their own channels and were reborn as streamers. Don't hesitate to intervene if the interest of the constellations fall. You can't directly intervene in a given main scenario, so use sub-scenarios to aggravate the conflicts between people or create a dangerous situation. Don't create situations where the constellations are annoyed by character conflicts. A good person is a good person, a bad person is a bad person. Make sure the dichotomy is clear. This way, the constellations can easily determine the objects of their anger. Always induce the incarnation to be in the middle of the event. However, keep an eye on the main incarnation and make the event move around the incarnation. It also shouldn't give off an artificial feeling. The instructors spoke these words and the low-grade dakibis were busy taking notes. At one time, Bai-hyung had been one of them. He learned how to proceed with the scenario and was taught how to smile and talk. Couldn't be too strange or too cliché. Become a streamer who wasn't disturbed by the scenario progression. Are you remembering the old days? Baihyung turned and saw the advanced Dakibi Baram, the chief of the Soul Branch. Baihyung was nervous and his expression changed. Baram stroked his beard and stared at the low-grade Dakibis. It is a terrible sight. Every time it sounds refreshing to the constellations, but this is something learnt from the Dakibi's formal education. It is somewhat inappropriate for an advanced Dakibi to say this. It is you who made the guidelines. Baihyung swallowed down these words. Baram laughed bitterly. Can't be helped. These scenarios sell well. There might be exceptions. There should be. However, that exception is possible because the ordinary scenarios are openly reviled. Some low-grade Dakibis were gathered in front of the screens and watching the scenarios going on in Seoul Dome. On the screen, the stories of the incarnations belonging to the biggest channel in Seoul Dome were flowing. Baihyung's face became a bit hot. Then I will be forced to kill you. Yu Jonghyuk. No. Yu Jonghyuk and Lee Sukyoung were confronting each other on the second floor of Dark Castle. Damn, why isn't it coming out? It will come out. I just don't know when. On the other side, Kim Dokja and Han Sooyoung were discussing an unknown story in the mechanical gateway array method. Baihyung was immersed in his thoughts. I warned him not to say information that would be filtered. Damn it. The advanced Dakibi Baram opened his mouth. Your channel is popular these days. Talk of your channel is everywhere, in particular that incarnation. I also receive a lot of curses. That's good enough. In any case, it is raising curiosity. Do you know that you are the #1 Dakibi respected by the low-grade Dakibis these days? I want to know why you called me here. It was language that could seem somewhat rude, but Baihyung had no other way. There would be a difficult situation if he didn't go back to his channel right now. Baram was silent and Baihyung once again spoke. I'm sorry, but it is entering the final phase of the 9th scenario. I have to go back to my channel. That's why I called you. Baihyung saw Baram's serious expression and realized something had gone wrong. There was a loud noise from the screen and the full-fledged battle began. The incarnations with strong sponsors were fighting, raising synchronization in a reckless manner. Signs of a probability storm appeared all over the place. If such strong signs continued, the outer gods would gain the right to intervene. If so, Kim Dokja's safety couldn't be guaranteed. I will be changing gods from another world to outer gods from now on, to match certain aspects that appear in later chapters. The anxious Baihyung tried to leave this place when Baram spoke in a cold voice. The constellations don't want your intervention. Currently, Baihyung's channel was the most influential one in Seoul Dome. The fact that Baihyung was clearly being kept in the Soul Branch made something obvious. Since when has the Soul Branch been watching the constellations? I'm always watching. I don't just look at the education of the low-grade Dakibis. Isn't this what it looks like on the surface? The main scenario policy. A large number of nebulae have complaints about this scenario. A large number of nebulae. Baihyung knew who they were right away. Olympus, Vedas, Papyrus. The nebulae with influence in the star stream were interfering with the progress of this scenario. Why? In fact, Baihyung knew why. It is because of that incarnation. Kim Dokja didn't know anything and was still struggling against the mechanical gateway array method with Han Sooyoung. At most, he is one incarnation. He can't influence the entire scenario. Baihyung refuted. Only one incarnation, do you really think so? No, he isn't an incarnation anymore. Before the 10th scenario arrived, an incarnation with no sponsor became a constellation. This was impossible considering the difficulty of the scenario. He will be a monster. Have you forgotten about the Goryeos First Sword incident? It is difficult to see such a non-standard existence again. Goryeos First Sword, Cheok Jungyeong. The strongest on the Korean peninsula and among the upper-grade constellations caused an incident. Baihyung also knew about what happened at the time. A person who incited many grudges because his natural talent didn't fit the balance of the scenario. A great deal of probability was consumed to exclude him from the scenario, only for him to return as a constellation. Goryeos First Sword is a special case. Kim Dokja became a constellation faster than him, but Kim Dokja's potential itself isn't high. If it is potential, the incarnation Yu Jonghyuk has already reached transcendence. I know. That isn't too serious. In fact, Yu Jonghyuk is the one who is similar to Goryeos First Sword. That's why Kim Dokja is more dangerous. The frustrated Baihyung shouted. I can understand some of the complaints of the constellations. Kim Dokja didn't enter under them, so they are annoyed. However, isn't this a situation where they have already taken action? Have there ever been any cases where fate is used before the 10th scenario? You are defending the incarnation. It isn't defending. I'm talking about unfair treatment in the scenario. I don't think you are in a position to say that. Baihyung was surprised but pretended to be calm. The advanced Dakibi Baram smiled. It's fine. I didn't call you here to catch your transgressions. It sounded like a threat where he intended to catch Baihyung's transgressions. Baihyung asked, then why? If you're smart, then you would know. Haven't you ever thought it was strange? Why are the constellations already using the excessive action that is fate? In most cases, they can peek at the future through their dealings with prophets who can use future sight without using fate. If they anticipate how the target will behave, they can change the future with a moderate amount of probability. Yet they didn't do that this time. Why? It was something Baihyung had never thought about before. The power to force fate also placed a heavy burden on the nebulae. There were many powerful incarnations apart from Kim Dokja. Why force fate over Kim Dokja? Don't tell me? If the nebulae called for fate, it meant they had no choice but to use fate. In other words, the senior Dakibi Baram nodded. It means that no one in the star stream can see the future of constellation Kim Dokja. How can that be? I don't know either. One thing is for sure, many constellations are afraid that Kim Dokja will reach. It is still being filtered. So it is all for the end. Baram's gaze was fixed on the screen. You need to do this. Once it is over, I will recommend you to be an advanced Dakibi. It required a screening process to become an advanced Dakibi. Baihyung already guessed what Baram would do. Baihyung watched the screen and unknowingly hugged the egg. Hey, do a good job. I know. Perhaps it was due to the former Black Flame Dragon incident, but the atmosphere with Han Sooyoung had become a bit subtle. Han Sooyoung's constant trying to start an argument was probably because she was aware of this awkwardness. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is smiling with satisfaction. The constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire hates this atmosphere. It took much longer than I thought to digest the power of Chiak Jungyong. For hours had already passed. I was sweating just controlling the power of his story. My mother had probably met Yu Jonghyuk by now. Han Sooyoung was sitting on the floor eating mugwort. Then she said, by the way, I don't think your mother is a bad person. Did your mind become strange after eating some grass? Well, the two of you seem to have a bad relationship. I don't intend to meddle with someone's family affairs. In any case, she is taking care of her child. How is this taking care? There are many parents in the world who have no interest in their children. Han Sooyoung's voice took on a darker tone. I sighed and replied to her, my mother spoke to me about you. She thought I was dating you. Han Sooyoung laughed. Your mother has an eye for females. By the way, she thinks that Usangasi is better than you. So when are you going to kill that auntie? We laughed. Once again, I realized how certain Han Sooyoung was. She was more like a character than anybody else these days. Han Sooyoung stopped laughing. We sound like characters. It was as if she read my mind. My heart started pounding. Han Sooyoung didn't know it, but one day, she would become a character. It was just like Lee Sungkook and Jung Min-seob. I liked both characters and non-characters, so I didn't know if it was a good or a bad thing. I felt unsure when I thought about that time. Why didn't I want this person to become a character? Something has changed? I looked down at my right hand after hearing Han Sooyoung's words. The power of the story borrowed from Chiak Jungyong was finally stabilizing. I nodded. Be prepared. We are escaping. I controlled my strength and pulled out unbroken faith. The moment I borrowed Chiak Jungyong's story, the trajectory of his life passed through my head like a panorama. Cutting 1,000 people with one sword. Cutting a great mountain with one sword. Separating the sea with 3 swords. It was Chiak Jungyong's 3-sword style. It was the name given to a person who never swung a sword more than 3 times towards a target. The status you can't afford has fallen onto your right arm. 100 Days seal started to instantly crack. It was the splendor of Chiak Jungyong. The imperfect seal made with just the 8-beaded bell could never restrain Chiak Jungyong's power. A real 100 Days seal would only take effect after gathering all 3 heavenly treasures. The explosive flow of the story has distorted the space of the mechanical gateway array method. The explosive flow of the story has broken the 100 Days seal. I poured the white pure star energy into the air. One sword cuts thousands. Like a meteor shower, the sword cut through the air and the space split apart. The mechanical gateway array method and the seal. Everything was pointless before this overwhelming destruction. It was the sword technique of a genius training in the sword for tens of thousands of years. The most ideal cut for destruction. I couldn't see the true power, but I felt a sense of freedom that was just like when I reached 100 strength not long ago. This was the power of the stars. The illusionary space collapsed and reality started emerging. It was a completely crazy sword technique. I felt just as greedy as when I got Kyrios electrification. How good would it be if I could make this mine? Unfortunately, bookmark only applied to characters. Due to your status increase, the bookmark skill will be updated. A new feature has been enabled. Your understanding of the constellation Gorios' first sword has increased by a very slight amount. Chapter 175 Reading Again 6. TL, Rainbow Turtle. What? I was surprised to see the message. So far, my understanding of constellations had never increased. I opened bookmark, but Chiak Jungyang wasn't added to the list of available people. It might be due to the very slight increase. Perhaps it was a 1% increase. Still, I was full of expectations. If my understanding continued to rise, wouldn't it be possible to imitate the skills of the constellations one day? What is this? I turned at Han Suyung's voice. The white sky, the precursor of a storm, looking down at me with a disturbing aura. It was a white night. There were intermittent rumbling sounds, and the entire field shook like there was an earthquake. The aftermath of the two warlords colliding scattered all over the plains. However, they didn't kill each other. Everyone kneeled down. The constellation's true voice. I wondered how much probability was consumed to speak these words. Many incarnations who couldn't bear it were struggling in pain. Those who had the protection of their sponsors or those with strong mental powers didn't give in. Han Suyung was one of them. What is going on? Han Suyung shouted in a frustrated manner. I watched the field with her. In fact, I thought this might happen, but not to this extent. This is an utter mess. Do they intend to all die together? It wasn't just one or two incarnations who raised their synchronization rate to the limit. The probability allowed by Dark Castle was exhausted to the limit. Sparks appeared like firecrackers all over the battlefield. Kim Daksha, listen to me. If you do this, you will die. I heard Bai Hyung's voice coming from someone as I looked at the ruined battlefield. There is only one way to escape from fate. Find the force that will protect you. Otherwise, there was a sound and Bai Hyung's voice was cut off. Someone was blocking Bai Hyung. At the same time, hundreds of eyes focused on me. They were upper grade and some narrative grade constellations who maximized their synchronization with their incarnations. I felt the scorching air and gulped. Then Chiak Jungyang spoke for the first time. You must be scared. Nope. Rather, it is fun. I was serious. Many constellations are looking at you. Some constellations are chanting your name. 2,000 coins have been earned as a bonus. Chiak Jungyang spoke again. The wall of fate is high. It's just a high wall. I will break it if I have to. The person who I loved. Thus, the person who would kill me. I didn't know who they were. Just as I didn't know my own fate, they didn't know me either. Let's go. I ran through the battlefield. This time I didn't hide my power. I will choose the 5th bookmark, Kyrios Rodgrame. The moment that bookmark was activated, I triggered miniaturization and electrification, the technique of a returnee. How interesting. I was able to sweep through the battlefield with the power of Chiak Jungyang. However, I shouldn't overdo it. My right arm had almost turned into a rag after using one sword from the 3-sword style. I ran through the battlefield while sprinkling the high-grade physique recovery potion that I had bought from the Dakibi bag. Out of the way, a white trail was left whenever I passed. This was the power of the returnee Kyrios. The power of the being who exceeded level 10 and gained the power of a constellation left white-blue trails as it passed through the battlefield. What the? Like a tsunami being split in two. The incarnations fighting each other screamed and scattered. I don't know what you're fighting for, but stop. It was good to raise the ranking to resolve the 9th scenario, but it wasn't good to consume each other in this way. The ugliest king. I heard he was dead. There were incarnations who remembered me. If you know who I am, do you have a grasp of the situation? Some incarnations put down their weapons while others fell back. There were those looking at me with shining eyes. Many incarnations are paying homage to you. Thank you for the 8th scenario. The rumor about your resurrection was real. There were those who remembered how I sacrificed myself when I was the strongest sacrifice. They lightly nodded and willingly withdrew. Your resurrection story is widespread. A new achievement mediating Messiah has been added to your 5th story. I think they were the forces who came from paradise. You Jonghyuk and the party members were probably also included. Then the other side. Hoo-hoo. We meet again, young man. How did you get out of that array? As expected, they were the Wanderers. I asked Lee Boksoon, why are you fighting? Why? It is because of you. Lee Boksoon. She was the grandmother who had Harbin Sniper as a sponsor. You shouldn't go to the next scenario. Is that what my mother said? Lee Boksoon rushed towards me without answering. The skill-old strength suddenly increased the grandmother's muscle strength, allowing her to push through the surrounding incarnations like a train, arriving by my side in an instant. Under the banner of the constellation Gorios' first sword, all stats will increase by 10 for 30 minutes. All of your stats have temporarily transcended human limits. I couldn't say that I respected the elderly, but some degree of politeness was required. Still, this time was an exception. I'm sorry, but I won't let you go this time, grandmother. The Harbin Sniper was a sponsor that only showed a strong response to certain constellations. In other words, the current attack power was based on the power of the stories built up by Lee Boksoon. So I wouldn't be pushed. Once all stats exceeded 100 in the electrification state, an enormous power emerged from my body. Lee Bok-soon was hit by my fist and flew away. Stop Kim Dokja. The forces of the Wanderers surpassed my expectations. It was unbelievable that they had been defeated by Nirvana's Salvation Church with such a large force. By the way, there were some strange things among the Wanderers. They were contaminated humans who had been transformed into a demonic person. Unfortunately, I knew the story. Han Soo-young saw it and muttered, "Damn it, someone got the story of the third-place ranker. Third on the Dark Castle rankings, King of the Dead Davits. It seemed there was a person among the Wanderers who had killed Davits. King of the Dead was a story that was as powerful as Paradise of Despair. King of the Dead was a skill used to turn the dead into undead to fight. Get ready to run, Kim Dokja. Break through here." Han Soo-young created 10 or more avatars and untied the bandage around his right hand. Black ether focused in their hands and black flames swept over the battlefield. I ran along the path Han Soo-young made. I overcame the group of demonic person and shook off the Wanderers. Then I saw Cho Young-ran using King of the Dead. As expected, this woman had the story. The first spiritualist of Joseon, she had the mechanical gateway array method and King of the Dead. My mother had a truly versatile subordinate. She was taking a magic power potion and looked surprised to see me. "Kim Dokja? How did you? You were caught in the 8-beaded bell seal." I was a bit troubled. Cho Young-ran gathered her magic power. Maybe this person was currently third on the Dark Castle rankings. "Stop and back off. I don't want to hurt you." "Can't." There was a sign she was using the mechanical gateway array method again, and I raised the energy I had kept hidden. Then Cheok Jung-young's strength was released. The constellation first spiritualist of Joseon is greatly confused. The mechanical gateway array method was broken and blood flowed from Cho Young-ran's mouth. Sparks flew behind her and a voice was heard. "To this aura. Why are you here?" In the end, John Woo-chi spoke in his true voice. Then Cheok Jung-young replied, "Get lost. But you aren't his sponsor. I won't tell you twice. Quek." John Woo-chi was crushed by the strong difference in status and quickly disappeared. Cho Young-ran was unable to cope with the aftermath of the probability consumption and staggered. She could no longer maintain King of the Dead and the balance of the battlefield started to collapse. "No, you can't, Kim Dokja." I ignored Cho Young-ran and ran. I wasn't afraid of any attacks pouring towards me because of Cheok Jung-young. The difference in status was huge. After 5 minutes, the center of the battlefield was revealed. It was the place where the most powerful sparks were present. On the field where White Knight, the people I knew were pointing weapons at each other. Han Soo-young ran up behind me and opened her mouth. "Your mother is a monster." I wasn't too surprised. My mother would surely be at this level. The information that I knew, my mother was fighting on an equal footing with Yu Jong-hyuk and my other colleagues. An incarnation who could fight evenly against a transcendent didn't exist. Behind my mother's back was the shadow of a giant bear. Poor descendants. I don't want to fight. I had seen Yamada no Orochi descend in the same form on Peaceland. It was the descent of the shadow of Founder's mother. Han Soo-young shook her head as the nightmare of Peaceland came to life. How wouldn't the probability be lacking? It is due to the 8-beaded bell. One of the 3 heavenly treasures shown in my mother's hand. The lack of probability was replaced by a powerful relic. "If you don't want to fight, then why do you keep hitting us?" "Yua." The shadow of the giant bear swept through the field, causing Lee Jae-hai and Lee Hyun-sung to be thrown out. They couldn't stand properly against the destructive power. It was obviously a terrible situation. "Dokjasi." Usanga recognized me first. Then the other party members approached me. Jung Hee-won shouted first. "Dokjasi, talk to your mother." "Hyung, is that person really your mother?" Yusung. "Dokjasi, what is this situation?" The words poured out all at once and I couldn't answer. Finally, Yu Jong-hyuk approached me. "I guess your mother doesn't like me."